The massive amount of energy unleashed by Noah's attack created a barrier that cut the entire battlefield in half. The tree suffered similar consequences. The black layer severed its trunk horizontally and divided the crown from the roots. The division didn't affect the actual functioning of the tree. Both halves continued to work independently and express their nature by using the energy absorbed from the environment and the dragons. Still, Noah's attack destabilized the magical plant's overall structure, which inevitably led to a dispersion of fuel. The trunk tried to bring its halves back together, but the dark layer appeared impenetrable. Energy escaped from the severed edges and spread through the void before falling prey to the many pulling forces in the area. Something vanished forever, but the tree managed to preserve most of its power. Noah surprised everyone with his prowess, but his companions didn't hesitate to exploit that opening. The space dragon raised its head to voice a roar that halted all the vortices and the pulling forces before relocating the dispersing energy far away from the tree. The death dragon flew inside the trunk before shining with a dark glow. Its figure transformed into a dark mass that traveled through the upper half of the tree and spread its destructive power. The life dragon did its best to save as many creatures as possible. The leader unleashed its white aura and connected its body to its underlings through faint flares. Even Noah ended up with a channel on his chest. The time dragon forced the dispersion of energy to accelerate. The tree's glow lost intensity as its trunk, roots, and crown saw fuel leaving their structure to vanish in the void or teleport due to the effects of the space dragon's ability. The other dragons limited themselves to launch flames or innate abilities at the tree. Instead, June decided to jump inside the lower half to let the magical plant drain her energy and force her perfect circuit to generate even more power. An intense wave of energy entered Noah's body and began to heal his injuries. His skin grew over the crystals that covered his muscles and insides, but his hunger and greed soon started to affect that process. The aspects of Noah's world began to drain the white channel and steal energy from the life dragon. He had no control over the process, and the intensity of that absorption matched the number of nutrients that his assets would need once the drawbacks arrived. The life dragon ended up turning toward Noah. He could see the surprise on the creature's face. The leader couldn't believe that Noah needed so much energy. Even its upper-tier body struggled to keep up with his requirements. Noah swung the demonic sword toward the white channel and severed that connection. He limited himself to nod at the life dragon before moving his attention on the tree again. He appreciated what the leader had done for him, but he wouldn't let it suffer the burden on his drawbacks. The life dragon felt relieved for a second before focusing the entirety of its power on the remaining underlings. The glow of its white connections intensified as it empowered the other creatures. The weaker dragons experienced a boost in their might, which led to a temporary nigh-immortal state. Noah's decision didn't change his situation. He still needed a massive amount of energy to deal with the drawbacks, but he knew where to find it. Yet, seizing it would be troublesome, especially since the tree had no intention of giving in. The leader's abilities were incredible, but the tree quickly adapted to them and began to unleash its power again. The vortices returned, and the same went for the blinding liquid and heavy pulling forces. Nothing the dragons did seemed able to put a permanent end to those features. The battle soon transformed into a ruthless struggle that saw the dragons and the tree unleashing the peak of their power without resorting to precise strategies. The magical plant didn't have weak points, and the pack only had a limited number of abilities capable of hurting it. Noah studied everything for a few seconds before deciding to shoot forward. The dark world expanded around him as he reached the rectangular dark layer and fused with it to launch attacks on both halves of the tree. His blades swung non-stop, and more abilities flew out of his figure as Duanlong. His greed and his hunger tried to seize as much energy as possible. Sharp shards of dark matter flew out of the dark world and accompanied Noah's slashes. The companions also launched their best abilities to destroy entire chunks of the tree. He was going all out right in the middle of the severed trunk, and the outcome of his offensive was hard to evaluate. Currents of energy converged toward Noah constantly, but he also wasted a lot of power to unleash his abilities and keep his empowered state active. The ethereal blackness generated more potential that slowly pushed him toward superior realms, but his actual prowess never improved too much. Only the space-time array of the void flashed in his eyes from time to time. Noah was pushing his existence toward a realm where he could affect the universe, but those achievements were never complete, and they rarely lasted longer than a fraction of a second. He didn't have the chance to learn from those events, so he limited himself to memorizing everything he saw while unleashing his storm of attacks. The relentless offensive eventually started to put dents in the tree. The magical plant shrunk as it continued to waste energy. It had enemies everywhere, and they all appeared able to resist or counter its innate abilities. Noah slashed up and down in an endless cycle of attacks that launched giant slashes into the glowing trunk. His energy dispersed quickly, but the occasional lack of pulling forces from the tree's side allowed some blows to destroy large chunks of the white substance and use it as fuel. It was impossible to understand how the battle was going from his position. Noah was immersed among the deepest darkness, with a blinding white environment all around him. The scorching powers carried by the trunk didn't help his situation either, but he was exactly where he intended to be. Giant feathers, roots, black lines, and other attacks tried to join Noah's offensive properly, but that environment didn't allow much. The scorching white energy was too dense, and every mistake gave the tree more power. The black lines generated by Noah's destruction often fused with the dark aura released by the death dragon. Explosions happened whenever the two similar aspects of their power touched, and the tree paid for those events. The whiteness lost intensity as the battle continued. Noah thought that the tree wouldn't be able to last much longer, but the latter reserved everyone an important surprise. Its leaves abruptly widened and stopped opposing the space dragon's restrictions to transform into proper fruits. The fruits were round, big, and gray. They didn't feel like the result of heaven and earth's manipulation, but no one dared to touch them for now. Still, they ended up exploding almost immediately, and some dragons fell prey to the white liquid they released. Even the life dragon saw its scales darkening after that substance touched its body. The life dragon had to interrupt its ability to focus on its darkening scales. The event felt off, especially due to the conflicting shades that followed it. The tree was white, the fruits gray, the strange liquid white again, but it created dark spots that even an upper-tier creature was unable to block. Noah experienced similar confusion. He had noticed that strange event, but his peculiar position at the center of the rectangular dark layer had kept him safe from the white liquid. Still, the effects of that substance claimed most of his attention, and his offensive slowed down due to his thorough inspection. The dragons that had fallen prey to the white substance turned dark rather quickly. Their power fell as their scales became frail and started to break due to the pressure in the area. Instead, the darkening process was slower on the life dragon. The leader's body was strong enough to resist the infection, but it couldn't block it completely. Its scales turned black and began to shatter, and no amount of energy seemed able to heal them. Noah didn't know what to do. He didn't want to get involved with that threatening infection, but preserving the leaders was mandatory. It took him only an instant to decide to leave the tree center and reach the life dragon. A scary spectacle unfolded in Noah's mind after he teleported above the life dragon and began to inspect it with his consciousness. He could see the true nature of the white liquid from that position. The infection was part of the tree's reproductive process. It was turning the leader into the perfect terrain where to plant seeds and give birth to clones. The weaker dragons experienced the beginning of the reproductive process while Noah was busy studying the infection. White branches began to grow among the cracked scales, and a series of leaves also appeared as those magical plants continued to feed on the creatures. A mere minute was enough to turn dragons in the middle tier into hovering masses of broken scales that acted as a fertilized ground for the young trees. Clones of that threatening being grew while Noah remained busy finding a way to kill the infection. His mind worked at full speed, and a solution eventually appeared. Noah voiced a deafening roar that carried no human meanings. Except for June, everyone on the scene understood what he wanted, but only one creature moved. The death dragon pierced the trunk and flew toward him while leaving behind its deadly aura. "We need to combine our destruction to get rid of the infection," Noah stated. "Won't that kill her?" The death dragon growled. "She is already dying," Noah explained through a roar. This is beyond her level. Fine then, the death dragon announced while condensing flames in its mouth. Stop there. The time dragon suddenly growled to interrupt the death dragon and Noah. A strange aura enveloped the life dragon. Noah felt able to see the space-time array, and he noticed how something was affecting it. Tremors ran through the faint lines hidden among the void. Some of them began to move around the leader, which saw its scales whitening. The life dragon wasn't healing. The time dragon was bringing its companion back by a few minutes. The time dragon couldn't restore the energy already spent, but it could make the infection disappear. Noah remained stunned in front of that scene. In theory, turning back the time was impossible, but the time dragon had pulled off something extremely similar. The leader didn't create anything. It only removed things from the timeline. After the infection vanished, the time dragon heaved a deep growl and interrupted the technique. Its face grew paler, declaring how hard that ability had been to execute. Noah could understand how unnatural that event had been. His understanding of time wasn't bad, but he couldn't achieve something similar. He even felt that no cultivation journey could lead to that power unless the universe decided to help out. The time dragon didn't affect the universe. It only reverted the infection. The life dragon's scales remained frail and broken, but the leader could now heal them properly. Only a few seconds had to pass before the creature returned to its previous intact state. The process had left both leaders tired. The time dragon appeared exhausted, but it did its best to hide its state. Yet, Noah noticed everything, and a crazy idea inevitably appeared in his mind. The ethereal blackness stopped sending potential to his companions and focused everything it had on the parasite. Noah sprinted forward, and the dark world expanded from his figure. A spherical mass of black crystals filled the void, but roots soon came out of its edges. Screeching noises spread among the void as dark purple and dark red shades illuminated the blackness. The roots expanded and gave birth to flowers that generated a rain of seeds. It didn't take long before an army of branches of the parasite filled the battlefield and shot after the white magical plants growing from the dead dragons. The various branches revealed features that the parasite didn't usually carry. Black lines ran inside and over them, and a faint dark red glow covered them as they released their corrosive liquid. Noah had used the short moments inside the dark world to modify the seeds. The potential from the ethereal blackness had given the parasite the chance to perform a temporary evolution and gain access to some of Noah's iconic techniques. The branches were feeding off Noah's unstable substance, and they had even gained the cursed sword's bloodlust. Intense hunger also came out of their pointy roots, which only intensified their destructiveness. Noah didn't forget to add his anger to the parasite either. The branches shot through the void and reached every white root they found before fighting to devour each other. His companion won most fights, and more flowers appeared due to the energy absorbed by its opponents. The improved branches began to multiply at high speed until all the white clones vanished from the void. Those corrosive assets decided to shoot toward the tree at that point, and the few surviving dragons decided to retreat after their instincts screamed in fear. Only June and the space dragon remained near the magical plant. The death dragon roared before shooting toward the tree, and the time dragon didn't hesitate to approach that threatening opponent to support its companions. Even the life dragon eventually decided to get closer and restore some white connections. Everyone did their best to defeat the magical plant, but many didn't enter its range out of fear of the gray fruits. Noah ignored the possible threats and sprinted back inside the rectangular dark layer. The tree had started to absorb it, but his dark matter made sure to refill it with energy. His instincts screamed in fear due to the approaching branches, but he didn't mind them and focused on the power inside the trunk. The parasite's branches were getting too strong for his mind. Noah needed to balance that pressure with nutrients, and he also had to gather enough energy for his drawbacks. He prepared himself to unleash Duanlong and his hunger, but the tree didn't remain still in front of that incoming threat. The white flowers transformed into fruits again, but the tree didn't make them explode at that time. It let them grow and transform into chest-sized items before forcing all of them to unleash their power. The fruits shrunk, releasing torrents of white liquid that shot upward and began to disperse in the void. However, the tree's pulling forces made them fall back and created a proper rain in the middle of that blackness. Even the time dragon ended up infected by that attack. The rain ended up infecting almost everyone on the scene. Even the tree didn't seem immune to that white liquid. Roots began to grow from the trunk, branches, and other roots, and more pulling forces started to fill the area. The space dragon and the death dragon had managed to avoid the attack, but the time dragon and the life dragon fell prey to the infection. The former had been too tired to use its innate ability to stop the rain, while the latter had simply been too slow. Noah let his hunger skyrocket while his attention moved on the battlefield. The situation was tragic, and the tree had no intention to stop unleashing its power. Heaven and earth had created something incredible, and the dragons appeared unable to deal with it. Noah commanded the parasite's branches to change direction. Many roots moved toward the infected dragons, focusing on the two leaders. Their corrosive power alerted the creatures, but they let them affect their bodies since they trusted the ambition radiated by their structures. The parasite and the white roots growing from the infected scales began to fight for the control of those bodies. The tree's clones were stronger, but Noah's modifications allowed his companions' branches to improve their destructive effects. Moreover, the area had far more black roots, so the scales of the battle were in Noah's favor. The battle between the two types of roots hurt the dragons and forced many parts of their bodies to fall apart. The process was far from harmless, but the time dragon was exhausted, so Noah couldn't find a better solution. The life dragon seemed to agree with Noah's decision. It unleashed its aura and filled the parasite's branches with energy. Their destructive power exploded, which soon led to overwhelming victories against their white counterparts. A few dragons died in the process, but the life dragon spread its aura even further after the white roots left its body. Its whiteness intensified and restored the most intact corpses. Her ability ended up resurrecting some of the underlings, but the process drained the leader. Almost everyone suffered during the process, and Noah ended up having it worse than the others. The parasite's branches kept hammering his mind as they grew stronger, and he could only balance their pressure by draining the tree of its energy. Noah felt forced to relocate his ambition again. The dark world expanded before transforming into a vortex directly connected to the ethereal blackness. His hunger and greed intensified due to the effects of his technique, and Duanlong made use of that structure to enhance its innate ability. Shafu also helped by separating large chunks of energy from the tree so that the vortex could absorb it easily. Everything about Noah became a massive pulling force meant to endure the pressure generated by the parasite. His mind felt on the verge of exploding during the process, but the center of power was too firm to suffer damage. Noah roared to vent the pain that filled his senses. His instincts begged him to sever his connection with the parasite's branches, but he endured everything and made those assets come closer to the tree. The magical plant wanted to generate more fruits, but the black roots reached it before it could complete the process. The fruits started to wilt as the parasite's branches entangled themselves around everything they found. The tree began to experience the same fate inflicted on the dragons. Large chunks of its structure fell prey to Noah's companions and shattered. The dragons didn't let that chance go to waste. Flames and other innate abilities fell on the spots of the magical plant that the parasite had yet to affect. The leaders joined their forces to create incredible attacks. The space dragon and the time dragon used their ability to sever entire pieces of the tree and throw them to the death dragon's dangerous aura. Meanwhile, the life dragon sent waves of power to everyone on the battlefield, including Noah and June. Cracks had long since appeared on June's body. Her orange lightning bolts shone with a dark light as they tore apart massive areas of the tree. Her power had already reached the solid stage, and her fabric inevitably began to suffer. The life dragon's aura healed most of June's injuries, but she used that chance to push the perfect circuit forward. Her body began to fall apart as stronger lightning bolts left her hands and amassed in the shape of a spear that she threw inside the trunk. The life dragon's aura healed June again, but she only unleashed more power. She seemed to have forgotten about her condition. Her mind was lost in the ecstasy of the battle, and her energy reflected that mindset. June's heartbeat became so loud that the parasite and the rectangular layer in the middle of the tree started to experience cracks. Lightning bolts also appeared whenever her influence spread. Each beat brought them closer to her figure, but they always exploded outward whenever she decided to push the perfect circuit forward. Noah couldn't do much about June, and the same went for his other companions. Dealing with the pressure of the parasite claimed the entirety of his attention, so he continued to absorb energy and reinforce his mind. He was stuck at the center of the tree, but his opponent was starting to wilt. The tree had enemies everywhere. It would normally resort to the fruits to fend off so many opponents, but the parasite prevented their birth. The magical plant could only continue to absorb the energy in its surroundings, but its pulling forces couldn't match the amount of damage suffered by its structure. The tree lost its blinding glow as large chunks of its structure continued to disappear. It tried to reactivate its infecting properties, but nothing worked when so many opponents worked together to take it down. The magical plant shrunk as it lost branches, roots, leaves, fruits, and parts of its trunk. It tried to reduce its energy consumption by limiting its size, but that also failed. Noah and the parasite were stealing too much, and the dragons never stopped assaulting its structure. The tree eventually lost the power needed to keep its structure still. Everything exploded into a wave of whiteness that the time dragon and the space dragon froze on its spot to prevent its dispersion into the void. Noah severed the connection with the parasite's branches after ordering them to leave the battlefield. Screeching noises resounded through the void as the roots lost power and began to wilt. It didn't take long before they turned into dust and let Noah absorb everything. No one felt worried about the possibility that heaven and earth could use that energy to control them. After transforming into its true form, the tree had lost that ability, and its previous attempt to reawaken it had failed, so everyone let their hunger explode. The white energy vanished in a second, and Noah shook his head when he sensed how much he had absorbed. His body featured no injuries, and his companions were relatively okay, but intense tiredness filled his body, and a splitting headache had taken control of his mind. The drawbacks made Noah struggle to control his power, but he didn't feel too bad about that outcome. It would have been strange if he didn't suffer after the recent battle. He had really gone overboard to defeat the tree. Happy roars began to fill the battlefield as everyone ate what was left of the tree. The pack also moved toward the distant weak sky to gain access to more energy, and June reached Noah's side during the flight. She couldn't absorb the white fuel, but she showed no injury as she took his arm and laid her head on his shoulder. The sky could only shatter when Noah and the hungry dragons arrived, but those white shards ended up releasing white sparks while they crumbled. Cracking noises even filled the area and grew louder as the seconds passed. Heaven and Earth's aura then intensified, and an androgynous laugh resounded among the whiteness. The laugh carried a tone that Noah and the dragons knew far too well. An ominous feeling spread throughout the area as the sparks continued to leave the weak sky. At first, they remained among the whiteness, but they slowly started to move toward the real sky in the distance as heaven and Earth's aura intensified. Noah, June, and the dragons recognized the dangerousness of the situation even before their instincts started to scream in fear. Something big was happening, but none of them dared to leave. They all knew that they had nowhere to hide inside the higher plane. The sparks amassed in the shape of lightning bolts that slammed on the real sky. The gathering of attacks became so numerous that it transformed into a proper crackling pillar. The whiteness released by the structure became blinding, and even the 4 leaders felt forced to close their eyes in front of that spectacle. The laugh grew louder, and heaven and Earth's aura followed that trend. The fabric of space transformed into a prison that pressed on the group and warned them about the incoming threat. More pieces of the weak sky shattered to fuel the pillar. Noah kept track of the process through his consciousness, and conclusions inevitably appeared in his mind. He had long since connected the immortal lands to heaven and Earth's body, but he could confirm his theory now. The light radiated by the pillar intensified beyond reason as something came out of the real sky and bathed among the lightning bolts. Noah's eyelids became unable to stop that glow, and his eyes started to burn under that scorching whiteness. He had to cross his arms in front of his face to find some cover, and his companions quickly imitated him. The situation only worsened since more of the strange material left the real sky to enter the crackling pillar. The scorching light began to affect more than sensitive organs at that point. Noah felt that his skin was on fire, and his black crystal sent dark matter to help protect it. The light wasn't the only problem. The laugh became so loud that Noah's ears started to hurt. His headache intensified, and his control over his energy worsened as more pressure landed on his mind. His fiendish armor struggled to remain on his skin, but the black crystal took care of handling that layer of protection. His companions weren't dealing with the same drawbacks, so they countered those calamities easily. June had to leave Noah's side to cover her body with a thick layer of lightning bolts, while the Death Dragon made sure to protect most of the pack with its destructive aura. The Space Dragon handled those left behind. The light continued to intensify until it exploded into a white flare that finally started the darkening process. The area slowly regained its natural brightness, but a source of blinding white radiance continued to shine among the pillar without dispersing its glow into the environment. The lightning bolts inside the pillar began to stop moving. They slowly transformed into proper columns that hung from the real sky. Noah couldn't help but find resemblances with a chrysalis when he looked at that structure, but he struggled to inspect it since his mental waves burnt when they went too close to that light. Cracks started to open on the solid lightning bolts. White shards fell from that tall structure, and holes took form. Noah and the others carefully lowered their protections to inspect the pillar's insides, and different reactions appeared on their faces. They could see a hand inside one of the holes, and they also noticed that it twitched from time to time. The pillar's destruction picked up speed until everything transformed into a rain of white shards that fell toward the now empty space before falling prey to a pulling force. Noah and the others didn't move or say anything as they inspected the tall humanoid figure absorbing those materials inside its glowing body. The structure had given birth to a 5-meter-tall giant with no clear facial features. It didn't have eyes, ears, nose, or hair, but a wide opening on the lower part of its face created a large mouth that added a cruel vibe to the scene. The creature was clearly an avatar. Noah couldn't fail to recognize the familiar scent of those crackling puppets. Yet, he had never seen something so advanced or polished. The golem carried the same power expressed by the massive hands during the battle against the monster. Moreover, its skin was smooth beyond reason. It would resemble a mirror if it weren't for the intense light coming out of it. The avatar completed the absorption of the shards and began to move. At first, tremors ran through its whole body and awakened its functions. Then, it started to inspect its hands and surroundings. The corners of its mouth turned upward as it continued to check its structure. The puppet appeared completely satisfied, and the cruel vibe in its smile only intensified during the process. "We had forgotten the joys of having a body." The androgynous voice came out of the puppet's mouth. "Well, maybe we simply weren't in the position to appreciate them." Noah would normally throw taunts or mock the rulers, but he remained silent now. He could sense heaven and earth's power inside the avatar, but he had never experienced something so pure before. The puppet was stronger than all the massive hands. It was a proper quasi-rank 10 existence. "We aren't in the condition to fight," Noah thought while inspecting his companions from the corner of his eyes. The Time Dragon and the Life Dragon were still exhausted. The magical beast's superior resilience put the Space Dragon and the Death Dragon virtually at their peak, but Noah didn't know whether they would be enough to fend off the avatar. In theory, having to deal with something so close to heaven and earth gave everyone on the scene an advantage. Noah had his anger. June knew heaven and earth's lightning bolts better than anyone else, and the dragons were born to defeat that power. The group would normally have a chance to beat something so strong, but that didn't seem to be the case now. Noah felt conflicted. His condition was awful, so most of him desired to escape. Yet, he also knew that he wouldn't have any chance to hide against something so strong. Besides, part of him wanted to test the avatar's abilities to check where heaven and earth stood. "Don't be so silent," the avatar declared. "We have come to have fun. Today is only a test." "Was the tree a trap?" Noah eventually asked. "Yes," the avatar revealed. "We knew it would have been the reason behind a large battlefield, so we planted it and waited for you to come. We must say you have been faster than we thought. This form isn't complete, right? Noah continued. You can't pick this form unless you overcome the curse of the world. You are a prisoner, which explains why you want to keep us inside your sky. Completeness doesn't matter in front of ants, the Avatar announced before teleporting next to the life dragon and touching its back. There is only power. The Avatar closed its hand, and its fingers pierced the life dragon's scales. The creature limited itself to growl, but its voice transformed into a suppressed cry of pain as foreign energy began to spread inside its body. Soon, large white flares started to come out of its belly, back, and neck. They destroyed everything on their path, including the leader's body. The life dragon suffered to no end as white flares ravaged its insides. No trace of blood came out of the injuries that opened on its scales. The Avatar's energy burned everything and didn't let anything come outside. The leader cried in pain, and the entire group turned toward the Avatar. Many auras surged forward as the dragons, Noah, and June prepared themselves to fight, but heaven and earth managed to leave them speechless in an instant. The flares intensified and multiplied while the group mustered their energy to fight. Noah and the others could only watch as the life dragon exploded into a mess of gory body parts that didn't release any blood. The scorching light had burnt all of it. Utter silence spread among the whiteness. The scene that the group had just witnessed felt impossible to believe. The life dragon was an upper-tier magical beast that had inherited part of the essence of the world. Very few beings could match its potential and current prowess. However, the Avatar had blown it up with a single gesture. The event revealed a breathtaking and scary truth. Heaven and earth didn't only learn how to manifest their power through a proper body. They had also become strong enough to attack the dragons directly and ignore the world's fairness. Their limits had vanished. They seemed able to hunt freely now. The desire to escape that had filled Noah's mind intensified, but his instincts barely managed to affect his thoughts. His anger grew stronger than it had ever done before now that he was in front of a pure expression of heaven and earth. He could feel it deep in his existence. He was born to destroy them. Similar feelings appeared inside the other dragons. Only June experienced a weaker version of those emotions, but she also understood the general mindset that had filled the group. Everyone's auras started to intensify after the life dragon's death. Power brimmed inside Noah, June, and the dragons now that heaven and earth had affected the balance of the world. Something foreign and profound wanted to give the group the strength to fight the Avatar, and no one refused it. A crack appeared on the Avatar's right hand. The puppet felt amused when it raised its arm to inspect it. The creature had no eyes, but it still brought its limb closer to its face and rotated it to study the injury. It's not time yet, the Avatar stated. What a pity. We wanted to crush you all right now. The Time Dragon voiced an angry roar that made the entire group launch massive attacks. Waves of multicolored flames, lightning bolts, and slashes converged on the Avatar and engulfed it in techniques that made the whole area fall into the void in an instant. The flames raged, the sparks thundered, and the slashes devoured as a bright spectacle unfolded among the void. The fabric of space had simply disappeared after those attacks crashed on the Avatar. The world is trying to put us down. Heaven and earth's voice resounded among the attacks. Do not worry. You will have the chance to fight us soon. You can sense it, right? Our final battle is approaching. The attacks slowed down and stopped raging before transforming into a series of currents that converged into the Avatar's hand. That massive energy gave birth to a rotating sphere that gained white shades as heaven and earth tainted it with their influence. Killing another one of you is probably too problematic, the Avatar exclaimed as the sphere turned completely white. Yet, we guess that the world won't mind if we remove some pawns from the battlefield. The white sphere suddenly exploded into a series of bullets that no one could follow. One of them ended up passing next to Noah before crashing on a rank 9 dragon behind him. The creature died without voicing any cry, and the same went for many other weaker specimens. More cracks appeared on the Avatar after each bullet killed a weak dragon. The group lost many rank 9 specimens and even more underlings, but Noah kept his eyes on the puppet. The previous offensive had done nothing to its smooth structure. Only its offensive was creating injuries due to the world's fairness. That should be enough for now, the avatar announced before gaining ethereal properties and spreading a wave of whiteness throughout the void. We'll have fun watching you wallow in despair. The avatar vanished in the next seconds. Its disappearance matched the reappearance of the fabric of the world. The void was nowhere to be seen now, and even the weak sky began to expand quickly. Silence filled the area as the weak sky expanded until it created an oval hall around the group. Everything had happened too quickly, but the corpses lying around forced Noah, June, and the dragons to acknowledge the nature of the situation. Heaven and earth weren't only powerful. They were also almost ready to unleash their power freely. The chains that the world's fairness had placed on their existence were breaking now that worthy opponents had begun to fill the higher plane. It would have killed me, Noah thought while glancing at the corpse lying under him. I would have died in a blink. The bullets had managed to kill dragons in the upper tier. Noah knew that he was stronger than them, but the attack stood in a different realm. It carried part of heaven and earth's quasi-rank 10 power, something that rank 9 existences couldn't oppose with their world. Do I have to approach the 10th rank to kill them? Noah wondered as his eyes slowly moved on the time dragon. The time dragon resembled a walking corpse. The battle against the tree had drained it, but the recent events seemed to have broken its spirit. Its reptilian eyes moved among the pieces of the life dragon. Disbelief and confusion filled its expression, and its body didn't dare to make the slightest gesture. The sudden increase of power given by the world vanished now that everything had gone back to normal. Noah felt empty but also a bit relieved. He didn't like that something could affect him so deeply without his permission. He didn't have the time to consider that issue in front of the avatar. But the situation was different now. The space dragon and the death dragon turned toward the time dragon. The same went for the other creatures and June. Everyone waited for the true leader to say something, but the upper-tier specimen appeared unable to talk. What is it? Noah eventually asked through a growl that June could understand. The time dragon snapped out of its daze and heaved a deep sigh. Its eyes moved among its pack before reaching June and Noah. It paid special attention to him, but it glanced back at the life dragon's pieces after a few seconds. This is the end, the time dragon announced through human words mixed with growls. The world won't bring its essence of life back. Heaven and earth had finally killed one of us once and for all. The time dragon had confirmed it. The life dragon was dead, and the world wouldn't try to bring it back. Heaven and earth had taken the first meaningful step toward their victory. They had killed one of the hindrances in front of their successful breakthrough to the 10th rank. Noah didn't know what to say. Truth be told, there were no words for that situation. The existences involved in the fight against heaven and earth had always known that the final battle was drawing close. The rulers had simply started the countdown with their trap. The dragons remained silent after the announcement. The space dragon and the death dragon were shadows of their original selves, but they still mourned the loss of their companion. Instead, the time dragon appeared helpless and even a bit lost. Heaven and earth had already proven that they had overcome their previous weakness. The leader had even prepared for countless years for the final battle. Yet, the event had taken it by surprise nonetheless. Did you experience the world's blessing, defying demon? The time dragon eventually asked. Yes, but I'm planning to refuse it the next time, Noah honestly revealed. I'm no vessel. I expected as much, the time dragon sighed. I can only hope that you'll be a worthy challenger when your time comes. Did you give up on defeating heaven and earth already? Noah snorted. We are different from you, the time dragon explained. We have already fulfilled our purpose once. We have lived on borrowed time since then. I can change that, Noah responded through an annoyed roar. Maybe, the time dragon growled. Still, do you think you can focus on others while heaven and earth prepare their next move? Noah didn't answer that question, but his silence was enough for the time dragon. The latter voiced a calm roar, and its pack gathered around its figure. The leader and the space dragon then activated their joint technique, and all the magical beasts in the area teleported away. Even the corpses vanished. Noah remained silent as he went over the issue. His influence could improve the dragons, but he would need to be far stronger to affect the three leaders. The leaders were the result of the old world. Noah would have to reach the same realm that heaven and earth had achieved during their attempted ascension to affect those laws deeply. Of course, his existence had an advantage in the matter, but that didn't change the fact that he was too weak to modify the upper-tier dragons right now. The project also had another important issue that Noah didn't have the chance to test. The connection that the three leaders had with the previous world created some conflict with his path. He even believed that he would need to study the fusion between the two types of journeys before modifying the dragons, but that risked compromising his world. Heaven and earth had already proven their path was flawed. Cultivators and worlds belonged to different journeys, and fusing them caused rejections on both sides. The process would also involve general instabilities and counters from the world, which was far from ideal unless an existence was willing to spend entire eras fixing the issue. The rulers didn't have a chance during their path. Noah felt even confident saying that they had committed a mistake. The fact that they were on the verge of fixing their problem didn't change the reality of the situation. Heaven and earth deserved praises for making it so far, but it was impossible to ignore how much they had sacrificed along the way. Noah wanted to remain himself, and that alone forced him to give up on any idea that involved the fusion of the two paths. He had seen what had happened to heaven and earth, and he wouldn't put his ethereal blackness through that. He wasn't like that. The project had issues, but Noah knew that the time dragon was right. He had to focus on himself for now, which also forced him to study certain problems. Noah had to improve quickly, but that went against the nature of the 9th rank. The worlds usually required a slow growth connected to their size, ability to influence their surroundings, and weight in the universe. It was impossible to achieve immediate results, and the current state of the world even went against that. Noah had explored basically everything in the higher plane. He had even gone outside the sky to inspect the mortal lands inside heaven and earth's influence. The void could hide more surprises, but he felt that wandering among that environment would only slow down his growth. The higher plane currently didn't have valuable opponents either. The privileged cultivators were powerful, and Noah could benefit from defeating them, but they lived inside the sky. He felt even quite sure that heaven and earth wouldn't send them outside randomly, so he would need to invade the white layer to find them. The tribulations weren't a real threat for Noah, and they didn't even try to target him. The weak sky also slowed down eventual communications. Creating forces in the current environment was almost impossible, and the same went for organizing joint missions that required more than a single rank 9 existence. The more Noah thought about the matter, the more he believed that everything was part of heaven and earth's plan. The rulers had created the perfect conditions for their victory now that the final battle was close. The weak sky slowed down all the existences in the higher plane, and the tribulations suppressed the magical beasts. Powerful experts could still manage to group up, but that would take time, which was exactly what heaven and earth needed to seal their victory. Noah honestly didn't know what to do to accelerate his growth. His quasi-living workshops already filled the higher plane, but the lack of threats prevented him from experiencing leaps in his power. Invading the sky again also felt stupid after witnessing heaven and earth's power. He believed they wouldn't fight him right away, but he had no proof there. How can I pull this off? Noah wondered as the desire to cause a mess grew stronger inside his mind. What can I do to get stronger? Noah couldn't find answers. The world didn't offer anything else. He had reached the peak only to remain out of options. That issue came from heaven and earth's impending threat, but he still found the situation rather disappointing. Are you done? June asked while reaching Noah's side and taking his hand. What did you find? Nothing, Noah honestly admitted. I don't think that the dragons will give in so easily, so they have probably gone to the Orange City to create an alliance. We don't know the locations of our companions, so they can't help. We are on our own with no worthwhile goals to pursue. We aren't staying still, June commented before glancing at the real sky in the distance. Yet, I understand how you feel. You fear that we might not make it to the final battle. I have an idea, Noah sighed. But I don't know how good it is. After all, we really are out of options. June understood Noah without the need for further explanations. She was experiencing the same call from the world around her. The death of the life dragon had moved the world's fairness back in their favor, so their existences became naturally attracted to assets that could bring balance. That approach was no different from advancing blindly, but both of them knew that they didn't have anything else. The world's call didn't apply only to Noah and June. The two felt sure that every existence who opposed heaven and earth could hear it. The rulers had pushed the balance in their enemies' favor, forcing everything outside their control to even the situation. Noah and June didn't question the nature of the call. They had experienced a similar power right after the life dragon's death, and they quickly confirmed that heaven and earth weren't faking that event to plant another trap. Noah's anger was a natural scanner that the rulers couldn't affect, and his dark matter helped in his inspection. Truth be told, the duo would have tried to follow the call even if something ended up sounding odd. Noah and June didn't have other options, so they were willing to take risks to uncover hidden areas of the higher plane. The countdown started by heaven and earth forced them to prefer potential traps over safe and constant growth. The higher plane was the same as always. The weak sky expanded everywhere inside the white layer, and the tunnels that Noah dug appeared able to stretch endlessly. The environment seemed more desolate than usual, but the two didn't pay much attention to that detail. The call brought Noah and June on the opposite side of the higher plane. Their journey didn't follow a straight path since it was hard to listen to the world's voice at times, and their goal didn't make them forget their regular training. Noah planted even more quasi-living workshops, and June still chased after tribulations, but they eventually reached their destination. The call stopped resounding in Noah and June's minds while they were still in the middle of the weak sky, but they didn't need that voice anymore. June could feel that something was deeply off even if the aspects of her world didn't match those laws. As for Noah, he could see the space-time array bending in an odd pattern and converging somewhere forward. Sparks seeped out of June's skin while Noah unfolded the dark world. The weak sky shattered as the two followed the lines of the space-time array. There seemed to be a unique event unfolding ahead, but what they found ended up overcoming their wildest expectations. The weak sky shattered until an immense empty area unfolded in their vision. The environment had a spherical shape with smooth surfaces. The wall was polished beyond reason, and heaven and earth seemed unable to make their white material grow. The area was clearly artificial, and the forces at work to preserve its spherical shape touched the solid stage. A constant pressure prevented the sky from growing, but there didn't seem to be any power source inside the immense scene. Of course, the smooth wall and the vast space were only minor features. The scene contained something far more spectacular. Noah and June found themselves in front of an immense 9-story floating pagoda with giant banners on each of its corners. Cursed labyrinth? Noah said while sensing the meaning carried by the marks on the banners. This doesn't look like a labyrinth, June commented while inspecting the structure. The pagoda featured pale green walls and gray roofs. The vertical surfaces were smooth and lacked any opening, while the horizontal ones had large tiles kept together by a black substance. The structure didn't feature any window or door. It also hovered at the exact center of the spherical area without touching its smooth surface. The pagoda radiated the intense aura of a peak rank 9 item, but its influence didn't spread past a specific limit. It created a spherical ethereal membrane that enveloped the building and prevented it from falling on the weak sky. Noah and June were still outside the pagoda's influence, but they could sense that the space-time array converged there. They also understood that there was a limit to how much they could study the structure without crossing the membrane. Why is the world summoning us here? June wondered. I have a few ideas, Noah declared. I think that the world wants us to find allies. I don't see how we missed this place during the past years otherwise. Noah felt almost sure that he had crossed areas nearby during his past explorations. The effects that the pagoda had on the space-time array reached those spots, so he couldn't have missed it. The world had probably done something to the structure's influence now that it wanted the experts to meet. This expert seems as crazy as us, June stated. There might be more than a single existence behind this structure, Noah guessed. This is a proper peak rank 9 item. I bet that even King Elbas can't make something so big without making it lose power. I'm more confused about the materials used for this building, June added. I wouldn't know where to find something so powerful and in such high quantity. The sky, Noah promptly replied. Though I don't sense anything connected to heaven and earth. This building even seems able to hide its presence from the whiteness. Maybe it's not the building, June commented. This aura is the result of the structure, Noah explained. But there is something giving it this spherical shape. The creator wanted to make sure that nothing reached the sky. There has to be something else, June exclaimed. You don't create something like that only to make it float. I can't understand anything from this position, Noah revealed as potential seeped into his mind to enhance its power. Still nothing. We have to enter the aura to experience its nature, June summarized. I bet we would have needed to do that anyway. Did you come up with a better idea? Noah asked. Did you? June replied before both of them heaved a deep sigh. Noah and June fell silent as they advanced into the spherical hall. Their techniques returned inside their bodies when they arrived right in front of the membrane. Deploying defenses was obviously intelligent, but they didn't want to give the wrong impression to the eventual experts living inside the pagoda. Noah confirmed that the structure's influence wasn't harmful before taking June's hand and moving forward with her. The space-time array immediately went crazy and tried to teleport them toward different destinations, but the ethereal blackness promptly pushed Noah's control of space and time to its limit. The pagoda's influence continued to assault the two, but Noah kept its aura away. Still, the building didn't give up easily, which eventually made him rethink his approach. In theory, Noah could push back the twists in the space-time array. He had already proven to the structure that he could resist its aura, so he would have passed an eventual test. However, the pagoda seemed set on teleporting the two away, so Noah decided to let that power affect them. Noah covered June and himself with a layer of dark matter that kept the space-time stable for them before allowing the area to affect his immediate surroundings. The building ended up teleporting them together, and the scenery quickly changed. A fiery environment replaced the spherical area and the pagoda. Noah and June found themselves on a scorching plain that featured large lakes and massive pillars made of bright lava. They could even see volcanoes erupting in the distance and releasing torrents of black smoke. A sulfurous scent filled the whole environment and made Noah unable to smell anything else. The entire area was on fire, and lava seemed to occupy the underground world, a large part of the surface and a big chunk of the sky. Noah and June studied their surroundings. The ground felt normal and the same went for everything else, but they knew that something was odd. That place couldn't be one of the lower planes. They couldn't see a single material under the divine ranks in the area, and many of them even touched the 9th rank. However, they also sensed that they were outside the immortal lands. This is a separate dimension, Noah thought before correcting himself. No, this is a separate reality. Who built this? The area was a proper world built inside a hidden spot of the space-time array. Noah couldn't help but let his mind wander to understand the theory behind its creation. He could see an expert bending the fabric of space and time to open an area where to erect something that heaven and earth couldn't reach. Can you do something like this? June asked after sensing the same separation from the higher plane. I can bend the space-time array to my whims, Noah explained. But this reality touches depths that my aspects can't reach. My knowledge is very destructive while this is pure creation. Can't you fuse the two? June continued. I can create something that exploits my understanding of time and space, Noah stated. I can erect buildings with an imitation of the array that suits my needs, but this area is the exact opposite. Someone has transformed the real space-time array and stuffed this reality inside it. June nodded. She could understand the theory and the differences between the two approaches, but she lacked the aspects necessary to gain proper knowledge on the matter. Noah was the exact opposite. The more he studied the area, the more he realized how vast the aspects of space and time could be. He was an expert in some areas of those laws, while the creator of that separate reality knew far different abilities. The sky was the most peculiar aspect of the fiery area. It was dark due to the many waves of black smoke released by the volcanoes, but Noah could see past that dense gaseous layer. The place had a ceiling masked as an endless space that seemed to stretch endlessly. The area didn't give Noah and June any clue. They only knew that the pagoda had teleported them there, so they used the banner's marks as their sole piece of knowledge. The environment was a labyrinth, and they had to get out of it. "Do we check the volcanoes first?" June asked after she completed her inspection. "Of course," Noah agreed as he grabbed June's waist, and a cold smile appeared on his face. June rolled her eyes while clinging herself to Noah. The latter saw the space-time array unfolding in his vision and bending to his desires. The separate reality featured laws similar to those found inside the higher plane, so he could rely on his movement technique. Noah sprinted forward, and giant cracks opened behind him. It turned out that the separate reality wasn't connected to the void. Lava spurted out of the fissure and created new pillars of lakes as the movement technique continued. The two reached the nearest volcano in an instant. The fumes coming out of its opening tried to engulf them, but the gas shattered as soon as it touched their auras. Noah and June even expanded their mental waves to clear the area, and the boiling liquid inside the structure soon became visible. June raised her arm and a spark shot out of her finger. The attack flew toward the dense layer that covered the ceiling before transforming into a giant lightning bolt that fell right at the center of the opening. An earthquake immediately spread in the area as the volcano exploded into a mess of debris, fuming boulders, and flares of lava. The structure turned out to be empty, but Noah and June remained in the air above it to study the event. The boulders and debris turned into dust when they entered the duo's auras, but nothing special appeared. The volcano didn't contain anything valuable, and even the underground world under it only featured dense rivers of lava. Noah tried his best to check everything with his consciousness and instincts, but he couldn't find anything capable of triggering reactions. Noah and June didn't need to speak to decide their next move. June clung to Noah as he performed another sprint that brought them above another volcano in an instant. June destroyed the second volcano, but nothing special happened even there. The two could only reach a second fuming mountain and repeat the process, but their approach didn't lead anywhere. "I don't think the volcanoes are the key," June guessed after destroying the 30th volcano. "Why isn't the environment reacting to this destruction?" Noah wondered loudly. Something as valuable as a separate reality should have defensive mechanisms, formations, and much more. "Maybe the Creator wants us to destroy the area," June supposed. "I find it hard to believe that," Noah declared while pointing at the destruction behind them. "The environment isn't even trying to fix what we have done. I'm starting to think that this isn't a test." The scenery had transformed during those short minutes. The fiery area had been far from peaceful, but its current state expressed pure chaos. Giant fissures hovered in the air and released seemingly endless rivers of lava. Some of them even gave birth to red lakes or scorching pillars due to the density and amount of the red liquid on the other side. The destroyed volcanoes had also transformed into large holes that released the lava flowing through the underground world. The place was literally brimming with that scorching liquid, and Noah didn't know how to approach it. The name Cursed Labyrinth hinted at the presence of tests and challenges, but he couldn't find anything similar there. "Let's just destroy everything until something comes out," Noah sighed, and June giggled before clinging on him. Noah and June relied on the most basic approach that they could think of. The separate reality didn't work as a separate dimension, but it had similar weaknesses. The two would find something as long as they kept unleashing their destruction. In the worst option, they would only need to shatter the whole place and create their own escape route. The ground never stopped shaking as volcanoes continued to explode due to June's lightning bolts. More cracks also filled the environment as Noah sprinted uncaringly from one target to another. Lava soon filled everything in their vision, and the annoying thought that they might need to explore the underground world grew stronger during the process. The separate reality didn't seem to have limits to its vastness, but Noah knew that it had proper limits. He and June could really make the entire structure fall prey to the lava, but a change eventually happened. June was about to destroy another volcano when the ground under the structure started to move and surged. A humanoid giant grew from the surface, and rivers of lava followed. Noah and June inspected its growth for a few seconds before exchanging a glance and launching their attacks. The giant had yet to stabilize its body, so a large chunk of its structure fell apart when the slash and lightning bolt hit its chest. A mess of lava and boulders shot everywhere, but Noah and June didn't go anywhere. They remained still as they waited for something to come out. A figure eventually appeared in Noah's consciousness for less than a second before disappearing among the mess of fumes and lava. It seemed to have every intention to escape, but Noah didn't hesitate to sprint toward it while carrying June. The figure turned out to be an old-looking woman in the gaseous stage of the 9th rank. She revealed a surprised expression when June and Noah appeared on her path. Cracks followed behind them, but the woman didn't let that sight scare her. "Wait!" the woman shouted. "I have been stuck here for countless years. I can't be your enemy." Noah and June held back their attacks and studied the expert. The woman had really long gray hair and black eyes. A few wrinkles filled the space at the side of her eyes and cheeks, and a tired vibe enveloped her figure. The expert was wearing a gray robe made from her energy, but charred patches filled it. Even the edges of its sleeves and trousers featured burnt spots. Those details were quite odd since she could simply fix them. "We have enemies that have been around for eras," Noah stated in a cold voice. "How did you even end up here in the first place?" June continued. The woman's eyes sharpened in front of the evident mistrust. She inspected her two potential opponents, and something told her that she was weaker than them. A tinge of surprise appeared seeped into her expression at that realization, but she accepted her situation and adapted accordingly. "I have gone by many names," the woman stated before straightening her back and clearing her throat. "The Immortal lands have called me Magma Queen, Erupting Volcano, Fiery Calamity, Burning Mountain, and far more." The woman spread her arms during her statement in an attempt to appear lofty, but Noah and June's expressions didn't change. They only exchanged an emotionless glance before fixing their eyes back on the expert. "I'm sure you have heard about me," the woman concluded while wearing a proud smile. "Not at all," June honestly admitted. "The Immortal lands have crumbled long ago," Noah explained. "Heaven and Earth have started the countdown for the final battle. Everything is a mess out there." The woman remained stunned. The sole idea that the Immortal lands were no more was astonishing and scary at the same time. Also, something else troubled her. It was safe to say that most rank 9 experts didn't know each other. In the previous state of the higher plane, the stormy regions prevented most communications and created an environment that blocked many potential encounters. Still, a few exceptions existed, especially when it came to cultivators who had been quite active among the human forces. The woman had been one of those exceptions during her time. She had left for the stormy regions once her cultivation level had approached the 9th rank, but she had often gone back to the central areas of the Immortal lands to check on her force and gain updates. June and Noah seemed quite exceptional for experts at the gaseous stage. The woman had only seen a couple of attacks, but they were enough to state their general superiority among their peers. However, she didn't hear about them, so they probably were younger than her. The woman's journey had been messy and lame compared to other rank 9 experts, but her power was above average. Yet, seeing that someone younger than her had surpassed her level put her in a pensive state. "Did the quality of rank 9 cultivators increase while I was away?" the woman asked. "No, you are just weak," June scoffed. "Watch your mouth," the woman shouted. "Or?" June asked as sparks started to crackle in her eyes. A heavy aura seeped out of June's figure, and the woman's eyes flickered when she felt that force pressing on her. Her power began to surge as she prepared for the imminent clash, but everything quieted down when Noah patted June's head. "You don't seem to be on Heaven and Earth's side," Noah exclaimed. "You don't seem to have a side at all." "She is too weak to have a side," June added. "You dash." The woman was about to shout again, but Noah's aura suddenly unfolded and forced her to shut up. "She is right," Noah continued. "You are too weak to affect the final battle." "What sides are you talking about?" the woman snorted. "Heaven and Earth are about to reach the 10th rank," Noah summarized. "I believe you understand what will happen at that point." The woman's eyes widened in terror. She didn't have Noah's deep knowledge of the world state, but she knew a few key pieces of information. It wasn't hard to imagine what would become of her and everyone else against heaven and earth once the latter completed the breakthrough. How long did I even spend here? The woman whispered while diverting her gaze from her two potential opponents. Let's start with a name and your story, Noah ordered. A real name this time. I did have those titles, the woman declared before disappointment appeared on her face. However, it seems that reaching the 9th rank isn't so special anymore. She isn't stupid, at least, June commented. You do realize that we need allies, right? Noah laughed while crossing his legs and pulling June on his lap. She has probably been stuck here for eras. June sneered while adjusting her position on Noah's lap and laying the back of her head on his shoulder. Even with your world, she might not become useful in time to join the final battle. We'll just use her as cannon fodder in that case. Noah shrugged his shoulders. I'm still here, the woman said in an awkward tone. Name and story. Noah and June ordered at the same time before flirting through whispers that the expert couldn't hear. Very well. The woman cleared her throat. Fiery Mountain has been my oldest title, so you can use it to address me. As for my story, I started the exploration of the stormy regions as soon as my cultivation level touched the 9th rank, but I often went back to the human territories to check on my force. Heaven and earth suppression began during that period. I refused their offer to join the sky, but they sent tribulation after tribulation to suppress me. My last opponent had been a creature capable of opposing the very nature of my world, so I felt forced to escape. While I was running away, I ended up here. Heaven and earth developed a perfect counter for her, Noah thought. Maybe she isn't too weak. At first, I decided to cultivate here for a while, Fiery Mountain explained. This environment is perfect for my world, and heaven and earth can't reach it either. Yet, I soon discovered that I couldn't leave it no matter what I did. My cultivation level has inevitably grown stale as I spent years in stasis. The story appeared genuine, and it would even explain Fiery Mountain's current weak state. Still, Noah and June could immediately see an issue now. The woman had spent countless years inside that environment, but she couldn't find an exit. Did you see the pagoda before ending here? June asked. Does the name Cursed Labyrinth mean anything to you? Pagoda, Fiery Mountain questioned before playing with her long hair. I'm sorry. I was escaping from that nasty creature before ending up here. I didn't even realize that a foreign force had enveloped me until it was too late. She is useless, June sighed. This is a proper labyrinth then, Noah contradicted. What are you talking about? Fiery Mountain asked. The exit must be somewhere, Noah explained, but I believe that it won't lead into the higher plane. We would probably have to clear its 9 floors and reach the peak before finding the real exit. 9 floors? Real exit? Fiery Mountain questioned in confusion. Well, you will follow us from now on, Noah ordered. Welcome to heaven and earth's cancer. Try not to die on my watch. What? Fiery Mountain shouted. What cancer? What labyrinth? I have a force. Your force died a long time ago, June explained before pointing at Noah. If it didn't, it probably died at his or heaven and earth's hands. I didn't ask for your opinion anyway, Noah calmly added. I welcomed you in my organization, so you are part of it now. I'll hear your complaints in a million years. What? Fiery Mountain shouted again. He is joking, June giggled. He will never hear them. Fiery Mountain didn't know how to interact with the two. Rank 9 cultivators usually had unreasonable characters, but she didn't like how those younger experts didn't bother to show a tinge of respect toward her. Moreover, the various revelations were a bit too much for her to accept in mere seconds. Fiery Mountain's confusion slowly vanished, but pure annoyance replaced that feeling. She would have accepted collaborating with those two experts if they had treated her as a peer, but that arrogant and uncaring behavior was too disrespectful. She might be weaker than Noah and June, but she still carried the pride of a cultivator who had reached the 9th rank. I don't know who you are, and I don't care, Fiery Mountain stated. Leave me be, or I'll fight for my freedom. I've escaped heaven and earth. You won't be any different. Noah and June felt surprised. They actually liked that part of Fiery Mountain's character. She had the demeanor of a real rank 9 cultivator, even if her power didn't match her words. There might be hope for her, June admitted. Indeed, Noah agreed while scratching the side of his head and raising his voice. Look, we are getting out of here. Everything else is up to you. Still, tell me if you have any intention of joining heaven and earth. I'd rather kill you now in that case. How do you even dare insinuate that? Fiery Mountain snorted. I won't bend even if that means death. I'm starting to like her, June giggled. Behave? Noah scolded while caressing her head. You like me more when I don't behave, June teased, and the two soon started to flirt again. Fiery Mountain didn't know how to react to those two, but she decided to leave when she noticed that they were starting to get too intimate. The expert reached one of the few volcanoes left in the area, but the noises generated by Noah and June ended up preventing her from focusing on her cultivation. Lightning bolts and roars thundered throughout the separate reality while Fiery Mountain tried to focus. Faint moans also resounded among those loud noises. She couldn't understand whether Noah and June were having a romantic moment or fighting, but she soon realized that both options could be accurate. The expert didn't know how to feel about that, especially since she had to hear everything happening outside the volcano. It took a while for that event to end, but Fiery Mountain didn't get the chance to rejoice since explosions started to resound throughout the whole area. Earthquakes also filled the surface and forced the magma underground to spurt out of the various cracks that opened. Noah and June were chanting a symphony of destruction, and the matter soon became too much to bear. Fiery Mountain left the volcano angrily, with every intention to scold the two experts who kept ruining her seclusion. Yet, her rage vanished when her eyes fell on the environment that had been her home for countless years. The surface had disappeared. Only Fiery Mountain's volcano had remained vaguely intact, but everything else had fallen prey to the lava. Noah and June had destroyed everything except for her training area while she was away. You came out, Noah shouted from a distant spot in the sky. June was in his arms, and she immediately waved her hand to send sparks in the gaseous layers filling the sky. Her power flew until it generated a lightning bolt that fell right behind Fiery Mountain. The attack pierced the volcano and destroyed the last intact spot in the area. Everything fell prey to the lava by then, and Fiery Mountain could only stare in disbelief at the destructive power that the two experts had shown. She could have achieved something similar on her own, but she would have taken far longer to reach those results. Noah and June studied the sea of lava for a while, but they eventually gave up on the matter. They couldn't find anything there. The exit had to be somewhere else. What have you done? Fiery Mountain asked in a low tone. Searching for the exit, Noah explained. Obviously. How does this even fit as searching? Fiery Mountain questioned. You have destroyed every possible safe area. Do you have any idea how long it will take for the lava to solidify? It solidifies then, Noah whispered while his eyes darted across the area. What do you think? June asked. Maybe this labyrinth doesn't have an exit, Noah guessed. It's cursed, but we didn't find any real threat. Maybe the creator meant that the structure lacks essential features. The name would be a hint in that case, June added before pointing at Fiery Mountain. Still, she didn't see the banners. Maybe she missed them while escaping from heaven and Earth's perfect counter, Noah wondered. That's a stretch, June responded. It really is a stretch, Noah sighed. Yet, what else can we do? Exploring both sea and sky would take too long, and destroying them might remove materials meant for the creation of the exit. I don't want to wait for the area to generate more of them. How would you even create something for an unknown destination? June asked. By letting the area create it, Noah stated before expanding the dark world and sending flares of dark matter toward various spots of the area. The dark matter fused with the sea of lava, air, and a dense gaseous layer above. It studied the various materials in those different substances before coming up with a few conclusions. First of all, everything seemed to belong to the same family of materials. The substances had different fabrics and textures, and they also expressed multiple laws that often didn't match the others. However, They all featured something odd that experts could miss even with a thorough inspection. The lava, air, and smoke didn't carry anything special, but a few materials were peculiar. A chunk of the scorching liquid, part of the debris spewed out during the destruction, and the layer of smoke had substances that carried identical laws even if their textures and forms were different. That was theoretically impossible since the laws dictated the form and texture of a material. Cultivators, magical beasts, and hybrids were exceptions, but they still couldn't create two different items that carried identical true meanings. Noah obviously put his idea into motion. The dark matter gathered those materials and dragged them back inside the dark world. The workshop began to work on them as the ethereal blackness poured potential into his mind. A giant rectangular structure soon came to life, and its empty center began to tremble when it returned inside the separate reality. The giant door began to experience vortices once it touched the environment. It didn't seize energy. Actually, it seemed that the world was trying to help the project by sending waves of energy toward its edges. A proper portal appeared after the door spent a few minutes accumulating power. The areas on the other side were vague, but Noah and June could quickly confirm that heaven and earth didn't affect those places. The passage had always been hidden inside the separate reality, and Fiery Mountain realized that only now. Pure astonishment, regret, and relief mixed on her face as she stared at the giant door that connected the scorching environment to a different area. Noah retracted the dark world and stopped affecting the door. The passage was already working on its own, so his influence was unnecessary. The separate reality had accepted that he had found the answer, so it helped finalize it. The door's insides were bright green. A vibrant aura came out of it, but its details remained hidden by the space that separated the two environments. Noah, June, and Fiery Mountain could only confirm that the new place didn't carry any trace of heaven and earth's power. That last detail was more than enough to reassure the experts, but it was also superfluous. Noah and June didn't care about the potential presence of a trap due to their lack of other options. Instead, Fiery Mountain felt completely ecstatic at the idea that she could finally leave that broken environment. "What do you say?" Noah laughed while staring at the portal. "Do you want to follow us through this labyrinth?" Fiery Mountain's first instinct was to refuse the offer. She had witnessed the creation of the portal, so she would learn to replicate the process in a few years. However, Noah's aura exploded during his laugh, and she sensed a deep attraction to his power. Fiery Mountain didn't know how to explain what she was experiencing. Generally speaking, cultivators' worlds needed to expand their influence to grow. The presence of other powers would usually slow down that process. But Noah's aura generated the opposite feelings. The expert hesitated, but the situation was undeniable. Fiery Mountain had been unable to leave the separate reality for countless years, but Noah and June had found an exit in mere hours. They could be her ticket back to the higher plane, and Noah's unique aura only intensified her desire to follow them. Fiery Mountain snorted before suppressing her pride and approaching the two experts. Noah and June revealed cold smiles before moving toward the portal. The old cultivator followed them, and the three soon entered the giant door. The space-time array fell on the three experts and tried to teleport them. Fiery Mountain panicked for a second when she felt that the portal wanted to separate her from her new companions, but a dense aura suddenly enveloped her and fended of that worrying force. Noah made sure that the teleport affected the three of them in the same way. The three experts soon found themselves in a completely different environment filled with the same green light seen from the other side of the portal. It didn't take long before their vision stabilized and allowed them to inspect the flourishing vegetation in the new area. Giant trees and immense crowns filled every corner of the environment. Noah, June, and Fiery Mountain remained slightly stunned in front of such a massive number of magical plants. Bushes as tall as buildings and branches as large as mountains stretched toward the sky and created an area that did its best to hinder the expert's vision. Only a narrow space divided the rich vegetation from the environment's ceiling. The separate reality didn't even try to hide its borders on that floor. The area was immense but limited, and magical plants almost filled the entirety of its space. "What do you think?" June asked after she performed a quick inspection. Noah shook his head as he let his body and mind experience the environment. He took deep breaths to savor the different scents that reached the sky, and his instincts did their best to evaluate the various magical plants. Many of them were in the 9th rank, but they felt relatively harmless. I don't know much about magical plants, Noah admitted. Still, this floor seems different. I might actually surpass you in that field, June revealed. Let me study the area for a while. June left Noah's lap and dived into the flourishing vegetation. Meanwhile, Noah let his potential empower his mind before expanding his consciousness. He couldn't fill the entire area, but flares of mental waves shot out of his figure and explored the environment. He would soon gain a general idea of the whole floor. Fiery Mountain didn't want to appear useless, but she felt unable to help the two experts. She wasn't an expert in the magical plants field, and Noah's inspection seemed faster than anything she could summon. Sending her mental waves would only hinder his study. Don't worry, Noah stated without looking at his new companion. You have nothing to prove. Fiery Mountain opened her mouth, but no words came out of it. She found herself without anything to say. Actually, part of her wanted to remain silent while she inspected her new companions and bathed in Noah's dense aura. What exactly are you? Fiery Mountain instinctively asked without even realizing what she was about to say. I'm a mistake, Noah casually replied while continuing his inspection. I'm heaven and earth's greatest mistake. Fiery Mountain knew that there was far more inside Noah, but she suppressed her curiosity for now. She would have time to learn more about him. Remaining inside his influence was enough for now. June returned to the empty area right under the ceiling after a few hours. Noah only needed a look at her face to know that she didn't find anything valuable, but she still summarized the results of her inspection. Each magical plant belongs to the same species, but they are different. I can't find the same oddity from before. The key is different this time, Noah concluded before bringing his gaze back on the countless plants that expanded under him. His inspection had also been fruitless. Noah didn't find anything special. The area only had those giant magical plants that did nothing but grow. The separate reality seems to provide the energy for these magical plants. June continued her explanation. There is no ground. The base of this floor is a mass of roots that expand until the edges of the area. We can reach the bottom, but I'm afraid that destroying everything won't work this time. I agree, Noah sighed. Do they have any unique ability? Do you even recognize these magical plants? No, I've never seen nor studied them, June admitted. Yet, their ability is quite evident. They only want to thrive. Noah remained silent for a few seconds before raising his arm to place his hand on the ceiling. The sky there was azure, and the same went for the layer above him. The fabric of space twisted at his touch, but the cracks that opened under his fingertips only showed more azure light. Noah tried to repeat the process in a spot next to him. He waved his hand, and a crack opened, but more azure light came out of it. There seemed to be multiple layers of the sky around the area, so piercing the fabric of space wasn't a solution. Maybe we only need to make the magical plants reach the sky, Fiery Mountain suggested. I thought about that, June revealed. There is only a problem. We are pretty sure that they have already tried it, Noah continued. They? Fiery Mountain asked before three presences suddenly entered the range of her consciousness. Noah, June, Fiery Mountain turned toward the source of those presences. Three figures had appeared in the narrow space between the vast crowns and the ceiling. They had humanoid shapes, but roots and leaves covered their bodies and hid their features. Only their rank 9 auras were clear, and one of them even touched the liquid stage. Fiery Mountain instinctively took a step back. She was strong for her level, but she couldn't go past it with her power. Actually, the sole idea that someone could overcome the gaps among the stages of the 9th rank seemed unreal except in specific events. Instead, Noah and June felt entirely at ease. The two had already proven to themselves that their power alone was more than enough to overwhelm those three opponents, so they could focus on other details. The three experts were clearly cultivators, or at least they had been that before transforming into that mess of branches and leaves. Noah could sense that their bodies and worlds still existed behind the corruption applied by the plants growing from them, but everything felt muddled and hidden. The oddest detail was with the expert's power. Usually, stronger worlds would have a higher resistance against external influences or infections, but the roots were applying the opposite effect. The two cultivators in the gaseous stage still retained traces of their past selves in their auras, but the same didn't apply to their stronger companion. "I'm taking the stronger one," June announced while Noah was still thinking about the situation. Sparks began to crackle in June's eyes, and she even summoned her power to prepare for the imminent battle, but Noah pulled her from her robe before she could shoot forward. June shot a confused glance toward him, and he promptly shook his head. "They might know something about this area," Noah explained. "Also, we need allies. I promise I won't kill it until you find a solution," June swore while wearing an untrustworthy smile. Noah heaved a sigh as the demonic sword materialized in his left hand. June's eyes lit up at that gesture. She knew that he had given up on the matter, so she quickly shot toward the three experts. "Try to stop her from killing the strong one," Noah ordered without bothering to turn toward Fiery Mountain. "Don't let her kill you in the process." "There is a liquid stage cultivator among them," Fiery Mountain tried to complain. "I know," Noah sighed again. "There's only one liquid stage cultivator among them." Fiery Mountain frowned, but Noah didn't give her the time to question him any further since he shot ahead to chase June. The expert found herself alone in the sky, but she quickly decided to join the battle. A mass of lightning bolts exploded among the sky when June crashed on the liquid stage expert. The latter didn't cast any technique and faced her with its bare body, which managed to endure the impact. Some of its leaves shattered, but new ones quickly grew from the branches. June obviously took that as a challenge. Her figure became devoid of energy for an instant before releasing an even stronger power. Her level shot directly to the liquid stage, and the flora under her inevitably suffered. Noah arrived right after June exploded with her second wave of power. He quickly unfolded the dark world to contain her destruction and gain better control over the battlefield before dividing the three experts. They didn't even realize that an external force had teleported them to different areas. Fiery Mountain had started to follow Noah when the dark world enveloped her in its dark waves. She initially raised her guard but slowly relaxed when she realized that the technique didn't hinder her movements or senses. Actually, she felt stronger than ever inside those black crystals. Fiery Mountain could inspect everything clearly. She knew that Noah had told her to handle June, but she had no intention to affect that battle. She tried to step toward one of the isolated gaseous stage experts, but she suddenly discovered that the dark world had brought her closer to June's fight. A random lightning bolt flew past Fiery Mountain and alerted her survival instincts. That attack would have left her severely injured if it had hit her directly, and her desire to avoid that fight only intensified after that realization. However, when she tried to take a step back, the dark world brought her even closer to the center of that battlefield. Noah decided to ignore most of what was happening on the battlefield with June, Fiery Mountain, and the liquid stage expert to focus on the two gaseous stage cultivators. The dark world was strong enough to keep them imprisoned in its black crystals, so he didn't need to act to reinforce the suppression. Yet, he still approached one of them to study it. Noah casually waved the demonic sword to launch a slash. The attack didn't carry much of his power, but the dark world enhanced it before locking the gaseous stage expert in its position. The slash slammed on the expert, but Noah immediately understood that he didn't inflict any damage. Some leaves had shattered, but the branches had kept the overall figure intact. Noah's eyes sharpened as he waved the demonic sword again. A roar echoed through the dark world as the blade unleashed its true power. The dark world locked the expert in its position again, but for a very different reason at that time. The technique had to make sure that it survived the attack. The slash crashed on the expert's left shoulder and severed it cleanly. The branches couldn't block anything when Noah attacked seriously, and the injury gave him the chance to inspect the cultivator's insides. It turned out that some of the expert's internal organs had survived the transformation. The cultivator wasn't really human anymore, but it retained part of its original form. Of course, Noah didn't care about the internal structure. He wanted to see if he could find more traces of the expert's world, but his inspection failed. Still, he managed to understand the details behind the transformation during that study. The branches weren't parasites. They weren't even independent magical plants either. The cultivator seemed to have transformed into something that resembled the vegetation below. How can these plants affect a cultivator so deeply? Noah wondered before creating a 6-armed dragon through the workshop and sending it at the area's base. Noah, June, and Fiery Mountain had reached the same conclusion after studying the environment for a bit. The magical plants wanted to grow, but the separate reality didn't give them enough energy to reach the sky, so the three had thought to provide the fuel needed to complete that process. It was safe to assume that anyone would reach similar conclusions after inspecting the environment. Proper experts in the magical plants field might have different ideas if they recognized the species inside the separate reality. Still, Noah believed that the three tainted experts had tried to give their energy to the flora, and he didn't hesitate to test his theory. The 6-armed dragon reached one of the weaker magical plants and started to send its power to the roots that made the ground. It wasn't hard for a being made of dark matter to create something suitable for that flora, and the latter wasn't demanding in terms of quality either. Almost everything could work as fuel. Nevertheless, a foreign force began to affect the 6-armed dragon as soon as it started feeding the weak magical plant. The infection spread quickly, even if it came from a specimen in the 8th rank. It seemed that the disposable beast's innate defenses didn't have any effect against that force, and Noah soon sensed something coming toward him. The infection knew that Noah was the 6-armed dragon's source. It sent its energy from the creature toward him through an ethereal channel connected to his world. Noah could stop the energy to end the infection right away, but he let it fly toward him for a while to inspect its nature. He couldn't explain how a mere rank 8 magical plants could overcome his disposable rank 9 dragon. There had to be something unique there, and he had every intention to find it. The time in his vision slowed down as the ethereal blackness poured potential inside his mind. Noah studied the infection flying toward him and trying to approach his world. That strange energy was dense, and it didn't match the power signature of the magical plant that the 6-armed dragon had fed. Where does it come from? Noah wondered as the infection was about to end up on him. The infection didn't destroy the dragon's innate defenses. The latter simply didn't activate when the foreign energy entered its body, and Noah didn't know how to explain it. Is it an innate ability? Noah asked himself while detonating the 6-armed dragon. The disposable creature exploded and damaged many magical plants with the raging waves of energy that its body released. Most specimens in the 8th rank directly dissolved under that force, and the same went for the infection trying to reach Noah. The environment didn't react to the event. The other magical plants didn't seem to care that a hole had appeared among their array of roots. Noah could even see the separate realities base providing more fuel to regrow the destroyed bushes and trees, but the process appeared incredibly slow. Noah quickly created another disposable dragon through the workshop and sent it downward. He couldn't find answers through a single inspection, but the 2 gaseous stage opponents weren't a problem, and June was taking care of the liquid stage cultivator. He had the time to perform a thorough study. 6-armed dragons flew out of the dark world, reached the array of roots at the bottom of the separate reality, and exploded when the infection was about to touch Noah's world. He relied on the entirety of his senses to study that unique energy to find special features or details that he had missed during previous inspections. Pattern eventually became evident. The infection carried the same type of energy every time. It didn't matter which specimens the dragons targeted. The magical plants always released the same invasive power even if their structure wouldn't usually be able to discharge something so strong. They are connected, Noah eventually concluded. That was the only possible answer to the strange phenomenon. The magical plants shared the type of energy used to infect other beings, but another problem soon appeared. Noah confirmed that the invasive power couldn't come from the actual roots, branches, and trunks. At first, Noah had believed that the invasive power was simply unique enough to ignore the structural inadequacy of some weak magical plants and the dragon's innate defenses. However, it soon became clear that the answer was in between those hypotheses. The infection could ignore the dragon's innate defenses because it tried to improve those creatures. The branches and leaves that the invasive power forced to grow among the scales and dark matter reinforced the disposable magical beast. The same applied to the cultivators. The three infected experts featured high defensive capabilities, even if they had sacrificed their sanity and worlds to obtain them. The infection could bypass the innate defenses by masking itself as a positive force, but its power remained too high for most magical plants. After all, tricking the senses of rank 9 beings wasn't an easy feat, so that power had to be somewhere near the peak of the 9th rank. Of course, magical plants in the 7th and 8th rank didn't have the structural stability to work as channels for such a dense invasive power. Even some specimens in the 9th rank would struggle to release something so strong. Yet, none of them showed any damage after infecting the dragons and trying to affect Noah's world. The only possible explanation was that the magical plants didn't send that invasive power. The infection had to have a different source, and Noah sacrificed countless disposable dragons to find it. Noah's eyes lit up at some point. He left the dark world and let it handle the battlefield. Meanwhile, the space-time array replaced the green spectacle in his vision as he placed a hand on the fabric of the separate reality. His fingers pierced the fabric of space and created 5 cracks that expanded as he swung his hand. The 5 fissures tried to close, but Noah promptly sent his energy forward and forced them to enlarge. A large hole soon took form, but its shape was unclear since the azure light flowing from its insides fused with the natural color of the sky. Noah obviously knew where the crack's edges stood. He could easily keep track of the 2 different layers of the separate reality, and his aura expressed his destructiveness to enlarge the passage. The hole soon transformed into a vertical gorge that allowed him to study everything standing under the floor. The area under the separate reality's fabric appeared empty. The clear azure sky seemed to fill the entirety of its limited space, but Noah eventually found a green spot in the distance. The figure didn't notice him, and he didn't hesitate to launch a massive slash toward it. The slash made the reality's fabric tremble as it absorbed energy and grew. The figure eventually noticed the attack, but it didn't get the chance to dodge it. An explosion happened before that green shadow could move, and a screeching noise followed the rumbling sounds released by the raging black waves. Noah knew that his slash didn't destroy the figure. His consciousness had been unable to reach the green figure, but his instincts had been clear. The green shadow was in the upper tier. The waves of black energy continued to rage, but an array of sharp roots suddenly pierced them to shoot toward the crack. Noah revealed a cold smile when he saw those green limbs stretching toward him at high speed. His instincts screamed in fear, but he didn't move. When the first root barged inside the other layer of the separate reality, Noah summoned his understanding of space to close the crack. The demonic sword also roared while flashing with a dark light. The green limb was about to slam on the center of his forehead, but it lost power before it could complete the attack. The demonic sword had severed the root, and the giant crack had closed before other attacks could reach that side of the separate reality. Noah released dark matter to envelop the severed limb and study it through his enhanced mind. The green root tried to dissolve, but the dark matter kept it in one piece. The power released by the severed plant attempted to infect the higher energy, but Noah replaced every spot that started to transform. Something immediately became evident. Noah knew that he had found the source of the infections, and studying it might open the path for a cure. The severed root struggled inside the dark matter, but the latter prevented most of its functions. The green limb couldn't dissolve or escape the suppression, and Noah made sure to replace everything that got infected. Meanwhile, Noah enhanced his mind's capabilities to study the root. He had found the very source of the infection, so he wanted to develop a cure. His plan didn't only involve the upper-tier magical plant seen in the other layer of the separate reality. He also wanted to save the 3 experts to increase his number of allies. The dark matter around the root acted as an extension of his mind and helped him study the tough and strange limb coming from the plant that the separate reality had tried to hide. The upper-tier specimen was beyond odd. It had a solid structure, but it appeared able to turn into infective energy in an instant. Noah couldn't identify its original form during the inspection. The upper-tier magical plant resembled one of Snor's earlier versions. Depending on the situation, it could be solid, gaseous, and ethereal, and each state carried different features. The solid state carried the toughness proper of an upper-tier specimen. The root was only a mere limb, but Noah could guess that the trunk wouldn't be so easy to cut. The same went for the branches near the magical plant. It seemed that the distance from the main body affected the innate defenses of that structure. The gaseous state began to carry the infective properties. Branches and leaves started to grow from the dark matter whenever the root tried to disperse among that prison. But Noah never let the infection spread. He controlled it perfectly as his study continued. The ethereal state was extremely peculiar. The magical plant used it to pierce the layer that divided the two layers of the separate reality. It could send its energy in the flora around Noah in that form. As for the channel, the upper-tier specimen used the connection created whenever the cultivators tried to give their energy to the roots. After confirming those features, Noah moved to a deeper study of the root. The dark matter took different forms as it tried to find cures and counters to the infective energy. The magical plant was in the upper tier, so the project was far from easy. However, Noah had access to superior fuels, and his ethereal blackness could improve them. The difference in power wasn't an issue for him. Noah studied the root while the dark world suppressed the three tainted experts. June continued to fight the liquid stage cultivator, and Fiery Mountain slowly accepted her role during that battle. The battle grew harsher as June gained access to higher forms of energy. Fiery Mountain quickly found herself unable to create defenses against June's attacks, so she focused on saving the liquid stage cultivator whenever the situation became too dangerous. Fiery Mountain felt stunned whenever June unleashed an attack that surpassed her previous technique in terms of sheer power. The old expert couldn't understand the nature and reason behind June's world. She could guess how it functioned, but the sole idea of something with unlimited potential felt impossible to comprehend. Still, June barely cared about the presence of that ally. She unleashed her lightning bolts without holding anything back, and her opponent soon started to suffer serious injuries. Her attacks had begun to pierce the defensive layer of branches and leaves long ago, and they had begun to leave holes in the expert's body during the last phases of her offensive. Noah was doing his best to ignore June and Fiery Mountain. He didn't want to affect their battle or scold June about her approach, but he kept track of the liquid stage expert state. The many holes that June had started to open in the liquid stage cultivator forced Noah to accelerate his study, and a solution slowly began to take form. The infection transformed the cultivators by fusing with their bodies and enhancing some of their features. In theory, the process wasn't harmful, which was the very reason behind its dangerousness. The innate defenses didn't recognize the infection as a threat, so they let it pass. That feature caused problems for Noah since he would find it hard to differentiate the infected parts from those that still retained traces of the original world. Reverting the transformation seemed impossible in those conditions, so his cure had to follow a different procedure. Noah thought and experimented with the root until he perfected the procedure. His idea was complicated and required a long transformation, but he did his best to simplify it. His priority was to save the liquid stage cultivator from June as soon as possible. Noah returned inside the dark world and activated the workshops. His dark matter had already built connections with the three experts, and he used them to study everything that seemed connected to their original world. Bringing them to their state before the transformation was impossible, but he could achieve something decent as long as they didn't completely forget about their true selves. The workshops built 3 different chrysalides through a fusion of dark matter and pieces of the 3 cultivators. Noah wanted to make sure to create the perfect environment where the 3 experts could allow their true selves to grow and find their worlds. He couldn't do much more from them due to how deeply the transformation had affected their existence. Once the workshops completed the chrysalides, Noah shot toward the 3 cultivators and put them inside the items. He had to suffer a direct hit from June's lightning bolts during the process, but the attack didn't leave any injury since the dark world weakened it before the impact. The dark world dispersed afterward. Noah, June, and Fiery Mountain reappeared among the azure sky, and their attention quickly went on the 3 oval chrysalides floating next to them. The 2 women could sense the 3 experts from inside the structures, but their senses soon went on the faint strands of energy released in the environment. "What are you doing to them?" Fiery Mountain asked as her senses told her to stay away from those strands of energy. "You could have let me fight it for a bit longer," June complained. "Our future allies need to be alive," Noah scolded before sighing. "I'm forcing out of their worlds everything belonging to the infection. There won't be much left of them after the process is over, but my energy can help rebuild part of them, hopefully." "What now then?" June asked as she crossed her legs. "We wait," Noah explained. "I need to keep track of the process and adjust it according to their personal needs. After that, we'll go after the true enemy of this floor." "True enemy?" Fiery Mountain questioned. "There is a magical plant in the upper tier in a hidden dimensional layer," Noah revealed. "I believed we have to defeat it to clear this floor." "Upper tier," Fiery Mountain exclaimed as she tried to calculate the amount of power her group would have to amass to defeat such a powerful opponent. However, her surprise soon turned into worry when she saw June's excited smile. Noah, June, and Fiery Mountain remained in the sky while the three chrysalides continued to separate the cultivators from their infected parts. The process was extremely slow, but its positive effects eventually became evident. The change didn't happen immediately. The chrysalides had to push away a lot of infected energy before the faint shapes of the original worlds could become clear. The liquid stage expert also took longer to regain a part of its real power, and its state remained slightly vague even after results appeared. The two gaseous stage experts had it easier since the infection had left part of their previous worlds intact. Their power fell as they lost their tainted energy, but the dark matter in the chrysalides made sure to help them fill the gaps created by the procedure. The energy required by gaseous stage worlds was immense, especially while they were trying to heal. The chrysalides started to lose power as the process continued, but Noah constantly refilled his creations with dark matter. He also modified his higher energy multiple times to create the perfect environment for each expert. The chrysalides' structure and the auras around them often changed as Noah adapted his dark matter to what he learnt about the cultivators. He could improve the three different environments as the three experts retrieved parts of their true selves, and he didn't hesitate to rely on the ethereal blackness to enhance his efforts. Noah could handle the gaseous stage experts without needing his potential, but the liquid stage cultivator began to show significant improvements only after his ethereal blackness came into play. The process felt endless since the separate reality didn't offer any distraction. Noah also had to keep track of his chrysalides, so June couldn't disturb him too much. She often teased Fiery Mountain, but the two women eventually grew bored of those interactions and focused on their cultivation level. A change happened when the first chrysalis started to crumble. June and Fiery Mountain immediately interrupted their cultivation to turn toward Noah, but they relaxed when they noticed that he wasn't worried. Everything was part of the procedure, so Noah let the event happen without affecting it. The chrysalis crumbled, and its shards fused with the human figure inside it. The expert's world was still unstable in that state, and its power had yet to return to its original level. However, a vortex soon came out of the cultivator's figure and began to absorb the energy in the environment. Noah acted at that point. He had long since memorized the structure of the woman's world, so his dark matter could transform into the perfect healing fuel. Waves of higher energy left his body and filled the vortex while the cultivator remained dormant. Her power started to rise, but she continued to sleep. The second chrysalis shattered while the first was in the middle of the last phase of the healing process. A man came out of it and created a second vortex after the structure's shards fused with his figure. Noah quickly sent a different wave of dark matter to the second vortex before moving his attention to the last chrysalis. The liquid stage expert had yet to come out, but that was within his calculations. The woman eventually opened her eyes. Her world activated and started spreading its influence through the sky, but something cracked during the process, leading her to spit a mouthful of blood. The panic in the woman's eyes was evident, but Noah promptly unfolded the dark world to suppress her power and review the current state of her world. It soon became clear that a few parts of her energy had yet to stabilize, so he forced her to remain still until everything reached a decent harmony. The experience with the woman allowed Noah to find instabilities in the man's world before they could cause problems. He quickly fixed what he noticed and let the expert continue to absorb the dark matter to regain his power. The man didn't need Noah to suppress him. He slowly woke up and unleashed his aura before taking it back in his figure once his awareness returned. A confused expression appeared on his face, and his eyes moved among Noah, June, and Fiery Mountain before widening when they fell on the various magical plants. The cultivator opened his mouth, but no words came out of it. The event confused the man even more, but he closed his eyes and concentrated before managing to voice a simple line. "I'll rest for a bit." The man crossed his legs and started cultivating. Noah inspected his world for a bit before deciding to ignore him. The cultivator had already gone past the dangerous phase of his recovery. Everything else depended on him. Something similar happened when the woman's world finally stabilized. She took longer to realize the nature of her situation, but she also decided to cultivate after sensing her condition. Noah could move the entirety of his focus on the last chrysalis at that point, but the situation looked far from good. The man and the woman eventually stopped cultivating and opened their eyes to inspect their surroundings again. Clarity finally filled their gazes and expressions, but they found themselves staring at random spots of the area from time to time. "Are they okay?" June asked when she noticed that odd behavior. "I couldn't bring back everything," Noah sighed without moving his gaze away from the chrysalis. "They are probably trying to remember pieces of their lives." "Did you rebuild 2 different worlds with your energy?" Fiery Mountain asked without hiding her astonishment. "Technically, they built them on their own," Noah explained. "I only provided the fuel." "Only the fuel?" Fiery Mountain shook her head. "Do you realize how incredible something like that is?" "I know that it's incredible," Noah responded, "though it's only normal for my organization. One of its members is even better than me at this." "Better how?" Fiery Mountain asked as she tried to imagine the power of that expert. "He would have probably managed to save him too," Noah stated as the chrysalis shattered and revealed an inhuman figure that only vaguely resembled a man. The scene attracted everyone's attention. The experts in the sky inspected the inhuman figure losing pieces of its body as it slowly fell apart. Noah's dark matter still tried to heal it, but it was clear that the process wasn't working. "There wasn't much left of him," Noah continued. "His world was also deeper than the others. It would have been different if I had memories or something similar, but alas." Noah waved his hand, and the dark matter that was healing the expert began to destroy him. The inhuman figure quickly turned into a wave of energy that Noah inspected thoroughly before absorbing inside his body. The black crystal purified the energy and sent it toward different parts of Noah's body. He barely felt that power, and he didn't even care about it. His ethereal blackness slightly expanded, but that was it. "What do you remember?" Noah eventually asked while glancing at the 2 cultivators who had just retrieved their human shapes. The man and the woman exchanged a glance before approaching Noah silently. They didn't know each other, but they both kneeled before him as a sign of obedience and respect. The 2 gaseous stage cultivators had yet to achieve a perfect state, but the group wasn't in a hurry. Both had lost part of themselves when Noah rebuilt them. They were fine, but they needed their new forms to develop for a bit so that they could grow used to their power. Noah, June, and Fiery Mountain used that time to get to know their new companions. Both of them had a middle-aged appearance, but the man had a far older look. His short dark hair had grown white near his temples, and the same had happened to a few spots of his unkempt beard. Still, his blue eyes radiated pure vitality and might. Instead, the woman looked far more youthful, even if she retained a mature appearance. Her long black hair resembled silk as she floated through the still sky, and the light radiated by her brown eyes created a captivating gaze. She was enchanting, and she didn't hesitate to express that feature whenever Noah inspected her. Of course, that behavior aroused June's anger, but the 2 women settled the matter quickly. A series of cold glances from June's side and a few intimate interactions with Noah were more than enough to mark her territory. Noah also played his role in making the gaseous stage cultivator understand his position in his relationship, so everything ended up peacefully. The man went by the title of Old Tyrant, and his world was able to subdue the matter in its range. That ability went beyond the simple taking control of the laws in the environment. It allowed the cultivator to create different life forms that echoed his power, and the complexity of those creatures determined their might. Instead, the woman's name was Gabrielle, and her world had the ability to spread a barrage of purple crystals that enhanced her energy if it passed through them. Her techniques were rather hard to use since she needed to prepare the battlefield to express her true power, but they felt incredible nonetheless. June and Fiery Mountain had seen the two cultivators expand their worlds while they recovered, but only Noah could claim to know them deeply. His dark matter had been a core material in reconstructing their existence, so he could confirm that they were valuable allies. Old Tyrant and Gabrielle had submitted to Noah as soon as they healed, and that state didn't change as they expanded their power. Noah also sensed his ethereal blackness stretching during the process. He had rebuilt the two cultivators, so they added potential to his world as they grew stronger. The calm and peaceful situation in the sky couldn't last forever, and unrest soon started to spread as both Old Tyrant and Gabrielle became used to their new state. Everyone wanted to leave, and Noah didn't hesitate to make the hunt start. "Is everyone ready?" Noah asked while glancing at his companions. June wore a broad smile, but the others didn't share her confidence. Noah had described the magical plant hidden in the other dimension of the separate reality, and their group appeared unsuited for such a challenging hunt. Still, Fiery Mountain had already seen Noah and June express power that went far beyond their level, and the other two experts felt that their lives belonged to Noah now. They wouldn't refuse a call to arms, even if that meant fighting an upper-tier specimen. The faint anxiety and hesitation in the three experts didn't satisfy Noah, but he let the matter go. Old Tyrant and Gabrielle had also been stuck inside the cursed labyrinth for a long time, so they weren't aware of the powers that had appeared inside the higher plane. It would take the two experts time to understand that cultivators, hybrids, and magical beasts were doing their best to approach the final battle, which required strength beyond regular labels. Noah or June's levels had to be the norm to join the fight against heaven and earth, and the two of them had every intention to show their might during the journey across the labyrinth. Noah didn't wait for verbal confirmations. His fingers soon stabbed the fabric of space and opened a giant crack that led to the dimension hidden under that floor. A screeching noise immediately came out of it, but Noah didn't give his companions the time to inspect the area. He unfolded the dark world, enveloped his group, and brought everyone through the fissure. Flares of dark matter expanded as soon as the dark world seeped past the crack. The higher energy created giant pillars that tried to stretch in every corner of the area, and the almost empty scene soon saw a giant black spiderweb taking control of the azure sky. The hidden dimension was bigger than the other, but it was also mostly empty. Only the upper-tier magical plant occupied it. Still, its roots seemed able to stretch endlessly, and they didn't hesitate to pierce the many black crystals that expanded in their reign. Noah had learnt a lot about the infection during the healing process. Old Tyrant and Gabrielle didn't develop any immunity after their transformation, so the upper-tier magical plant was as deadly as ever. Even Noah had to pay attention to its annoying power. The dark world was necessary to keep the group's presence hidden. Noah made his technique create countless pillars so that his companions could move freely in the area without fearing the roots. The roots tried to infect the dark world by sending their energy inside the various pillars, but Noah slashed his swords relentlessly as he moved through his black crystals. His technique then made sure to redirect his attacks toward every area that required assistance, allowing him to suppress every threat before it became too dangerous. The dark world also echoed Noah's ambition, and his companions could benefit from it as they moved through the various pillars and flares. June, Fiery Mountain, Old Tyrant, and Gabrielle experienced the empowerment that only Noah's potential could provide, and they didn't hold back from expressing their new might once they reached suitable positions. June took a spot in a pillar standing above the magical plant. Many roots had pierced that structure, but slashes had flown through the crystals to destroy them and suppress the infective energy. She could let her perfect circuit perform many cycles and send everything it produced between her hands to give birth to a crackling spear. Fiery Mountain settled herself in a pillar under the magical plant. She gave birth to a massive fuming giant that slowly condensed itself into a smaller form. Rivers of lava came out of its rocky structure from time to time, but the black crystals around it made sure to preserve that power. Noah let Old Tyrant take control of the black crystals around him. The expert created a series of copies of himself before fusing them to create a giant head that carried his facial features. The structure amassed power, and a blue light began to shine inside its mouth when it opened it. Gabrielle had to remain behind and pick one of the largest pillars. Her purple crystals mixed with the black environment, but she quickly sent waves of energy toward them. Her attacks ricocheted among those structures and amassed power as they prepared themselves to fuse into a single massive beam. Then, when Noah slashed his blades forward, everyone unleashed their attacks, and the upper-tier magical plant found itself caught into a storm of energy. The magical plant survived the first barrage of attacks, but many of its roots shattered. Still, they released their infective energy before falling apart, which transformed the area around the specimen into a dead zone that no one could approach. Noah had to cut away some of the pillars near the plant due to that infective energy. He had learnt a lot about those dangerous properties, but his power wasn't enough to fend it off when it came in such massive quantity. Yet, he quickly adjusted the layout of the dark world to create more safe areas from where his companions could launch their offensive. The hunt entered a cycle of attacks and adjustments. Each exchange made the magical plant lose large chunks of its body, which mostly consisted of roots and branches, but they also generated waves of infective energy that tried to take control of the area. Noah and the others had to launch a series of attacks to vanquish that infective energy before focusing their offensive on the magical plant again. The process allowed the upper-tier specimen to regrow part of its body and launch its roots toward the dark world, but its attempts to reach the experts failed every time. Noah demonstrated his excellent battle experience, control of the space-time array, and understanding of his opponent as the exchanges unfolded. June had never doubted him, but the others soon accepted that they could rely entirely on him and focus on their attacks. The dark world didn't only protect the group from the incoming attacks and infective energy. Noah teleported the experts toward better locations and improved the enhancements on their abilities as the battle continued. The more he learnt, the better he could support his companions, and the latter found themselves stunned in front of his expertise. The flexibility of the dark world also created waves of stupor in Fiery Mountain, Old Tyrant, and Gabrielle's minds. Noah's technique could perform multiple actions at the same time even if they had different purposes. Moreover, the potential that enhanced their abilities left them completely stunned. There seemed to be no limit to what Noah could achieve with his power. The matter felt even more incredible when Fiery Mountain thought about a past conversation. Noah had claimed that there was someone better than him when it came to supporting methods, but her mind couldn't fathom the existence of such an expert. Noah already appeared as an unparalleled monster, and learning the higher plane had more existences like him made her accept that joining heaven and earth's cancer wasn't only her best option. It was necessary for her very world. The magical plant slowly revealed its true form as the offensive continued. Noah and the others managed to get closer to the specimen as attacks never stopped leaving their figures, and a giant green trunk soon entered the range of their senses. The upper-tier magical plant wasn't as big as heaven and earth's tree, but it remained immense. Moreover, its branches and roots resembled snakes that could stretch endlessly, and the threatening infective energy that they released had the power to end the battle in a single blow. Fiery Mountain, Old Tyrant, and Gabrielle felt sure that the battle would have been impossible without Noah. They didn't even take into consideration the sheer difference in power between them and their opponent in that evaluation. The dark world was literally saving their lives every time the roots and branches flew toward them. The upper-tier magical plant was a formidable opponent. Its infective energy alone was enough to place it above the average of most specimens at the same level, but its endless roots and immense resilience only improved its status. However, Noah was perfect. His dark world made every attack from the magical plant useless, and his slashes remained the most threatening aspect of the joint offensive. June didn't fall too much behind. Her crackling spears transformed into proper pillars of orange light that released dark halos as her perfect circuit provided her with better energy. At times, Her attacks even threatened to surpass the sheer power carried by Noah's offensive. Old Tyrant, Fiery Mountain, and Gabrielle did their best to match the power unleashed by their companions. Their worlds couldn't reach Noah and June's levels, but the potential flowing through the dark world and the enhancements provided by the dark matter made them able to hurt the magical plant. And that was enough for the hunt. The magical plant could only continue to lose pieces of its body. Its seemingly endless resilience couldn't do anything without energy to absorb or targets to infect. Its roots and branches eventually vanished, and its trunk soon crumbled. Shards of its existence tried to regrow and expand, but Noah's group never stopped attacking. The situation didn't change even after Fiery Mountain, Old Tyrant, and Gabrielle stopped sensing the presence of the magical plant. Noah didn't allow them to halt their offensive, and the fabric of space in the area inevitably suffered from that decision. The hidden dimension showed an even deeper layer of the floor as the destruction unfolded. The area featured the same azure sky as the other environments, but it was empty and even a bit unstable. It was clear that the creator of the labyrinth didn't plan for the contestants to reach that place. "That's enough," Noah ordered at that point through a roar that everyone could understand. The crystals of the dark world transformed into currents that flew back inside Noah. The four experts were continuing to fuel their attacks, but they put an end to their offensive when the azure sky shone around them. A sense of weakness immediately fell on the four experts and Noah. The potential had enhanced their power for a long time, and they had to pay the price for that. Noah didn't let his companions endure everything on their own. He opened a passage for the area filled with magical plants and performed a few tests with his six-armed dragons. The flora didn't try to infect his world anymore, so he quickly turned everything into energy. The dark world expanded again and began to send the absorbed energy toward the experts. Noah kept most of it for June and himself, but no one dared to complain after witnessing the power that they were capable of unleashing. Nevertheless, a foreign force fell on the dark world before the experts could recover. The cursed labyrinth tried to teleport everyone away, and Noah let the structure do its work after stabilizing the spacetime array around his group. The environment changed in a matter of seconds. Purple light replaced the azure sky, and an immense, dense sea expanded in every direction. The dark world reappeared right above those dark green waters, and Noah quickly brought it away from that place. Noah had saved the energy absorbed from the magical plants, so the group could continue recovering from the drawbacks caused by his potential. Still, Noah didn't waste time during the process. A series of six-armed dragons left the dark world and began to explore the area while everyone was busy healing. "Ooh!" Noah couldn't help but exclaim in his mind when he sensed his six-armed dragons falling apart as soon as they entered the sea. "We have company." Noah couldn't be wrong. His instincts had started to send clear signals as soon as the labyrinth teleported the dark world on the third floor, and those sensations had only intensified after the inspection of the green sea. There was something that spoke his language in those waters, but he didn't rush downward. The energy saved inside the dark world continued to heal the experts. June was the first to recover completely, and the three cultivators followed. Noah had taken the biggest chunk of fuel, but his centers of power required far more than his companions, so he ended up being the last to recover. Nothing happened while the dark world hovered among the purple sky. The third floor was almost identical to the second, with only the green sea instead of the thick flora. Still, the presence of life forms in the waters made everything more complicated, and Noah couldn't explain why they had let his technique be after his inspection. Noah's senses, instincts, and short inspection had confirmed that the sea contained a numerous pack of magical beasts. He didn't manage to reach their leaders, but the feelings that he experienced told him that there was at least one upper-tier specimen in the area. However, Noah didn't know whether those creatures were part of the trial or not. The first floor had required a key hidden among the laws in the area. The second had wanted the defeat of the upper-tier magical plants and the following extermination of the flora. The third was still unclear, and Noah wanted to gain a better idea of the area before meeting the pack. After completing the healing process and dispersing all the drawbacks, Noah made his preparations to leave the dark world. The workshops created an army of powerful six-armed dragons, and the companions in his arsenal expanded their senses to be ready to support Noah. Those inside the dark world could see through the black crystals as if they were transparent. Noah wasn't hiding anything, and June inevitably voiced a question at the sight of her preparations. "Are we going out?" Noah knew what it meant when June's eyes shone like that. She had understood something, and the event didn't surprise him. June wasn't a hybrid, but she had gained access to a similar power in the past, and her current form placed her body near the peak of what cultivators could achieve. It was only regular for her instincts to be sharp. "The sea is full of magical beasts," Noah revealed. "They are strong. I want to recruit them, but I need to check for eventual connections to the floor first." "So?" June asked. "So I must go alone," Noah explained. "You know how magical beasts are. If they are as old as our 3 new companions, there is a high chance that they might take the presence of a cultivator as an insult." Noah was speaking the truth. He would never stop June from getting into a potential fight, but the environments inside the cursed labyrinth were old, far older than him. The creatures and experts there didn't get the chance to experience the many changes suffered by the higher plane. Many of them believed that the 3 great factions were still fighting over the world. Noah didn't fear an all-out battle against the pack. That was one of the possible paths toward getting new allies in the end. However, he would have to defeat the leaders for that, and those powerful specimens were his real targets. He didn't have the time to groom weaklings. Heaven and earth were too close to the final fight. June didn't like having to remain behind, but she understood that some matters needed touch that she wasn't able to provide. She rolled her eyes, shot toward Noah, and left a long kiss on his lips before resuming her cultivation inside the dark world. Noah left the dark world, and his army expanded through the purple sky. Everything seemed normal. The separate reality had clear borders, at least in its upper part. Noah even pierced the fabric of space to inspect the dimension hidden under the area, but the latter was empty, devoid of surprises or secret opponents. The lack of clues or unique features forced Noah to accept that the magical beasts could be a core part of the test. He didn't like that outcome, but he couldn't change the reality of the situation. After a second and thorough inspection of the sky, he began his descent toward the Green Sea, and the army of 6-armed dragons followed behind him. The green waters were incredibly cold. That temperature obviously didn't affect Noah's body, but it was low enough to make him experience some discomfort. That detail was extremely odd. Noah didn't feel anything similar from the previous inspection of the 6-armed dragons, and the same happened now that his underlings dived inside the sea. His disposable creatures experienced a drop in the temperatures, but the event was so faint that they barely perceived it. "Does it react to my aura?" Noah wondered as he continued to dive deeper into the sea with his army. Nothing attacked his dragons at that time. Noah couldn't even find life forms through his consciousness. The pack had gone into hiding, and he didn't know whether everything was a big trap or not. Potential started to flow out of the ethereal blackness to enter Noah's body. It was far from smart to rely so heavily on his ambition after going through a heavy round of drawbacks, but Noah didn't care. His resilience would compensate for any stress that his reckless behavior forced his centers of power to accumulate. A growl suddenly generated soft sound waves that spread through the green waters. Giant bubbles also started to rise toward the surface from an area that Noah couldn't reach with his consciousness. Still, he didn't need his mental waves to recognize a warning. The pack's leader didn't want him there. "I've come to talk," Noah roared, and his voice spread in every direction. Some of his sound waves even left the sea to echo among the purple sky. Silence followed his announcement, but Noah waited. Even his army stopped advancing. He was doing his best to show respect toward that pack, and his approach turned out to be correct. Another sound wave spread from the depths of the Green Sea, and Noah recognized it as a summoning that carried various details. He had to leave his army behind and continue his descent alone. The pack's leader wouldn't accept other conditions for the meeting. The black crystals sent waves of dark matter inside his body and created a series of new black vessels. The unstable substance started to flow toward them to bring his physical strength to its limits. Noah began his descent after achieving his best physical form. His dragons remained behind, and some even left the sea to act as guards for the dark world. The technique didn't really need them, but they did it anyway. The green waters grew clearer as Noah continued to descend. Except for the purple sky, the area lacked light sources, so Noah didn't understand the reason behind that brightness. Yet, the answers to his questions arrived as soon as he reached the seabed. The sandy and rocky ground under the sea featured immense, vein-like structures that flashed with a pale green light every few seconds. That behavior made Noah think about an actual living being, but he had never seen anything so vast. Finding that strange detail made Noah happy. Those veins seemed to have no connection to the pack, meaning that he could recruit the various creatures without endangering his chances to leave the floor. Of course, everything was still too vague to be sure, but Noah still considered that discovery great news. "What brings a creature like you here?" A deep human voice resounded through the waters as a vast figure became clear next to the closest vein. "I have entered the cursed labyrinth, and now I'm here," Noah growled as more details appeared in his view. The vein appeared even more majestic in that form. It was one of the few sources of illumination in the area, but that was more than enough for Noah. He didn't need to see to study his potential opponents, but interest inevitably appeared on his face when his eyes fell on the leader. As Noah had predicted, the pack leader was an upper-tier creature that seemed to border the level of the four dragons. Still, he didn't expect it to belong to a species of giant turtle-type magical beasts. "It's rare to have visitors here," the giant horned turtle exclaimed as the immense vein flashed at its side. "You won't be able to eat any of us," Noah stated before the creature could say anything else. "That we'll see," the upper-tier turtle exclaimed before shooting forward. The specimen abandoned the veins to perform a short leap. The leader was fast, but Noah had long since predicted something similar to happen. His arm almost moved on its own and let the creature slam in his hand. An immeasurable force flowed inside his body, but the matter ended there. Noah had stopped the immense magical beast with his sole hands. "Are you done testing me?" Noah growled while the giant turtle failed to push him away. The upper-tier creature didn't hide its astonishment. Noah was still a gaseous stage hybrid in its eyes, but he could block a direct charge from a magical beast at the peak of the cultivation journey with his bare hands. "You seem worthy of a conversation," the turtle stated, but its instincts suddenly screamed in fear. "You have yet to gain my approval." Noah roared as his fingers pierced the tough scales on the turtle's mouth and generated a spiderweb of black lines that spread through its triangular head. The turtle had sensed the danger even before Noah unleashed his destruction, and it didn't hesitate to retract its head. Most of the magical beast's body hid inside its brown shell, leaving Noah with nothing but a few chunks of gory flesh in his hands. Noah's actions triggered a catastrophic event. Hordes of giant horned turtles came out of the sandy and rocky seabed and encircled him in no time. Those creatures were massive, but their size didn't seem able to affect their speed. They resembled the foolery in that field. Noah finally had the chance to study that species and the pack as a whole. The turtles were smaller than Snore, but their bodies were vaguely spherical, which granted them imposing figures anyway. Their shells were brown and had simple diagrams carved on them. Their forelegs had sharp claws, and their tails were short. Their heads featured 2 curved horns, 2 reptilian yellow eyes, and 2 rows of sharp fangs. As for the pack, its sheer number could rival the army of dragons, if not even surpass it. The encirclement featured many rank 9 specimens, but only the leader was in the upper tier. Still, its underlings were extremely powerful, and the creatures under the 9th rank didn't appear weak either. Noah couldn't help but smile in front of the sheer power of the pack. He didn't see potential threats in those many magical beasts ready to charge at him. In his mind, those specimens were valuable assets in the battle against heaven and earth. What would happen if I fill the higher plane with this pack? Noah wondered as his knowledge about heaven and earth's fairness ran through his mind. "I have decided," Noah eventually growled. "I'll let you join my organization. Our opponent is the sky, and we won't stop until it crumbles." The leader had crashed on the seabed during its abrupt retreat. It had started even to approach Noah again after its pack had come out of the sand. Yet, his arrogant statement made it shoot on the front lines. What is it? Noah joked. I don't want to kill any of you unless you turn out to be part of the cursed labyrinth. Don't you dare to see us as part of this prison, the leader threatened, but its words only broadened Noah's smile. It's set then, Noah laughed. I'll bring everyone out of the labyrinth. Once we return into the higher plane, we'll wage war at heaven and earth. Are you crazy? The leader asked. Most likely, Noah continued to laugh. The leader didn't know how to behave in front of Noah. His power was undeniable, and the upper-tier turtle also felt sure that he had kept a lot hidden. However, his statements were dangerous. The magical beasts were heaven and earth's natural enemies, but that had started to work in both ways after the sky turned white. The rulers were fearsome opponents that even the four heirs of the old world couldn't defeat. It was only typical for many creatures and packs to decide to remain outside that war. Of course, the turtles could retain that mindset only due to their long imprisonment. They didn't know how bad the situation in the higher plane was now. They never had the chance to witness heaven and earth's relentless suppression, so they never made up their mind about the matter. I should eat you for injuring me, the leader declared. That won't do, Noah scoffed. I can kill you and take your pack, but I want you to. I might have enough time to groom your underlings in the middle tier, but the others probably are too late already. The turtles didn't like Noah's insolence. They hissed in anger, but their leader remained calm. The upper-tier specimen had tasted Noah's power firsthand, and it had to admit that he wasn't bragging. Of course, the leader didn't believe that Noah could actually defeat it. The battle would be close, but it guessed it would come out on top. Still, some doubts existed, and they were enough to make the upper-tier specimen consider a temporary alliance. How do you know that you can leave this place? The upper-tier turtle asked. We have already cleared 2 floors, Noah revealed. We only have 7 more to go. There might be a secret area with the creator or creators, but we'll see. We have been stuck here for entire eras, the leader exclaimed. How can you even dare to underestimate this place? Are you calling us weak? You are definitely weak in some aspects, at least. Noah didn't hide his thoughts. Do you know anything about formations? Can you dissect laws and rebuild them to suit your needs? Can you glance at the fabric of the world and see lines ready to bend at your will? The leader didn't answer, but its stance was obvious. The turtle was a creature in the upper tier, but it remained a magical beast. Its high rank had granted it great intelligence, but it had knowledge about formations or similar methods. Those creatures had no chance to overcome the labyrinth, but Noah saw no shame in that. The magical beasts had different advantages in the cultivation journey, and he had always respected them, at times even more than cultivators. Why are you ready to trust us? The leader continued with its questions. We can betray you as soon as you bring us out of this place. You won't, Noah responded through a tone that carried all the confidence in the words. And why is that? The leader snorted. Noah showed an arrogant smirk and raised his hand. The ethereal blackness began to send dense waves of potential toward his palm, which created a dark and unstable sphere in that spot. The sphere unleashed ethereal flares that left thick black marks on the green waters. Those tainted areas began to evolve right away, and ice began to appear among the sea. Is that it, Dash? The upper-tier turtle tried to belittle Noah after witnessing the black sphere's power, but everything changed when its eyes started to inspect that dark energy properly. Noah had started to guess that the sea had strange properties, but he didn't know what exactly they did. Instead, the upper-tier turtle and its underlings had lived there for a long time, so it was safe to assume they had learnt almost everything. Nevertheless, the sheer size of the pack had been the last hint that Noah had needed to complete his evaluation. The turtle had found a method that allowed them to survive without resorting to cannibalism. He was also starting to understand something since his body and disposable dragons were gathering information nonstop. I won't only bring you out of here, Noah promised. I'll also make sure to improve your species. Don't worry. Your eyes aren't deceiving you. I will grant you power if you allow me to. The offer was tempting and in the turtle's favor. Noah wanted to avoid battles, so he waited patiently for the turtles to finish thinking and discussing. The turtles couldn't hide their discussions from Noah. They hissed openly without breaking the encirclement, and their topics showed him that they were pretty reasonable. The chance to leave the cursed labyrinth was appealing, but the turtles weren't ready to put their trust in a stranger. Noah was even a strange hybrid, which didn't work in his favor. The other main topic involved what Noah had said about heaven and earth. The turtles naturally hated the rulers, but they didn't want to escape their imprisonment only to end up in a war. Their state was quite perfect, but they still didn't know enough about the changes in the higher plane to decide whether a fight was necessary or not. "I can help you with that," Noah intervened, since the topic about the rulers and the higher plane had started to become the main part of the conversation. All the turtles went silent to turn toward Noah, and he revealed a cold smile as he placed 2 fingers on his right temple. A dense mass of black mental energy came out when he pulled his hand, and he sent it upward to play the memories that it contained. The pack had the chance to witness the current state of the higher plane. Noah's mental energy acted as a screen that conveyed far more than images. That fuel replicated the emotions he had experienced during those moments and the things he had understood during eventual inspections. The turtles didn't trust Noah, but the truthfulness of his memories was undeniable. They could experience what he had experienced, see what he had seen. It was as if they were there, flying among the weak sky that heaven and earth had spread throughout the higher plane. The scenes in the memories changed often, but the life dragon's death was the moment that generated more reactions among the turtles. Those creatures were old and powerful enough to know the time dragon and its mission, so that sight told them exactly how harsh the situation was. The discussion didn't immediately resume. The turtles had to think about what they had just seen, but many gazes soon converged on the upper-tier leader. Most of the weaker specimens lacked the power and understanding to decide. Eventually, only the rank 9 creatures began to speak. "We won't join your organization," the upper-tier leader declared once the rank 9 specimens had finished exchanging ideas. "You will," Noah responded. "Everyone will. It will soon come the moment when there will be only heaven and earth and their cancer." "What are you saying?" the leader asked. "Should we put our lives in your hands?" "That will never happen." "I don't expect it to happen," Noah chuckled coldly. "I'd rather kill you all by myself than have such weaklings in my organization." "Then what?" the upper-tier turtle continued. "I want you to use me," Noah explained, and his words confused all the magical beasts in the area. Noah unleashed his aura to highlight his statement. The dark halo that left his figure expressed the same effects of his potential, but in its standard intensity. That was his normal influence, and the turtles could experience its effects now that they bathed in it. At first, many turtles tried to run away since they thought that Noah was attacking them. However, their instincts soon had the better of them. They could sense that the dark aura would bring nothing but benefits, and they started to experience them now. Noah also had the chance to study the green waters further during the process. His influence was forcing the turtles' bodies to look for paths where they could evolve, which obviously required energy. The sea didn't remain still in front of that new demand for energy. The green waters started to shatter and transform into thin currents that fused with the various turtles. The floor was actually helping its challengers, and Noah didn't see any adverse effect during the process. The event made Noah notice another aspect of the floor that he had been unable to see during his previous inspections and the past discussion among the turtles. The sea didn't start giving power to the pack now that Noah had opened new paths. The waters were already aiding the magical beasts. They just didn't need so much energy before. Noah didn't let that discovery faze him. His human words mixed with roars and pride seeped into his aura as he voiced tempting lines. "Follow me, use my power to grow strong, and then decide who to follow. I won't force you, but you will be part of heaven and earth's cancer. You already are in my mind. You are one arrogant creature," the leader commented, and Noah limited himself to wear his cold smile. The two stared at each other for a few seconds under the tense gaze of the other turtles. If the leader gave the order, the assault would begin, and everyone understood that a bloody battle was very likely to happen. The magical beasts had tasted Noah's power now, so they knew that he couldn't be underestimated. Tremors ran through the weaker turtles. They would be the first to die if a battle were to unfold, but they couldn't retreat, not with their leader there. Some creatures even glanced at the army of dragons above and at the dark world past the surface. The situation looked far from good for both sides. There was no way of predicting who would win in a direct clash. Nevertheless, the leader eventually exploded into a loud hiss that made the water shake to no end. Its order was more than clear. It had announced its acceptance of Noah's offer. Noah roared to seal that deal, and his aura spread even further. He even took the time to place a few quasi-living workshops before landing on the seabed. The weaker turtles dispersed, but the leader swam toward him. "How long have you been here then?" Noah asked as he saw on the sand. "Difficult to say," the leader admitted. "I used to be good at counting the human years, but the environment here never changes, so I only had to lose track once to make my efforts vain." "What did you try while you were stuck here?" Noah questioned. "Why is the sea helping you? Did you investigate those flashing structures?" "We tried pretty much everything," the upper-tier turtle sighed. "The edges of the area don't budge, and the seabed is quite shallow. Instead, those structures disappear if we pierce them. The sea then restores them after a while." "I need to study the whole seabed then," Noah sighed in his mind before repeating one of his questions. "Why is the sea helping you and your pack?" "My pack wasn't always so big or healthy," the leader revealed. "The phase that followed the first period here has been harsh. We couldn't gain the energy necessary to sustain ourselves, and hibernating was too dangerous in a foreign environment, so we ate each other for a long time." "This is your natural habitat, right?" Noah asked. "You are so fast because you are underwater, so I bet that the sea mutated after you spilled too much blood." "You know your stuff," the leader responded without hiding its surprise. "This might be a problem," Noah explained. "You might have already made it impossible to create a key for the next floor." "What?" the turtle shouted. "We didn't dash dot. You were only doing your best to survive," Noah reassured while inspecting his surroundings. "I should be able to bring everything back to its previous state. Of course, that will be the last resort, but it seems proper to warn you." "Previous state?" the upper-tier turtle exclaimed. "My pack won't be able to eat properly. You will have to face that risk." Noah sighed as waves of dark matter started to leave his figure and dive into the seabed. It was time to gain a complete idea of the third floor. Noah had warned the upper-tier turtle, but that was his last resort. His inspection of the seabed came first, but he informed his companions about his deal with the pack before that. The seabed was strange. The veins seemed to belong to a living being with their flashing pale green glow, but Noah didn't find anything hidden under the sand and rocks. Each grain and small rock carried odd energy that filled the underwater area with a vibrant atmosphere. Still, Noah's worries turned out to be on point. The whole vibrant atmosphere felt incomplete, and the presence of the turtles even blocked most of the liveliness that the sea would typically have. Noah waited for June and his other companions to complete their inspection, but their findings didn't differ. Fiery Mountain, Old Tyrant, and Gabrielle's expertise covered various fields, but they couldn't give different opinions. Something was missing in the harmony of the floor, and the sea was behind that issue. Noah felt forced to voice a soft growl. The upper-tier turtle reached his position instantly, and the reason behind its summoning became evident even before Noah started to speak. Still, he needed to say those words. "Can you store some energy from the sea?" Noah asked. "The sea gives us the energy we need," the leader explained. "We would have to take away the water itself to store it." "How long does the floor take to restore the water?" Noah questioned. "I don't know," the upper-tier turtle admitted. "I'll perform a few tests," Noah sighed before shooting toward the surface and deploying the dark world. His companions inspected him while his technique sucked away a large chunk of the sea and kept it in the sky. Then, Noah waited to see the reaction of the separate reality. The area hidden in the deeper dimension was empty, so Noah knew that the floor wasn't getting energy from any life form. Still, the sea slowly rose as time passed. The labyrinth itself was providing the fuel needed to create more green water, but the process wasn't even close to being fast. Noah studied the process for a while before doing some math. The pack of turtles featured hundreds of specimens, with many of them in the 8th and 9th rank. They wouldn't need to do much, but their bodies would require massive amounts of energy anyway. Noah tried to compare the time he would need to transform the sea to how much he could store. He also had to calculate the years spent waiting for the floor to restore all the water, and the prospect looked far from good. There was a high chance that the turtles would have to starve, and the same went for his group. The underground meeting happened again. Noah met with the leader and explained his plan. He could store some water for the pack, but that would only slow down the transformation of the sea. After all, in its current state, the floor was creating the mutated waters on its own, which meant that the turtles had affected the area deeply. "I will order my pack to move to the sky," the leader agreed after hearing the plan. "Still, if your plan fails after you take away our energy source, we will eat you and your friends before going back to feeding off each other." "You shouldn't threaten your future leader," Noah joked before recalling something. "Though I think that many of my underlings did that." The leader didn't answer. It hissed and its pack gathered around its figure. The upper-tier turtle glanced at Noah one last time before leading everyone out of the sea. June, Fiery Mountain, Old Tyrant, and Gabrielle found themselves glaring at the hundreds of turtles that left the sea to take their place in the sky. The pack did its best to keep its distance from the group of experts, but the exchange of tense glances was inevitable. Both sides knew that they would become enemies if Noah's plan were to fail. Noah appeared almost unaware of the evident tension. He left the sea and released the water in his dark world before deploying as many workshops as possible. He even relied on his potential to enhance the properties of his mind and endure more techniques. The dark world divided itself into multiple giant pillars that dived into the sea and connected the seabed to the sky. The dark matter could now touch every material on the floor, and Noah let his ambition run freely. The water condensed, the seabed trembled, and faint purple clouds began to accumulate in the sky as Noah's ambition ran freely throughout the floor. He didn't have an actual method to restore the sea to its previous state, but he could force everything to improve to solve his issue. The sea, sky, and seabed retained their original ideas, so Noah believed that he could force them to express better versions of their true forms by letting them evolve through his ambition. The only issue was in the sheer amount of matter that he had to affect, but the dark world came in handy there. Noah had worked on methods to enhance the effects of his ambitions and spread its influence in a vast area. The quasi-living workshop had been his latest creation in that field, but his power had increased by then, and his situation was also different now. Noah didn't need to create many distant spots that could carry his influence. He only had to transform the entire floor before the arrival of the drawbacks, which was doable if he went all out with everything he had learnt about enhancing and spreading his ambition. The pillars radiated his ambition and forced the floor to change. The purple clouds expanded, the sea froze, and the seabed started to generate metallic materials that fused with its structure during its tremors. Everything evolved to a level that went beyond the planning of its creator. The floor even darkened to compensate for the superior amount of energy required by its new state. Noah was messing with the very stability of the cursed labyrinth, and he did that with a cold smile on his face. The sea showed greater changes compared to the rest of the floor, but Noah expected as much. Its water gained yellow shades before turning completely red and continuing its transformation. It didn't take long before everything transformed into its superior version. The sky became a mass of thin clouds, the sea a giant slab of ice, and the seabed a massive chunk of metal with some spots that radiated a scarlet light. Noah felt exhausted when he recalled his pillars. Transforming the entire floor had almost emptied his ethereal blackness. The success in the feat was forcing his world to produce more fuel, but the process wasn't as fast as he wished, and the drawbacks had fallen on him by then. A sharp headache had taken control of his mind, and his senses felt dull. Still, his job wasn't over, and he could even feel the many gazes from the turtles on him. Noah punched open the sea and created a tunnel that led him to the metallic seabed. The veins still existed, but they had turned into solid structures that filled the area with a scarlet halo. He had to take out his swords to pierce one of them, but the light remained unclear with his senses in that state. The turtles began to voice hisses as Noah waited for his senses to return to a decent state. The transformation had lasted years, and the ambition had also affected them. Their hunger was drilling their minds, but they were doing their best to endure that instinct under their leader's pressure. Still, the situation was becoming dangerous. What does it even want? Noah wondered while he studied the light. Then, an idea appeared in his mind. The flashes had initially reminded Noah about a beating heart, so he decided to treat the area as a living being. He built vortices with his dark matter and turned the sea into dust before letting the veins absorb everything. Under everyone's surprise, the metallic seabed began to tremble again, and a deep growl eventually left its fabric. The vortices continued to send energy into the metallic seabed. The latter trembled and cracked as its veins expanded and its internal structure transformed. Something massive was happening, and Noah retreated to inspect the event in its entirety. Inspecting the changes happening inside the seabed was troublesome. Noah did his best by relying on his potential, but his mind was still recovering, so his senses couldn't benefit from his ambition fully. Moreover, Noah had improved the whole floor, so the seabed had gained the properties of a powerful inscribed item. Most of its areas were in the middle tier of the 9th rank, so Noah's muddled senses struggled to pierce them. Still, his experience in the magical beasts field didn't let him down. The cracks appearing on the surface of the seabed seemed to follow a pattern that made Noah think about a face, and his instincts were rarely wrong about those matters. Was the point of the floor to give birth to a living being? Noah wondered as he began to retreat even further. Do we have to kill it now? Worries inevitably appeared. Noah didn't know if he had already cleared the floor's requirements, but the eventual need to kill his creation would bring a significant problem. He had forced the whole area to evolve, so the creature that would appear after the sea vanished would be stronger than planned. More fissures continued to open, and the veins seemed to be at their center. 2 rows made of 3 cracks each appeared in the upper part of the seabed. 2 oval holes formed at its center, and a giant gorge took form in its lower part. The edges of the cracks didn't remain still. Shards fell off of them, but that wasn't everything. They moved even if their fabric was tough, and the impression that Noah had gotten before only intensified at that sight. Prepare for battle! Noah roared as the entirety of his arsenal started gathering energy and radiating ambition. What did you do? The upper tier turtle hissed, and its pack echoed its cry. I opened the door for the next floor, Noah shouted through roars. Now start using those diagrams on your shells. The leader had never mentioned the innate ability of its species, but Noah had mentioned it without needing any hint. The event expressed his deep expertise in the magical beasts field, but the upper-tier turtle didn't have the time to remain surprised since the seabed voiced another deep cry that made the entire floor shake. This separate reality wasn't made for something so strong. Noah understood when he saw the very edges of the floor shake. Boss, what is happening? Old Tyrant questioned. I will scold these damned turtles when all of this is over, Noah shouted. I'm not at my best, but we have to survive this anyway. You better show that you have what it takes to get to the final battle. Noah wasn't really to blame for the current situation. He had been forced to evolve the whole floor because the turtles had tainted one of its core materials. Still, nothing mattered now. He would think about venting afterward. Snore came out of Noah's back and unfolded its massive wings. Duanlong materialized under him, and roots started to come out of his hands. Night and Shafu remained inside his black crystal, but they were ready to jump into the battle if the situation required it. Noah's survival instincts suddenly grew louder, and his blades replied with deafening cries. The demonic sword roared as dark matter shot out of its structure, while the dark red color of the cursed sword intensified as its high-pitched noises filled the whole area. Scarlet flares shot out of the 6 fissures that Noah had marked as the seabed's eyes. They were as thick as mountains, but they split as they flew upward. The simple attack transformed into a rain of pillars capable of covering the entire ceiling. Noah unfolded the dark world, but part of the pack remained outside his technique. Yet, he didn't even consider that issue, and Snore promptly launched some of its feathers. The diagrams on the turtle's shells had started to shine with a green light after Noah's warnings and the screams of their survival instincts. Vague geometrical shapes had even appeared in front of their mouths, and a blinding light filled their lines once the attack of the seabed became undeniable. Nevertheless, the turtles held back their attacks when Snor's feathers exploded. They had initially planned to support Noah's offensive, but the explosion that followed the giant's snake technique left nothing for them to target. The raging black storms that Snor had unleashed vanquished the array of purple clouds with their shockwaves and destroyed the incoming scarlet beams. Weak flares of that energy crossed the death area, but they didn't have enough power to endanger the army above. Peak of the middle tier, Noah evaluated in his mind as the black storms continued to rage. Is it still getting used to its power? The seabed was radiating the aura that only an upper-tier magical beast could have, but its attacks didn't match its level. That was a good outcome, but Noah didn't believe in luck. He had also fought an upper-tier magical plant on the previous floor, so he knew that the labyrinth would never put him against something so weak. His hypothesis was obviously correct. A roar managed to pierce the black storms, and everyone's survival instincts screamed again. A scarlet light started to spread among the remains of Snor's attacks, and Noah didn't hesitate to make his companion launch more feathers. More explosions happened, but some scarlet flares successfully pierced the storms. Noah only had to use the demonic sword to fend off the pillars converging toward him, and his companions helped by launching their attacks. The turtles also played their part by sending the blinding diagrams downward and shattering everything flying in their direction. Upper tier, Noah grimly concluded as his survival instincts grew louder. Something stronger was about to arrive, but that trend had already reached a dangerous point. Snor still had feathers, but Noah didn't want to remain in a passive position. His group might fend off the next attack and even the pillars after that, but the situation was bound to become unsustainable. Let's dive before it learns how to control its power, Noah roared. Are you crazy? The upper-tier turtle hissed. We don't even know what it I dashed. The leader didn't have the time to complete its line since Noah placed his demonic sword on his forehead and unleashed his consciousness. A series of singularities appeared above the pack and began to release a rain of piercing slashes capable of killing weak rank 9 magical beasts in an instant. The turtles could redirect their attacks upward to stop the rain of slashes, but there were dangers below them too. The leader made up its mind quickly and voiced a hiss that made the entirety of its pack dive downward. Noah and his group were already moving toward the seabed. June threw a giant crackling spear to open a path. Fiery Mountain gave birth to a humanoid giant to defend against anything flying toward them, and Gabrielle created an array of purple crystals to apply another layer of protection. Old Tyrant wasn't great on that battlefield, but he had created an army of dog-like shadows that shone with a blue light. They weren't strong, but they shot forward and self-destructed to help open a path. Noah kept his cursed sword ready for anything that tried to cross his group's defenses. Luckily for them, the seabed had launched another attack with power in the upper tier that was only slightly stronger than the previous. The giant crumbled, but the purple crystals weakened the surviving red flares enough to remove the need for other blows. The group soon landed on the seabed, right under the oval holes at its center. However, the turtles didn't give them the time to think since their leader charged toward Noah. Noah crossed his swords, and the upper-tier turtles slammed on them. Neither of them moved during the clash, and another cry came out from the metal under them while they remained locked in that exchange. Is that what you do? The upper-tier turtle hissed in anger as blood came out of the scales pushing on Noah's blades. Do you attack my pack as soon as we decide to trust you? When I say to dive, you dive, Noah growled. You don't understand anything about these matters. Remaining silent and following my orders is the least you could do. Look at my pack. The leader continued, and Noah didn't need to unfold his consciousness or divert his gaze to understand what it meant. Noah's group had weak links, but they were relatively small, and the strong experts among them could compensate for the others. Snor and Noah's ambition were also great assets that could cover an area large enough to make the team pass safely through the dark storms and the red rain. Instead, the pack was in a far different situation. The turtles' huge size was a weakness, and they couldn't even express their full speed outside the water. Moreover, that group had hundreds of weak specimens, and many of them failed to avoid the red rain that pierced the black storms. The turtles' numbers had more than halved during the reckless charge, and their leader blamed Noah for that loss. Its anger got the best of its reasoning for an instant, but that was enough to make it disregard the greatest threat and charge at him. Do you want to know how many underlings you would have lost if we charged after the next attack? Noah questioned through a growl. The upper-tier turtle wanted to answer, but the seabed launched more attacks. The scarlet flare's power had increased significantly. It was now halfway through the upper tier. The leader didn't know what to say in front of that sheer might. The pack and Noah's group would have probably managed to defend if they had remained in the sky, but launching attacks would have been impossible. Also, even the upper-tier turtle understood that the seabed's power was increasing sharply. The battle would have inevitably forced them to charge forward at some point, and the new might of their opponent would have caused far more losses. Noah, his group, and the pack had avoided the various cracks during their landing, so the flares didn't touch them. Everyone had been fine in the middle of that threatening offensive. The leader didn't want to admit that Noah had been right, but its actions betrayed its thoughts. The upper-tier turtle stopped pushing on the blades and started to retreat until its head didn't touch those sharp edges anymore. "Are you ready to follow orders now?" Noah asked through a cold growl. "I don't mind dealing with you first if you won't cooperate properly." The statement was arrogant and unreasonable. The leader knew that Noah didn't mean that, and not due to vague goodwill in his mind. The battlefield was simply too messy to hold a fight between them. Still, Noah's tone didn't carry any hesitation or lies. He appeared willing to fight an upper-tier magical beast among that chaos, and he meant that. The leader might not be forced to believe him due to their tragic situation, but he was ready to remove eventual hindrances before dealing with the seabed. The upper-tier turtle slightly nodded, and Noah immediately diverted his gaze to point it at the seabed. He could sense that the creature was still going through changes. That was part of the reason behind its struggles to get used to its power. Still, that also meant that it was getting stronger. "Let's dig through," Noah roared before unleashing the entirety of the power accumulated in his swords. Noah's companions joined the offensive by adding everything they had to the slashes that left his swords. The parasite launched its dark purple liquid and seeds. Snore spat its destructive dark matter. Night sent black lines from inside his figure, and Shafu spread the openings created by the attacks. Only Duanlong remained still next to Noah. The odd dragon was his best defensive method, and he wanted to keep it ready for anything that his other assets couldn't stop. The upper-tier turtle echoed Noah's order through its hisses, and the pack soon started to launch attacks at the seabed. June, Fiery Mountain, Old Tyrant, and Gabrielle did the same, but their offensive tried to converge on the fissures that Noah was opening with his methods. The seabed was an upper-tier creature, but its structure lacked harmony. It had many weak spots, but its size made the deep cracks opened by its enemies relatively pointless. Noah didn't care about that apparent lack of results. He continued to launch attacks even when another deep growl came out of the metal. He sensed some areas behind him turning red due to the many flares, but most of his focus remained on his offensive since the rain didn't try to converge on him. June and the others could coordinate with Noah, and the rank 9 magical beasts among the pack also developed an intelligent approach. However, the weaker turtles struggled to keep up or be effective against their opponent. They weren't dumb, but the shockwaves radiated by the red flares flung them away and ruined their concentration. The leader revealed its ruthlessness soon enough. Its situation was peculiar since it had been stuck with the same underlings for countless years. The turtles had even lived in peace, so they had developed bonds that went past the simple subservience. However, the survival instincts and the pride of a leader never left a magical beast. The upper-tier turtle disregarded its underlings' lives as soon as it accepted that helping them might endanger the mission. The event was a cull that would select those worthy of advancing through the labyrinth. Noah was even better than the leader at ignoring his surroundings to focus on his task. He continued to dig the seabed until he reached an opening that forced him to change direction. He wouldn't risk getting in the trajectory of the red flares. His companions imitated him, but many magical beasts died as soon as the seabed launched another offensive. The flares had grown stronger again, and their shockwaves became an annoying event that even Noah couldn't ignore. The situation only made Noah push forth with greater strength. His drawbacks tried to slow him down, but nothing could stop him when he moved the entirety of his ambition to his bloodlust. His mind felt on the verge of exploding, but the seabed saw countless black lines spreading through its structure. The shapes they created even carried a profound understanding of the laws connected to destruction. The seabed's energy increased as time passed, so the shards that fell from its body became valuable materials that could help the group's recovery. Noah couldn't divert his attention, but Duanlong and Shafu made sure to seize everything they could. The digging eventually led to another opening, and Noah's first instinct was to change direction again. However, the red light hidden among that darkness attracted his gaze, and the strange state of the space-time array in that area eventually made him decide to shoot toward the glow. Noah released a deafening roar to alert everyone about his decision. The vast army transformed into a descending river that converged toward the source of the scarlet light, but no one touched it after reaching their destination. Noah couldn't help but feel surprised when he arrived in front of the rotating scarlet sphere hidden near the seabed's center. He couldn't find it during his previous inspections, and the reason for that even was clear. The floor had created it after the metallic bottom had started to take life. "It's not ready," Noah exclaimed in his mind after inspecting the sphere shortly. The scarlet structure was trying to create a passage, but everything was far from stable. The sphere even continued to launch attacks during the process, and Noah had to use Duanlong's innate ability to dodge it due to his position. "Fuck it!" Noah roared as the dark world expanded and tried to complete what the teleport was missing. "Gather up." Noah waited as much as possible before jumping into the sphere with his dark world. Flares were trying to escape the scarlet structure, but everything vanished as laws tried to teleport everyone away. The space-time array went crazy. The unfinished teleport mixed with Noah's tampering made it almost impossible to keep track of the changes in the fabric of reality. The void, the higher plane, and the separate reality of the cursed labyrinth kept replacing themselves as the teleport continued to apply its effects, and Noah was the only force trying to make some sense out of that mess. Moreover, his efforts didn't end there. Noah felt tired. His mind had approached its limits during the third floor's transformation, and the seabed didn't help his condition. His current situation put his group and him into another danger, and he could only rely on his ethereal blackness to get out of it. The ethereal blackness sent waves of potential as ambition fueled the aspects of Noah's power needed during the event. He needed his mind, understanding of the space-time array, and dark world to be at their peak to salvage his group and reach the next floor. Needless to say, his mind wanted to give in. The general tiredness and drawbacks weren't the only issues Noah had to face during the event. His instincts had also started to scream as loudly as possible to highlight the dangerousness of his situation. The cursed labyrinth messed with the very fabric of reality. It was a place that relied on a modified version of the space-time array to exist and remain hidden from heaven and earth's gaze. Noah's knowledge in that field couldn't help too much since it mostly came from his studies of the higher plane, but he still did his best to keep everyone safe. The instability of the teleport put the matter affected by its power in danger. It had more energy than planned since Noah had forced the whole floor to evolve, but it remained unable to bring everyone safely in the higher plane or the void. Nevertheless, the void and the higher plane had become possible destinations due to the incomplete state of the scarlet sphere. Noah understood how everything should have gone during his struggles to keep the dark world in one piece. In theory, his group would have needed to fight the seabed until the teleport took form and opened a stable passage. The transformation of the floor had ruined that plan. Noah had been forced to send everyone into the scarlet sphere before it could stabilize, so he had to use his power to compensate for the missing aspects of the teleport and its messy state. Noah had already gone through the teleport a few times. His mind had the chance to study the force that led his group to the next floors, so his dark matter could create a vague imitation. Yet, he didn't know his destination's exact location, and the answer was hidden in the unstable force around him. Noah had to divide his attention among different projects. He had to keep the dark world stable to protect his group and the pack. He had to fend off the changes in the space-time array that the labyrinth's force was trying to apply on his technique, and he even had to study that energy to find the destination hidden in its laws. Of course, that ended up being too much for Noah. He was strong, and his understanding of those fields was deep. His dark world was also incredible, but he was taking care of too many projects on his own. The number of powerful beings under his protection only made everything more difficult. Noah felt forced to sacrifice many turtles to relieve some of the pressure on his mind. He made the dark world push away most of the rank 7 specimens, and he moved to the creatures in the 8th rank when he sensed that his control over his technique continued to slip. The space-time array around Noah never stabilized, but his influence intensified as he emptied the dark world. He became able to move most of his concentration on the teleport after his technique started handling its edges on its own. The black crystal took part of the weight after it understood what to do and allowed him to complete the process. The areas around the dark world slowly stabilized. An azure sky, random white clouds, and a green prairie slowly materialized as Noah forced the space-time array to follow the cursed labyrinth's hidden orders. His control never slipped during the process, and he retrieved his influence only when he confirmed that his group had escaped the danger. The dark world returned inside the black crystal once everything stabilized. June, the upper-tier turtle, and the others found themselves on the 4th floor, but their attention didn't immediately go on their surroundings. Their group had other problems to handle. The upper-tier turtle voiced a deafening hiss that expressed the entirety of its anger. Its bloodthirsty eyes converged on Noah's figure, but the crackling noises coming out of June's body forced it to suppress its desire to charge at him. The other turtles echoed the angry hiss, but they held themselves back when they felt Fiery Mountain, Old Tyrant, and Gabriel's auras unfolding in the sky. A battle could explode as soon as someone made a move, and no one wanted that to happen before hearing what their respective leaders had to say. The dark world didn't hide anyone's senses, so the upper-tier turtle had seen Noah throwing away its underlings to increase his influence on the teleport. Its rational side understood that the process had been necessary. Still, its desire to complain and the anger that filled its instincts didn't care about that. June had understood the nature of the situation right away, and she didn't hesitate to prepare herself for the imminent battle. Part of her even wished that the upper-tier turtle would jump at Noah. Noah was completely unaware that the tension among the group was reaching a critical point. He had predicted something like that to happen, but his condition prevented him from addressing the issue. His senses weren't dark, but a buzzing noise filled them and made him unable to focus on his surroundings. Noah even failed to inspect his condition in that state. He had pushed his mind too far, so he had to wait for the ethereal blackness to produce more potential and quell the drawbacks. Luckily for Noah, the sole success in stabilizing the teleport was an incredible achievement that quickened the production of potential. The cursed labyrinth was an astounding structure that most likely had solid-stage experts behind it. The fact that Noah had been able to tamper with its functions and fix eventual errors spoke for his ability and added value to his feats. June and the 3 cultivators weren't alone in their desire to protect Noah. Night, Snore, Duanlong, and the demonic sword had left his figure and had taken their place around him. The cursed sword was also sending its bloodlust forward, and everyone could sense that something far bigger was ready to come out of his body. No one dared to make the first move during that tense situation. The upper-tier turtle was angry, but it couldn't deny that Noah had saved as many specimens as possible. He also was the very reason behind its own survival, so its instincts slowly calmed down. The sight of its small pack tried to add fuel to its anger, but the new environment helped suppress those feelings. Only a few rank 8 turtles had survived the culling, but Noah had made sure to save all the specimens in the 9th rank, and they also felt faint happiness rising inside them when they inspected their surroundings. The long imprisonment had finally ended. The pack had almost forgotten that the world could be far more than a green sea and a purple sky, but memories returned while the turtles inspected the 4th floor. The area resembled a piece of the mortal lands. The sky had no stars, but its azure color was bright, and its clouds sent shadows toward the surface. Soft winds also ran through the area and made the short grass of the prairie move gracefully. However, the many living beings roaming through the prairie remained the most surprising aspect of the 4th floor. The pack of turtles remained speechless in front of the many magical beasts in the human ranks walking peacefully on the surface and eating its grass. The higher plane had made that sight almost impossible to experience. Creatures in the human ranks didn't belong in that superior environment, and even the various human organizations had to come up with separate dimensions to groom their weaker descendants. The reason behind that feature was pretty simple. The radiance of the sky and the general pressure that filled the higher plane due to its valuable material were too heavy for beings in the human ranks. The magical beasts could solve the issue by giving birth to specimens in the heroic ranks, but the cultivators had to rely on safe areas. Yet, something strange immediately became evident. The pack had lost many members during the teleport, but it still contained many divine specimens. The same went for Noah's group. In theory, their pressure had to kill every magical beast on the surface, but they appeared completely fine. June suffered from that strange phenomenon more than her companions. None of the turtles had ever seen the mortal lands, and the 3 cultivators were too old. Gabrielle wasn't born in the higher plane, but too long had passed since her time in the human ranks. Only June still retained vague memories concerning the power of the magical beasts in the human ranks, and seeing them surviving the presence of multiple rank 9 beings left her speechless. That simply couldn't happen. It went against the sheer weight of her existence. Still, an explanation soon appeared in her eyes, and the others didn't take long to find the same answer. June followed the expansion of her group's influence and noticed something astonishing and scary at the same time. Their auras were spreading as always, and they obviously tried to fall on the surface. Usually, even the faintest strands of power released from a rank 9 being would be enough to turn the magical beasts on the prairie into puddles of blood. However, something was hindering the heavy influences in the sky. The matter wouldn't be too surprising if the floor had a barrier that blocked the auras completely. The creator or creators probably were experts in the solid stage, so they had enough power to pull off something like that. Nevertheless, the situation was far different. June noticed how the floor seemed to have a filter above the surface. Her group's auras transformed into tiny tendrils that barely carried any power as soon as they went through that invisible structure. The filter wasn't a simple barrier. It could transform auras in the 9th rank. It could affect powers coming from worlds without showing the faintest ripple in its ethereal surface. The tiny tendrils turned into nutrients for the prairie when they reached the surface. Most of their power vanished so that the magical beasts wouldn't suffocate due to the massive energy falling toward them. The separate reality cut away a lot of fuel and teleported it away from June's senses. The source of the filter was clear, but that detail surprised June and the others again. They could easily follow the structure of the ethereal filter to find what was generating it, which turned out to be a small house placed at the center of the prairie. It was hard for divine cultivators to miss details. A simple glance could give them a complete idea of a vast area. Yet, June and the others knew that they didn't see the house during their first inspection of the 4th floor. They had noticed it only after they had followed the filter to its source. The filter wasn't only strong enough to transform rank 9 auras into a cozy rain that could improve the environment for the magical beasts in the human ranks. Its source could also remain hidden from strong beings' perception until it became impossible to miss. June tried her best to study how something like that was even possible. She could understand and inspect the nature behind powers in the last stages of the 9th rank, but the filter made no sense in her mind, and the matter was even worse with the house. She only confirmed that the small structure contained a powerful being. June instinctively glanced at Noah when her inspection ended. He was the only one in the group who could uncover something, but he was still in the middle of his drawbacks. His eyes remained closed, and his frown flickered whenever his mind tried to relax. It was clear that he would need a bit to recover. The rest of Noah's group soon reached June's conclusions. They couldn't find anything about the filter except for its source and the powerful being living inside it. The level of the experts also felt easy to guess. Only someone with power in the solid stage could take their auras and turn them into nutrients for those weak magical beasts. June, Fiery Mountain, Gabrielle, and Old Tyrant had retrieved their energy when the turtles began to calm down. Their attention had almost completely gone on the floor, and they silently agreed to wait for Noah to wake up before making any move. Yet, the upper-tier turtle didn't agree to that silent agreement. The leader hissed when it noticed the presence of a being that could match its sheer power. The creature wanted a challenge to settle the ownership of the floor right away, but June's figure filled its reptilian eyes before it could charge ahead. "What are you trying to do?" June asked as crackling noises mixed with her voice. "Move away," the leader shouted. "I'll be the first to face that strong presence. You'll have your chance if I die. Do you want to mess up the state of the floor again?" June questioned. "What if defeating that presence is the key to leaving the floor?" The upper-tier turtle responded. "What if challenging it sends us back to the previous one?" June continued. "You don't understand anything of these matters, and I'm quite lost too. We can only wait to see if Noah can uncover more than us." "What are you asking me to do?" The leader snorted. "My pack is exhausted, and the same goes for your group. Do you want us to wait here while our condition worsens?" "That's better than risking to go through the previous events again," June replied. "I believe you don't want to see your pack suffering huge losses for a second time." The upper-tier turtle didn't know what to say. It wanted to complain that Noah was to blame its pack's losses, but that would only bring the tension back, which wouldn't help anyone. "Besides, it's not your pack and my group," June continued. "We are all members of the same organization now." The leader didn't like the comment, but it let it pass. June wasn't exactly insulting the creature, and her words also spoke the truth. "Though it's a pity," June laughed. "I would have liked to have a round or two with you, but our battle would probably mess things up for the floor. The surface won't survive if even a thin strand of our presence reaches it." The upper-tier turtle could only agree with that statement. The prairie had only materials in the human ranks. The magical beasts wouldn't be able to eat it otherwise. The chunk of weak matter existed in one of the most powerful and complicated structures the higher plane had ever existed, and no one could find the reason behind that strange event. "You are one crazy human," the leader sneered before voicing a soft hiss that made its underlings retreat inside their shells. "And my man spent countless years studying creatures like you." June sighed when she saw that the upper-tier turtle had also retreated inside its shell. "I guess we are perfect for each other." June ended up smiling after voicing those words, and she crossed her legs to cultivate right after. Old Tyrant, Gabrielle, and Fiery Mountain followed her example and began to wait with everyone for Noah to wake up. Years passed while the group floated among the azure sky. No one moved or made a sound. Everyone tried to remain perfectly still to avoid affecting the fourth floor with their power. Eventually, a smile appeared on June's face. She interrupted her training only to inspect Noah opening his eyes for the first time in years. He groaned in annoyance since his mind had yet to recover completely, but he still managed to use a loving tone when he questioned June. "What did I miss?" June updated Noah on what she had found, and he performed another inspection of the fourth floor afterward. Sadly, he couldn't uncover much. He found a vague connection between the filter and the area's edges, but that was it. The house had managed to trick Noah too, and he had remained stunned in front of that feature. His superior senses were something that even the best hybrids envied, but he still failed to see the small habitation during his first inspection. It was clear that the house was a central spot on the whole floor. The powerful presence inside it might even have something to do with the key, but Noah hesitated. He didn't know how to approach the habitation without destroying the prairie. "We can't just stay here," Noah thought after finding himself out of options. "I'm going down," Noah revealed, disturbing the silence that had filled the group. The upper-tier turtle suddenly came out of its shell, and its underlings imitated it. The leader wanted to say something, but Noah preceded it. "I won't fight, probably. I want to have a talk with that being." "What if you can't talk with it?" Fiery Mountain asked. "There are really few things that can't understand my roars," Noah reassured. "And we will destroy everything if it starts causing a mess," June added as a broad smirk appeared on her face. "I'm surprised you managed to hold back," Noah joked. "You even interrupted a fight. Are you sure you didn't lose something during the teleport?" "You can check if you are worried," June teased. Noah's reptilian pupils sharpened as he kept his eyes on June, and she also wore a knowing smile. The two stared at each other for a few seconds, but Fiery Mountain cleared her throat before they could do anything. "Boring," June complained while diverting her gaze. Noah chuckled and turned to begin his descent, and his underlings took that chance to exchange whispers. Old Tyrant even sounded quite pissed about Fiery Mountain's behavior. "Why did you interrupt them?" Old Tyrant scolded. "Maybe she wanted to give me a chance," Gabrielle joked. "I have just saved the entire floor," Fiery Mountain proudly announced. "From what?" Old Tyrant asked. "The boss deserves some fun after what he had pulled off. Trust me on that," Fiery Mountain tried to explain. "I have never seen anything like that. I bet that our turtle friend here would have run away too." "I can hear you," June sneered. "Don't sound so jealous." "Can I sound jealous?" Gabrielle asked while wearing a sweet smile. "Also, a great being like Defying Demon deserves more than one dash dot." Gabrielle completed her line, but deafening crackling noises filled the sky and made it impossible to hear its last part. June didn't move, but her aura alone began to darken the white clouds on the floor. "June!" Noah scolded from his position near the filter, and the crackling noises immediately went quiet. "Do you have a death wish?" Fiery Mountain questioned as she dispersed the fear caused by June's short outburst. "You should stop pretending that you are still an outsider," Gabrielle declared while wearing a stern expression. "Besides, she would have already killed me if she thought that I was serious. You should stop holding back, especially in front of the boss," Old Tyrant added while glancing at Fiery Mountain. "It will only hurt your growth to refuse to accept your new state." "Even the turtle is accepting it," Gabrielle explained. "It might pretend to be grumpy and everything, but I'm sure that part of its mind has already submitted to Defying Demon." The three cultivators weren't trying to keep their conversation a secret, and they wouldn't be able to do that anyway. The floor was too small, and everyone's auras mixed in the sky to create a faint membrane that allowed instant communications. A barrier might interrupt that connection, but Noah, June, and the upper-tier turtle could pierce it easily. Noah heard everything the three cultivators said, but he didn't give those words much importance. It was only normal for rank 9 experts to hate the idea of submitting to strangers, no matter how powerful they were. They wouldn't have reached that level otherwise. Noah soon arrived right above the filter, but his distance from that structure didn't change the amount of energy that reached the surface. Its efficiency was incredible, and it even made him desire to test its limits. Still, Noah held back from doing anything reckless. His mind had yet to recover completely, and the turtle's condition was far from ideal. He wanted to avoid creating problems even if he could fix them later, since it would prolong their stay inside the 4th floor. "How do I even get to the house without breaking everything?" Noah wondered as he flew until he was right above the small habitation. The existence inside the house could very well be another trapped being, and the magical beasts in the human ranks might be a consequence of its power. Yet, that felt unlikely since the entire floor seemed to want to portray the scenery that only the mortal lands could have. In the end, Noah felt forced to perform a few risky tests. He created a small version of the dark world and activated the workshops to make them divide his dark matter countless times. There was a limit to how weak his higher energy could get, but he relied on his potential to go past them. The ethereal blackness didn't like that project. His purpose was to empower. Noah could find a loophole by improving the workshops, but the potential stopped giving power after they managed to divide the higher energy past its limits for a while. The 7th rank was the lowest Noah could reach, which remained far from ideal. A tiny part of the prairie could survive if he could contain the influence released by that weakened energy, but most of the environment would still crumble due to its sheer weight. "This won't do," Noah sighed before dispersing his creation and changing approach. His dark matter left his figure and flew down to create a thin layer that began to hover right above the filter. Noah carefully pushed it to make it touch the incredible structure, and his higher energy started to imitate its functions. The filter transformed part of the dark matter in the tiny tendrils that reached the surface, but most of the black layer remained in place to study the structure. Little by little, Noah's higher energy fused with the ethereal blanket that covered the entirety of the prairie. Noah would be able to take control of that strange structure soon, but something suddenly began to move. A hole opened on the filter, and the edges of that cavity stretched downward to land on the prairie. The house soon remained outside that layer, which allowed Noah to reach it without resorting to challenging approaches. Is it inviting me? Noah wondered. What if I never threatened to take control of the filter? The answers to Noah's questions probably were inside the house, and he didn't hesitate to approach it. The small entrance opened on its own when Noah landed in front of it, revealing an almost empty room. Noah stepped forward, and his eyes immediately fell on the figure sitting at a short table placed over a praying mat. The old man there was playing with a tea set, and Noah noticed that a fuming cup was already on his opposite side. Were you waiting for me? Noah asked as he walked toward the table. The house remained in one piece because its insides featured materials in the divine ranks. That detail had been impossible to sense from the outside, which made Noah curious about the inscriptions required to prevent that valuable fabric from making the magical beasts on the prairie go crazy. Only after you decided to respect the floor, the old man replied calmly, and a faint laugh even followed those words. What would have happened if I destroyed everything? Noah asked. I would have disappeared only to return after many years. The old man explained and responded to one of Noah's questions. He was part of the floor, so one of the steps to clear to find the key. Noah sat, but his senses scanned the room and the areas on the fourth floor during the process. Everything was highly peculiar. The house had 2 layers separated by a wide array of inscriptions that worked as glue. Its insides featured materials in the divine ranks, while its outside's fabric was in the human ranks. The array of inscriptions between the materials at different levels prevented them from affecting each other. It even blocked the pressure and smell of the fabric in the divine ranks to avoid unleashing chaos among the magical beasts when the house was under the filter. The house was now outside of the filter, exposed to the heavy auras of Noah's companions, but a barrier had appeared over its exterior surface to stop that pressure. The building could exist on both sides of that incredible structure, and Noah was only starting to appreciate its qualities. The tea set, the mat, and even the table were divine items capable of enduring his pressure. Yet, the actual liquid inside his fuming cup and the teapot was a material in the human ranks. Moreover, the array of strange inscriptions that Noah had seen in the house's walls didn't exist there. How can it even remain in one piece next to divine items? Noah wondered as he picked up the cup and looked at the brownish liquid. The scent that reached his nostrils was pleasant. Noah could sense his instincts telling him to drink the tea, but that only made him more suspicious about the whole situation. How could a liquid in the human ranks even tingle his instincts? How could it survive in his presence? Noah was a being that radiated destruction with his sole existence, but the tea seemed immune to his influence. It didn't even shake as his aura continued to escape his figure. How do I get past this floor? Noah asked after putting the cup down. You should drink the tea now that it is hot, the old man suggested. Noah had no intention to follow those orders. The cursed labyrinth was too strange, and it had already proven that it was capable of subverting his expectations and the knowledge accumulated throughout countless years in the higher plane. The magical plants on the second floor could infect rank 9 cultivators even if their power couldn't touch those high realms. The infective energy came from an upper-tier creature, which gave sense to the whole event, but Noah didn't know whether the labyrinth had something similar there. Noah had obviously checked the dimension hidden under the 4th floor. There was nothing there. He had only seen the same azure sky and fewer clouds, which would generally eliminate the presence of a hidden threat. However, he didn't trust the labyrinth enough to believe it had such fixed rules. I'm not here for tea, Noah responded as he tried to inspect the old man again. The mysterious figure inside the house had been the first target of Noah's inspection, but he couldn't discover anything. The old man had a gentle face covered with wrinkles, an almost bald head with few strands of white hair, and an unkempt gray beard. The color of his eyes was impossible to guess since he kept them half-closed all the time, and his green robe matched the color of the prairie. The old man's appearance was clear, but his presence felt ethereal. Noah wouldn't have problems inspecting beings in different dimensions or realms at his current level, but that figure was strange. He barely existed, which made it impossible for him to discern his actual state. Why are you here? The old man asked. The cursed labyrinth attracts beings for various reasons, and you are definitely interesting, Interesting how? Noah asked without giving any answer. Why did you come here looking for allies? The old man continued as a gentle smile appeared on his face. Noah's reptilian pupils sharpened, but he remained calm. He had already understood that the old man was a force that belonged to the labyrinth. It felt almost normal for him to know a lot about the situation. How do I get you? Noah eventually questioned as a cold smile appeared on his face. Me? Why would you even want me? The old man laughed. I like tea, Noah joked. I need someone who can make it in my organization. That's a lie. The old man continued to laugh. You haven't been honest either, Noah stated. Silence fell between the two. The tea in Noah's cup eventually became cold and stopped releasing its tempting scent. The old man sighed at that sight, but he promptly took another cup from the set and poured the warm drink. You should drink the tea when it's hot, the old man suggested. I can't get to the next floor by destroying everything, right? Noah wondered. I'm afraid that will only slow you down, the old man explained. You should probably avoid that. Why? Noah asked. Some of your companions aren't too happy about the wait, the old man revealed. I can always kill all of them if they stir some trouble, Noah declared. I'm sure you could, the old man replied. But that would go against your goal. You said that I was looking for allies, Noah corrected. I never confirmed that. But that's the reason behind your trip to the labyrinth, the old man stated. The world knew that heaven and earth were becoming too strong. Their opponents needed a chance to improve to restore the balance. What do you know about heaven and earth? Noah asked. That's the wrong question, young monster, the old man replied. I haven't been called young in ages, Noah chuckled. But you are young in my eyes, the old man declared. Show me your eyes, Noah requested. No, they must remain like this, the old man explained. They lose themselves in reality when they open, and they create too many dreams when they are closed. Like this, I can explore the realm between the two. But you'll never be anywhere, Noah added as his arm rose. Noah wanted to force the old man's eyes open, but he interrupted his movement right away. Destroying the whole floor wasn't a solution, so using his brute strength wouldn't help either. You aren't a brainless monster, the old man commented. What happens if you open your eyes? Noah asked. The path to the next floor becomes real, the old man revealed. How do I open them? Noah questioned. You can't open them, the old man explained. Only I can. Open your eyes, Noah ordered through a growl that used a tinge of his pride. No, the old man refused. Everything can exist as long as I remain between reality and dreams. I can serve tea in the human ranks inside cups in the divine ranks, and I can live among rank 1 magical beasts as if they were divine beings. I don't see any benefit in that, Noah commented. Because your eyes are firmly fixed on reality, the old man declared. You don't see dreams, and you can't even comprehend the realm between the two states. How do I open your eyes? Noah repeated. You can't open them, the old man replied. How do I make you open your eyes? Noah asked. You must make me desire to abandon my dreams and watch only reality, the old man explained. Everything made little sense, but Noah tried his best to study the situation anyway. He had vaguely understood what was happening, but many doubts still filled his mind, and a few of them were too important to ignore. What's your name? Noah asked. Why would I have a name? The old man replied. Because you aren't a creation of the cursed labyrinth, Noah stated. And what would I even be? The old man asked. I don't know, Noah admitted. The labyrinth is powerful enough to contain powerful beings, but its environments are too diverse to come from a single expert. The existence of multiple creators can explain this feature, but why would various rank 9 cultivators even decide to build something like this? So, the old man asked. So, you probably are a real existence, Noah explained. I don't know if you are one of the creators, a shadow of that powerful expert, or a cultivator they have trapped here. Still, I think you are a real living being, but your world prevents me from studying you. I don't see your point, the old man stated. I didn't hear your name, Noah repeated. What if I forgot it? The old man questioned. Recall it then, Noah ordered. It doesn't work like that, the old man explained. Dream about recalling it, Noah continued. A flicker ran through the old man's half-closed eyes. They didn't open nor close, but something definitely happened, and Noah didn't miss it. You are interesting, the old man announced. I did recall it. What's your name? Noah asked. What's yours? The old man responded. Noah Bulvin, Noah exclaimed without showing any hesitation. A good friend granted me the title Defying Demon, so you can use that too. Still, I'll also accept boss, leader, and chief. The old man laughed, but he ignored the last part of Noah's statement. Still, he didn't forget to reply to his previous question. I'm Dream Lord Pelio. Nice to meet you. The pleasure is mine, Pelio, Noah exclaimed. Now open your eyes. It doesn't work like that, Pelio responded. How does it work? Noah questioned. I need to decide to watch only reality to open them, Pelio explained. I don't want you to stop dreaming, Noah revealed. Why is that? Pelio asked. The dreams are part of your world, right? Noah declared. I need a valuable ally, not an injured pawn. Why are you so sure that I can help you? Pelio laughed. I'm not, Noah admitted. I'll just have you make tea for my entire organization if this doesn't work out. That's flattering, Pelio exclaimed. It's far from flattering, Noah chuckled. Except for the part when you'd belong to my organization anyway. You are arrogant, Pelio stated. Among other things, Noah joked. You still haven't changed my mind about my eyes, Pelio reminded. I don't want to do that, Noah declared. There must be a reason behind your current state. I want to hear it first. What if I don't remember it? Pelio questioned. Dream about the reason, Noah ordered. Pelio's half-closed eyes flickered again, but his gentle smile darkened afterward. His face moved away from the table and Noah for the first time since the beginning of their conversation. He pointed his gaze at the ceiling, but Noah knew that he wasn't actually trying to see. You can't look at the creators with your eyes in that state, Noah commented. How did you know that I was searching for the creators? Pelio asked. You have started to leak killing intent, Noah stated. No, I didn't, Pelio corrected. My tea became hot again, Noah explained. I guess your dreams can't suppress your power. Not completely. Pelio's gentle smile returned when he noticed Noah's fuming cup. He appeared amused to see that his aura could still affect the material world. You won't force me to open my eyes by prying into my history, Pelio stated. How did you end up here? Noah asked. I didn't, Pelio revealed. The creators put me here. So, there's more than one, Noah commented. That's obvious, isn't it? Pelio declared. I would have dreamt a way out of here already otherwise. I won't let you kill them, Noah pointed out. I might open my eyes for the chance to kill them, Pelio teased. Why would I care? Noah chuckled. I need them too. You alone aren't enough against heaven and earth. Do you only care about heaven and earth? Pelio questioned. They have forced me to prioritize them, Noah explained. I didn't initially care too much, but the final battle is coming, and I need allies to fight it. Some might see your search for allies as an expression of weakness, Pelio mocked. Maybe, Noah admitted. However, none of you would have even dared to stand before me if I had the chance to cultivate for so long. The sole fact that I can play a role in the final battle is an expression of my power. You are arrogant, Pelio stated. I'm also the strongest type of being in the whole world, Noah added. Arrogant might not be enough to describe you, Pelio laughed. That wasn't arrogance, Noah corrected. There is no arrogance in truth. Why can't you defeat heaven and earth by yourself then? Pelio wondered. I don't have enough time to reach their level, Noah explained. So, are you gathering allies to buy yourself some time? Pelio asked. Something like that, Noah admitted. Heaven and earth are strong, and their assets go beyond my knowledge. I will surpass them, but I can't win on my own. You might be a good leader, Pelio commented. Why did the creators put you here? Noah asked. We used to be enemies, Pelio revealed. I think we killed each other's bloodlines multiple times, so our grudges didn't fade in front of heaven and earth. Well, you are allies now, Noah exclaimed. How can you decide that? Pelio questioned. Because you all belong to the same organization now, Noah stated. My organization? You couldn't force me to open my eyes, Pelio commented. You won't be able to make the creators join you. You won't know unless you open a path for the next floor, Noah teased. Will you leave if I open it? Pelio asked. Yes, but only if you come with me, Noah declared. I don't want to leave, Pelio stated. I don't care, Noah chuckled. I need your power, so you'll come. The same goes for the creators. The final battle is upon us, so everyone has to play a part. You can't force others to fight for you, Pelio sighed. I can force you, Noah responded. I will force the creators. How would you force me to fight? Pelio questioned. You lost your dream, so I'll give you mine, Noah explained as he pressed 2 fingers on his forehead and took out a lump of black mental waves. How do you know that I've lost my dream? Pelio asked. Because you would be out of here otherwise, Noah stated. I told you that I couldn't get out even with my dreams, Pelio reminded. They were the wrong dreams then, Noah commented. How would you know that? Pelio asked. Take my dream, Dream Lord Pelio, Noah ordered. Pelio hesitated, but a strange force attracted him toward that ethereal black lump. Noah's mental energy was radiating something that he had long since abandoned and forgotten. It carried a primordial desire to improve that didn't listen to reason or pain. Pelio ended up reaching for the lump of mental energy, and his eyes closed completely as a simple dream filled his vision. He saw a small black blade shooting toward the sky and creating a hole in its white fabric. That's too much, Pelio exclaimed as he lost himself in Noah's dream. The simple scene of the sword piercing the sky had accompanied Noah for a long time. It had been the foundation behind the elemental forging method and one of the strongest expressions of his ambition. Noah could have tampered with the scene given to Pelio. He could have added his mature view of the world, his experience, and the various improvements he had made to his existence to add more power to his dreams. However, Noah didn't change anything in that vision. Dreams were supposed to be unreasonable. They didn't need any attachment to reality. So Pelio could experience the simple form that Noah's ambition had taken when he was a mere human cultivator. The dream didn't make any sense, but it didn't need to. Noah had dreamt about piercing the sky when he didn't know anything about the actual structure of the world. He wasn't even aware of the existence of a higher plane. Yet, he had desired to create a hole in what he saw as nothing more than a prison anyway, and Pelio experienced that seemingly boundless will. You were only a mere human, Pelio commented. That's the point of dreams, isn't it? Noah laughed. But this isn't a dream, Pelio exclaimed as his eyes remained closed. This is a curse applied on someone with no power. I have power now, Noah replied. How did you even survive? Pelio asked. How did you avoid being crushed by the weight of your ambition? Noah shrugged his shoulders. He wasn't there to talk about his life. He had gone through so much, but he had survived through sheer determination and ruthlessness. Describing that would take too long, and Noah preferred Pelio to reach his own conclusions. After all, Noah had given Pelio his dream to trigger a reaction inside the expert. Noah didn't really care about the eye state as long as his new companion remained useful. He wasn't there to help anyone. He only wanted allies. Pelio played the dream multiple times. He couldn't explain how someone in the human ranks could give birth to such a strong feeling. Felt impossible, but Noah was right in front of him. Noah saw Pelio's eyes moving left and right under his closed eyelids. He sensed the expert's desire to open them, but he didn't say anything. Pelio had to make that decision on his own. Do I really have to hold back against the creators of the labyrinth? Pelio eventually asked as his gentle smile replaced his surprised expression. At least until I shatter the sky, Noah exclaimed. Besides, I have the vague sensation that you aren't the same expert they have imprisoned here. I have indeed changed, Pelio sighed. I should consider myself lucky to be alive. Pelio sighed again before pointing his face at Noah. His eyelids trembled, and he slowly began to lift them. Noah soon became able to see Pelio's eyes, and the changing color of his irises immediately attracted his attention. Pelio's eyes didn't have a fixed color. His irises weren't even circular either. They had the shape of an uneven mass that launched tiny flares on the scara. They resembled small tentacles that changed shades every second. How is reality? Noah joked. Limiting as always, Pelio responded while moving his eyes across the room. But also true. What do you want to make true then? Noah asked. I still have your ambition running through my head, Pelio admitted. I think I want to destroy the sky. That's good, Noah stated. But that's my dream. I think it's time to recover yours. My dream lies outside the cursed labyrinth, Pelio explained. Let's get out then, Noah ordered. Yes, boss, Pelio exclaimed, and the house instantly vanished. June and the others didn't miss that change. Noah and Pelio appeared in the open, but the environment continued to transform. The sky and the prairie started to flow toward Pelio's eyes, leaving nothing but black areas on the fourth floor. The magical beasts, the clouds, the filter, and even the dimension hidden under the floor vanished. The group found themselves among complete blackness, and only the separate realities' edges remained in their place to remind everyone that they were still inside the cursed labyrinth. Why did you even create such a strange environment? Noah asked as he straightened his position. It was an old memory, Pelio revealed. I could only lose myself in better times after remaining stuck here for so long. You aren't free yet, Noah laughed. That's why I've decided to follow you, Pelio exclaimed. I need you to retrieve my dream. Are you using me then? Noah asked. Of course, Pelio admitted. Do you have a problem with that? Not at all, Noah stated. I would have found it strange otherwise. I'll decide if I want to join your organization after leaving the labyrinth, Pelio explained. You don't get it, do you? Noah chuckled. You have already accepted my ambition. You are part of my organization whether you want it or not. Pelio smiled but didn't answer. He knew that Noah was probably right. His dreams couldn't find a way out of the floor back then, but he could see it clearly now. He only needed to glance at the blackness to understand what to do. What's happening? The upper-tier turtle asked while shooting toward Noah. June and the others imitated the upper-tier turtle, and Pelio's figure inevitably attracted their attention. They wanted to study the expert, but they found themselves unable to uncover anything about his power. Noah was in the same situation as his companions, but he knew the reason behind that strange feature. Pelio wouldn't regain his world until he left the cursed labyrinth. Still, he could call upon part of his power since his influence spread far past reality. He is opening the path, Noah limited himself to explain. He is Pelio. He makes tea. Pelio laughed loudly as his eyes closed. The blackness started to tremble, and the iconic force of the labyrinth began to envelop the group. The structure tried to teleport everyone in different places, but Noah unfolded the dark world to keep everyone close. The dark world struggled to gain a grasp of Pelio's figure, but the latter fixed the issue. The edges of his body condensed into the fabric of reality and allowed Noah to contain him through his technique. He definitely is a solid-stage cultivator, Noah commented in his mind as he inspected the transformations of the floor. The same should go for the creators of the labyrinth. I guess I need to reach the liquid stage before leaving this structure. Noah had no intention to fall prey to the whims of stronger existences, and his solution was pretty simple. He would improve before meeting the creator so that they would be forced to follow him. A piercing gaze fell on his figure while he remained immersed in those ambitious thoughts. Noah turned toward the source of that sensation and smiled when he found June wearing a confident smile. She had understood what was going through his mind, and she had every intention to follow him. The cursed labyrinth's teleporting force led Noah and the others into a narrow environment that forced him to tinker with the laws of space inside the dark world. He could only see rocky brownish walls when the environment in his vision stabilized, and a single turtle was enough to fill the available space that they encircled. Noah's understanding of space allowed the pack and his companions to fit inside the condensed dark world, but the exploration of the area remained a problem. June and the others couldn't move freely inside his technique even if he stretched the space-time array differently depending on who occupied a specific spot. Also, the upper-tier turtle didn't hesitate to voice complaints. "What are these constraints?" the upper-tier turtle hissed. "How can I help if I can't cross this short area quickly?" "You can't help?" Noah responded as he tried to ignore the hisses echoing throughout his dark world. "You won't even fit inside this tunnel. How do you plan on following us?" "I will expand the tunnel," the leader proudly announced. "Don't you remember the talk about destroying the floors?" Noah asked. "Do you really want to risk starving for more years?" "Surviving these restraints only makes me hungrier," the upper-tier turtle declared. Noah sighed in front of that statement. His understanding of space fused with his dark world created an almost perfect environment. It would be hard to tell the difference from the outside world due to how seamlessly he had stretched the space-time array. However, the leader was a magical beast in the upper tier. Its very body opposed that foreign force since it applied adverse effects on its ability to move freely. "I have a solution, but you won't like it," Noah eventually offered. The turtles tested Noah's suggestion, but their complaints immediately reached his mind. He had absorbed them inside the space created by his black crystal, the same area he used as a storage device. The place was very similar to the separate reality, so the creatures didn't suffer from his suppression, but they didn't like to be inside Noah. Snore, Night, Duanlong, Shafu, and the demonic sword did everything in their power to convince the turtle that their current location was the best solution to their problems. However, the upper-tier leader was too stubborn and prideful to accept its new situation. Noah didn't have other options, so he sent waves of dark matter toward the pack to appease their hunger. The horned turtles didn't even try to hold back, which ended up weighing on Noah's ethereal world, but he preferred that over having to hear their relentless complaints. After the turtles were dealt with, Noah retrieved the dark world and let his companions roam freely through the area. They were inside a narrow tunnel that seemed to stretch endlessly, but branches eventually appeared as the group moved forward. The layout of the fifth floor was rather messy. The direction of each tunnel seemed to have a deeper meaning, but Noah and the others couldn't uncover anything from their short exploration. The tunnels were empty, and the laws inside their rocky fabric didn't carry anything specific. Still, that was a hint that the four cultivators and Noah didn't miss. Only formations and similar structures could have those incomplete true meanings. The dark world helped Noah and the others keep track of their path, which eventually brought worries. The labyrinth's floors didn't have fixed sizes, but they had never been too big. Still, the tunnels stretched in multiple directions, and they often forced the group to return on paths already crossed numerous times. The expert's speed and the tunnel's emptiness allowed the group to move quickly, so the structure's size failed to scare them away. Still, it soon became clear that the fifth floor was bigger than the previous, and other problems also appeared as the exploration continued. Pillars made of a metallic material unfolded on the group's path from time to time. Noah and the others exchanged ideas whenever they found them, but the lack of clear clues always left them unable to reach proper conclusions. Noah initially used the pillars to make his map of the tunnels more accurate, but he soon realized that they didn't work in his favor. The exploration often forced the group to go back on their tracks, but that put them in front of a different layout at times. It took the group a while to understand that only the pillars remained still, and reaching them even triggered the changes in the layout. The tunnels moved whenever Noah and the others approached one of the metallic structures, and those transformations spread in every direction. They tested that aspect multiple times in the hope of finding a pattern, but the floor didn't have anything similar. The theory behind the fifth floor was relatively simple. Tunnels seemed to fill the whole area, and pillars stood in fixed spots among that array of rocky passages. Finding a pillar changed the layout of the entire floor, making the creation of an accurate map pointless. Noah still kept track of his path through the dark world, but his focus moved from the tunnels to his current position since the former were unreliable. Of course, he made sure to mark the location of each pillar since they were the only fixed structures in the area. Noah eventually felt the need to break everything and see what remained intact after his destruction. The pillars were upper-tier items, while the tunnels had fabric at various levels. All the rocks were still in the divine ranks, but they couldn't block an eventual attack launched by the group. June and Gabrielle prevented Noah from moving to violent approaches, and Fiery Mountain soon joined them in that request. The three experts had started to make some sense out of the various tunnels after crossing them for a long time. They had begun to see a pattern in a structure that did its best to modify its layout. The pillars must be the cores of a formation, June explained when Noah questioned her about the matter. They are obviously unusual as core since they don't carry or spread energy useful for the array. Still, their general behavior belongs to that category. What about the tunnels? Noah asked. They must be the lines of the formation, June guessed. How can a formation remain active after modifying its structure so many times? Noah continued. That's the peculiarity of this formation, at least in theory, June declared. There are actually two formations in place, and the pillars are enough to keep the first always active. Look. June took the small crystal of dark matter hovering above Noah and put it between them. Noah enlarged the structure to make the map inside it more visible, and June created a copy with her sparks. We know that getting close to the pillars causes a change in the layout, right? June stated. Yet, the combinations aren't infinite. We have seen some tunnels repeating themselves even after forcing the layout to transform a few times. Noah understood what June wanted to say. Similar ideas had appeared inside his mind after witnessing a repetition in the tunnel's layout. There could be a winning combination, but his lack of knowledge in the field would still force him to test every possible version until he found a solution. June was different, and the same went for Gabrielle. Fiery Mountain eventually saw herself overwhelmed by the task's difficulty, but her two companions continued the exploration and tried to make some sense out of that chaotic environment. As for Pelio, he spent most of the time on a floating mat right behind Noah. The expert poured tea nonstop, and he seemed to have no intention to help with the exploration. Can't you speed up the exploration with your dreams? Noah asked after he understood how long it would take to complete the exploration of the 5th floor. I'm dreaming you getting out of the cursed labyrinth, Pelio said while pouring more tea on his cup. You are doing it, isn't it? Why do I always get the crazy ones? Noah cursed in his mind before moving his attention on June and Gabrielle. The 5th floor wasn't hard to clear, but the time required to find a solution depended on the knowledge of the formations field. Noah could reach the next area by trying every possible combination, but June and Gabrielle were with him, and they could quicken the process. Being an expert in the formations field didn't grant immediate solutions. June and Gabrielle still had to see multiple combinations to understand the general trend of the floor and the winning layout that it was trying to hide. That took a long time. The issue wasn't with the floor's size. The area was relatively immense, but rank 9 experts could go over it quickly. However, the number of possible combinations and the requirements behind their changes were annoying to meet. First, the group had to find every metallic pillar in the area. That was easier said than done in an ever-changing environment, but they eventually cleared that requirement. After that, Noah and the others had to witness the transformations that each pillar caused. Those changes happened in a random cycle, and each metallic structure generated a specific set of layouts depending on what stood before. Combinations that changed depending on what they transformed and specific layouts, hidden behind different pillars, forced the group to cross the 5th floor multiple times before stopping to make a point of their situation. June and Gabrielle studied everything Noah had noted down through the dark world. They had instinctively found a pattern, but they had to discover how to obtain that layout before moving again. Took a while, but the group eventually began to move again. They advanced carefully, making sure never to get too close to a pillar unless it met their needs, and the floor changed during the process. At some point, after reaching the 11th pillar since the beginning of that march, everything started to tremble. Cracks appeared on the rocky walls, ceiling, and ground as their fabric shattered, to release the energy they contained. Noah didn't immediately absorb that energy. He didn't know if the floor needed it to create the teleport, so he let it spread among the falling rocks and crumbling shards. June and the others instinctively gathered around him, and he pulled Pelios close since the expert barely noticed what was happening around him. The event turned out to be completely safe. The various tunnels and pillars transformed into bright waves of energy that shone on a vast hole hovering at the center of the 5th floor. A single glance was enough to tell everyone that the cavity led to the next area. The teleport was already complete, which made the fuel in the separate reality ready for the taking. The horned turtles had remained quiet for most of the exploration. Noah was giving them his dark matter to keep them satisfied and calm. They had basically become parasites, and even the seemingly endless energy inside his black crystal had started to require the ethereal blackness assistance at some point. The appearance of so much energy in the environment could solve eventual future problems connected to the turtles' hunger, but Noah didn't trust their self-control. He absorbed those bright waves inside a different area of his black crystal and released the pack only afterward. He would decide when to award those creatures with that fuel. "Did you complete it?" the upper-tier turtle asked when it saw the hole hovering in the now dark environment. "Of course," Noah stated as he pretended not to see the knowing smiles that had appeared on his companions' faces. "I believe your bodies are fine now. I must admit that your energy isn't bad," the leader exclaimed. "I've never tasted something so rich. You can have more as long as you stop complaining," Noah promised. "Really?" the leader hissed as its reptilian eyes lit up. "Not right now," Noah explained. "I also need to recover for a bit. Hopefully, the next floor can take care of your issue." Noah didn't really believe his words, but he was partially lying anyway. The 5th floor didn't feature battles, and it had even rewarded its challengers with a lot of energy. It seemed that the cursed labyrinth had used that area to make the experts rest after the previous trials, so the following struggles would probably be harsh. Still, the turtles didn't need to know that. They were at their peak now, and that was enough. Noah would simply give them the stored energy if the situation required it. The dark world enveloped the entire group and prevented the labyrinth from separating them during the teleport. The 6th floor soon unfolded in everyone's vision, and Noah felt the need to curse when he saw another peaceful environment. For waterfalls ran from 4 mountains placed at the edges of the separate reality. Those streams transformed into a spiderweb of rivers once they expanded on the slightly barren plain. The ceiling featured an azure sky with no clouds. The water was clear, and short green grass grew along the shores of the rivers. The barren part of the ground had a yellowish color that revealed its sandy properties, and the cozy glow that filled the entirety of the area highlighted the peaceful aspects of the 6th floor. The turtles inevitably felt attracted by the environment. The intense aura that only powerful divine items could radiate filled the whole floor, and the general peace that accompanied it only enhanced its appeal. "Calm down," Noah roared as soon as he sensed the turtles moving toward the plain. The edges of the dark world transformed into a prison that prevented those creatures from leaving and hindered their senses. The pack didn't like that change, but the upper-tier specimen accepted that approach. "Boss, block my senses too," Old Tyrant requested. "I also want to get down." "It's the same for me," Fiery Mountain admitted. "It's so tempting," Gabriel added. "The tea is hot now," Pelio exclaimed, but everyone ignored him. "I don't feel much," June announced. "Me neither," Noah stated. "I can understand why this area can be tempting, but I don't feel the same drive." Noah preventively blocked his companion's senses, leaving only he and June able to inspect the floor in its entirety. There was something off in the general peace that filled the area, but the two of them seemed immune for unknown reasons. "What do we have more than them?" Noah asked. "Each other." June shrugged her shoulders, and Noah instinctively reached her cheek. Fiery Mountain cleared her throat, and the two forced themselves to snap back to reality. Noah and June wouldn't believe that their feelings were the reason behind that immunity. There had to be something connected to their worlds, but they failed to find it from their position. The area appeared empty. The tempting aura that filled the peaceful environment was the only significant aspect of the 6th floor, and the underground world also seemed devoid of life. The environment's layout was quite peculiar. The many rivers had random courses, but the mountains stood at the exact center of the floor's edges. That had to be planned, but Noah and June couldn't find anything connected to that detail. The pack of turtles, Gabrielle, Old Tyrant, Fiery Mountain, and Pelio remained inside the dark world hovering in the sky while Noah and June inspected every corner of the 6th floor. They dived in the rivers and stopped the flow of the waterfalls, but their search for clues remained uneventful. "We can try using our companions as guinea pigs," June suggested. "Who did you have in mind?" Noah asked. "Gabrielle," June responded without showing any hesitation. Noah shook his head, but a laugh escaped his mouth. The two returned to the dark world to explain the situation to Gabrielle, and the latter immediately agreed to play that role. The tempting aura that filled the 6th floor had strange effects on Gabrielle. The expert felt attracted by the surface as soon as she left the dark matter, and that feeling only intensified when she descended toward the ground. Noah and June inspected her reactions and the changes in her aura. Gabrielle slowly fell into a daze, and she instinctively began cultivating near a river. Still, the energy that tried to flow inside her world ended up spreading into the environment. The 6th floor seemed to use Gabrielle as a tool to improve its overall state. Her world generated energy on its own, but the environment transformed that fuel into 4 different currents that flew toward the 4 mountains. The situation was far more than peculiar. Gabrielle's cultivation method was rather complicated. She had to summon her purple crystals and deploy them into a specific array to enhance the energy released by her figure. She would then reabsorb that fuel after it went through a few enhancements. In theory, nothing could force the enhanced energy to change its course. External influences would only make that fuel disperse. Yet, the 6th floor managed to take it for itself. The only possible explanation was that Gabrielle herself had deployed the purple crystals so that the energy would go toward the 4 mountains. She had decided to give power to the floor, but Noah and June felt sure that she didn't do that on purpose. The peaceful expression on Gabrielle's face even described how she believed that her cultivation was going well. She didn't sense that theft, which was enough to prove the dangerous properties of the floor. The calm aura appeared able to mess up her senses in ways that even the dark world would struggle to achieve. Noah and June could find multiple explanations for that event. A simple illusion could be enough to trick Gabrielle so deeply, but their main doubt remained. They couldn't find what made them immune to that influence, and even the experiment with Gabrielle wasn't leading to results. What do we have more than her? Noah wondered. The answer couldn't concern their cultivation level or path. Noah and June were very different in that field, and their companions also matched their apparent power. Still, a reason had to exist, and the two did everything in their power to find it. The lack of clues forced Noah and June to interrupt Gabrielle's cultivation to interrogate her, and the expert finally revealed some of the secrets of the 6th floor. She appeared lost but still herself. She wasn't under the effects of an illusion, but there was something strange in her behavior. "Why, what?" Gabrielle gasped as she inspected her hands. The expert didn't stop there. Gabrielle bent forward to lay her ear on the ground. She was looking for something, and Noah and June immediately thought about her lost energy. "The mountains took everything your world generated," Noah explained. "Oh, that's good," Gabrielle announced before frowning. "Wait, why did I say that?" "Try to find the answer," June insisted. Gabrielle stuttered before straightening her back and inspecting the 4 mountains. "I feel a connection with the environment." "Well, I felt it. It's gone now." "What kind of connection?" Noah questioned. "I don't know," Gabrielle responded as a warm smile appeared on her face. It felt close, deep, and even personal. "I think the floor wanted to fuse our powers." "We did dual cultivate many years ago," June whispered. "That wasn't exactly fun for me," Noah recalled. But June promptly laid her head on his shoulder. "What do you think all of this means?" June asked while taking Noah's arm. "Maybe the 6th floor is trying to find a lover," Noah joked. "We can offer Gabrielle then," June played along. "They are already so in love with each other." I'm still here, Gabrielle complained as a tinge of fear appeared on her face. I will leave now. I can't control myself when I'm here. Gabrielle basically ran away to return inside the dark world, and the couple inspected her during her flight. Their minds tried to find more reasonable solutions after Gabrielle vanished among the dark matter, and a few ideas inevitably took form. The connection was about energy, Noah commented. I can create avatars that reflect my existence, but I don't know how deep they can go with the fusion. I'd need to cut the connection as soon as something tried to reach my world. We can't even sacrifice any one of our new allies, sadly, June sighed. What if the floor is offering us a different path? Do you want to do it here? Noah asked. Something might happen if we show the floor our connection, June suggested. You don't even have problems with your instincts now. We can try to go over the phases of the dual cultivation before going for the real thing. It might work, Noah admitted. Everything was still quite vague on the 6th floor. The search for a connection might have merely been an excuse to steal Gabrielle's energy, but Noah and June wouldn't discover anything if they didn't perform more tests. I'll tell the others to hide, Noah declared before shooting toward the dark world and moving it toward the farthest corner from the surface. Noah explained the plan to his companions, and they naturally remained dumbfounded. Fiery Mountain even felt a bit worried, but the presence of the dark world slightly reassured her about her safety. Boss, are you sure you can maintain your focus on the technique in the meantime? Old Tyrant asked. I wouldn't dare to see something. Don't worry about that. Noah calmly dismissed Old Tyrant. It wouldn't be the first time with an audience. Fiery Mountain shook her head and retreated deeper into the dark world while Old Tyrant and Gabrielle found themselves out of words. Pelio didn't hear anything about Noah's explanation, while the turtles didn't care about the approach as long as it worked. Noah left his companions to return to June at that point. The dark world prevented the experts from studying the outside world, but tremors and shockwaves eventually began to reach it. The dark matter endured everything perfectly, but the occasional lightning bolts and destructive powers that flew in its direction pierced its surface. Noah and June didn't initially intend to go at it so intensely, but the 6th floor's reaction proved their approach right. Nothing happened when they replayed the various passages of the dual cultivation performed in the past, but everything changed when they lost themselves in their passion. Gabrielle had given energy to the mountains when she cultivated, but something entirely different happened while Noah and June expressed their feelings. The rivers, sandy ground, grass, and waterfalls lost power as something began to take in the underground world. Noah and June didn't completely understand the reason behind that reaction. They had theories, but they stopped caring about them once they saw that their approach was working. Old Tyrant, Gabrielle, and the turtles imitated Fiery Mountain and retreated on the other side of the dark world when they saw that attacks were piercing the black crystals. Nothing reached them, but they didn't want to test their luck. Only Pelio remained in his position. His face didn't show any trace of fear, but his companions didn't know how aware of the situation he was. He didn't flinch even when a shockwave pulverized the tea in the human ranks he had brewed. Doubts appeared in Old Tyrant and Gabrielle's minds as Noah and June continued to let their passion run free. They exchanged a gaze that expressed their confusion before looking toward Fiery Mountain, but she had no real answers for them. Are they even fine? Gabrielle eventually asked. I've seen battles less violent than this. Only an amazing existence could be the boss partner, Old Tyrant proudly announced, even if his face continued to show how amazed he was about the whole matter. You got lucky that he doesn't want more than one, Fiery Mountain commented. Gabrielle wanted to contradict Fiery Mountain, but another shockwave suddenly reached the dark world and made everything tremble. The black crystals dispersed its power, but everyone inside the technique could sense the might that it carried. Needless to say, Gabrielle decided to remain silent afterward. Even if the turtles had retreated, they didn't hide their approval toward the event. The upper-tier leader appeared quite pleased about the whole matter. Couldn't help but accept Noah properly when it saw him behave as a magical beast. The event went on for a long time. Old Tyrant and the others grew used to the chaos unfolding outside the dark world after a while. They started to cultivate, and they decided to open their eyes only after the dark crystals around them dispersed. The path to the next floor is open, Noah announced after calling back the dark world. Old Tyrant and the others found a very different environment once they opened their eyes. The sky had remained unchanged, but everything else had transformed while Noah and June were busy expressing their feelings. Deep holes had replaced the 4 mountains, and the barren areas had transformed into a series of gorges that created a complicated underground labyrinth. The rivers had also vanished, and an immense lake had appeared in their place. A vast whirlpool rotated at the center of the lake, and a dimensional passage had appeared at the bottom of that structure. The 6th floor had opened the door for the next area without sacrificing the entirety of its environment. The different environment attracted the group's attention, but many eyes quickly fell on Noah and June. He had his legs crossed and she was sitting on his lap. Their faces didn't reveal anything, but they appeared unwilling to separate. "Is something the matter?" Noah commented as the 3 cultivators and some turtles tried to find signs of the recent event on their bodies. "Not at all, boss," Old Tyrant responded. "Good job out there," Gabrielle awkwardly said. Fiery Mountain only rolled her eyes, flew forward, but she did her best not to get near the couple. Instead, the turtles hissed approving cries that had no human meaning, and their leader didn't hold back from voicing a comment before crossing Noah. "You might be a creature worth following." "You are already following me," Noah growled coldly, but the upper-tier turtle only voiced a happy hiss as it moved toward the lake. Pelio began to fly forward, but Noah grabbed his mat before it could leave the area. The expert stopped brewing tea, and his eyes opened when he turned to look at Noah. "The next floor will be the 7th, Noah exclaimed. "And?" Pelio asked. "And the cursed labyrinth has 9 floors, Noah continued. "We are about to reach its end, so everything might become more dangerous." "I'm sure you'll be fine," Pelio reassured. "I've dreamt about leaving this place. The images are almost as clear as reality." "Why did the creators even make the labyrinth?" Noah questioned. "What's the goal behind this place?" "I don't know," Pelio responded. "Dream about it," Noah ordered. "I can't," Pelio replied. "The creator's power prevents me from seeing this structure in its entirety. I would have left on my own otherwise." "You said that the labyrinth attracts experts for various reasons," Noah reminded. "So?" Pelio asked. "So, you must know something," Noah stated. "I do," Pelio admitted. "I know that you are thinking too hard about this structure. The Cursed Labyrinths offers different environments and situations, so it's only normal that various experts end up reaching it." "How is it normal?" Noah questioned. "Because it's part of the world," Pelio explained, "and it isn't at the same time. It has desires, but it also experiences the higher plane's whims." "I can understand you and Fiery Mountain," Noah declared. "She needed a place heaven and earth couldn't reach, and you are here due to your enmity with the creators. However, the same doesn't apply to the turtles, Old Tyrant, and Gabrielle. You are looking at this system from the wrong perspective," Pelio stated. "How so?" Noah asked. "Maybe the other floors felt alone, so they have summoned different experts," Pelio suggested. Noah went over the matter in his mind. Something began to make sense once he tried to see the Cursed Labyrinth as a living being or as a structure that reacted to the creatures in its insides. That different perspective allowed Noah to justify the transformation of the sea. The environment might have changed due to the blood and corpses that had tainted it, but it still felt strange that it had begun to feed the turtles. Its connection to the labyrinth had remained in place, so the structure could have fixed the issue. The situation was different with Old Tyrant, Gabrielle, and the liquid stage cultivator that Noah had failed to save. There was an upper-tier magical plant on that floor, and its infective ability probably required new beings. The labyrinth might have reacted to that necessity, leading to the arrival of the 3 experts. "You are still trying to find a reason," Pelio commented. "It might help with the next floors," Noah responded. "Are you sure?" Pelio asked. "Every floor is different. Trying to find answers will only place barriers in front of the truth." "What's the truth?" Noah questioned. "You know the truth," Pelio replied. No, I don't, Noah sighed. I wouldn't have this conversation with you otherwise. Why does your ambition exist? Pelio asked. Why do I dream and make tea? Why do the turtles eat? Why does she launch lightning bolts? Do you have the answer to these questions? Yes and no, Noah exclaimed as he began to understand what Pelio meant. The cursed labyrinth had multiple creators, but Noah had never heard of them. That was normal since it was hard to find other rank 9 existences among the storms and the weak sky. Many of them also minded their own business and didn't look for fame. Yet, all of those powerful existences aimed to expand their worlds, and the labyrinth could be exactly that. Its creators might have built it only to express their power and have an environment that heaven and earth couldn't touch. The state as a separate reality made the cursed labyrinth a place both outside and inside the world. That gave it influence over the higher plane, but it also put in the way of heaven and earth's fairness, which created multiple reasons behind the presence of experts on its floors. Still, its cores remained the same as every other world. The labyrinth was like Noah's ambition or June's desire for battles. It existed because its creators had felt the unstoppable drive to build it. Overthinking the matter couldn't lead to answers because they simply didn't exist. Did you find your answers? Pelio eventually asked. No, Noah said. But I understand what you mean. I guess I wish things were different. Why? Because of the final battle against heaven and earth. Pelio questioned. We need more to win, Noah exclaimed. You are getting more, Pelio responded. We need more than this, Noah declared. We need more than the creators too. Then we'll find other creators, Pelio continued. If I decide to follow you, you are already following me. Noah nodded, and Pelio wore a smile before half-closing his eyes. He isn't easy to talk with, June commented after Noah let go of the flying mat and Pelio could reach the group near the dimensional passage. But his ability will be useful in the higher plane, Noah announced. We can use him to find other allies. The 7th floor didn't give Noah and the others time to think. As soon as the group crossed the dimensional passage, they found themselves immersed in a sea of winged insects that radiated divine auras at different levels. The dark world that enveloped Noah and the others kept the insects away, but the latter tried to drill through the black crystals as soon as the teleport ended. Those creatures resembled heaven and earth's swarm of flying cockroaches, but their bodies were far different, and their aggression was also far greater. Those insects had 2 pairs of pincers and long legs featuring sharp tips. They seemed born to pierce the matter, and small holes also appeared in the fabric of space as they moved their limbs and mouths. Noah roared and used the dark world to enhance the pride carried by his voice. But the insects didn't react. A large part of the swarm had mere rank 7 and rank 8 specimens, which would generally freeze under his heavy voice. However, they didn't flinch. Actually, their violence seemed to intensify after confirming that the giant black crystal contained powerful beings. The upper-tier turtle launched a loud hiss to test the approach again, and Noah even supported it through the dark world. Yet, nothing happened, and the group watched as the flying insects drilled through the black crystals to converge on their position. Pelio, Noah called. Deep to the left, Pelio said after closing his eyes. I dream about a hive-like structure. It might be their nest. What else? Noah asked. The tea is almost ready if you want some, Pelio responded. Go all out. Noah promptly growled as his aura exploded outward. June could only rejoice at that outcome, and her companions didn't show any hesitation either. Multiple auras filled the dark world and expanded past the black crystals as everyone mustered their power. Even the turtles voiced battle cries that temporarily suppressed the buzzing noise caused by the immense swarm. Noah kept track of everyone's power before forcing the dark world to explode outward. Multiple flares shot out of his technique, and his companions flowed into different ones to spread throughout the battlefield. Only the turtles remained in their place, and Noah didn't affect their decision. Noah also flew inside one of his flares, but the energy inside the dark matter around him eventually ended. He found himself in the middle of the swarm, and the lack of allies in his surroundings allowed him to unleash the entirety of his power. Snore, Night, the Parasite, Duanlong, Shafu, the Demonic Sword, and the Cursed Sword came out of his figure. The black crystals even created small dark worlds all around him to activate the workshops. The entirety of Noah's arsenal appeared on the battlefield, and many flying insects directly crumbled under its pressure. The battle unfolded immediately, and the workshops soon helped by releasing entire hordes of six-armed dragons. Attacks flew in every direction as Noah unleashed everything he had to create a massacre. Those creatures had the same iconic weaknesses as most insect-like magical beasts. They didn't need much to improve and reproduce themselves, but their bodies were frail, even when it came to specimens in the upper tier. Noah didn't need to rely on his ambition to vanquish the pack, but his ethereal blackness sent potential toward his assets on its own. His world wanted to join the fight, and he wouldn't suppress it. Noah's greed, pride, hunger, and destruction reached unheard intensity levels as the slaughter continued. The insects didn't hold a chance against him, and he never held back. That type of battlefield was perfect for June, and Noah had even made sure to send her far away from the rest of the group. She was completely alone, with nothing but enemies around them, so her lightning bolts ran freely. Old Tyrant, Gabrielle, and Fiery Mountain couldn't abandon themselves to the battle like Noah and June. They were only gaseous stage cultivators who had yet to cross the normal limits of their level. They were powerful, but they still had to retreat or directly escape when a series of upper-tier insects flew in their direction. The pack of turtles initially struggled a bit, but they soon recalled how to handle those types of battles. Their size was a weakness against those piercing creatures, but they could deploy simple battle formations that forced their opponents to converge on their hard shells. The fight became a matter of endurance at that point. Pelio was an oddity on the battlefield. His figure didn't radiate a proper cultivation level, but the flying insects still tried to pierce him. However, they found nothing to eat or destroy. They simply crossed him as if he didn't exist at all. The weaker flying insects were too dumb to understand something as deep as Pelio's existence, so they kept attacking him. Instead, the stronger specimens soon gave up on him to fly toward other battlefields. Noah did his best to study his opponents and the seventh floor as a whole while going all out. His attacks didn't leave much to inspect, but he still forced himself to find the hidden purpose of that area. A few odd features became clear as the area grew devoid of flying insects. Those creatures appeared insane. They only wanted to attack even in front of Noah's undeniable superiority. They showed no presence of survival instincts or fear as they slammed on his slashes and ended up pulverized by the destructive energy that they carried. Meanwhile, the areas that Noah cleared revealed a dark green fabric of space that contained an incredible amount of energy. That fuel came from the dimension hidden under the floor, which was empty but had a vast stash of power. The presence of that vast mass of energy seemed to have no purpose, but an idea formed in Noah's mind as more areas became devoid of insects. He used those creatures' behavior to add details and truths to his hypothesis until a vague process took form. The seventh floor clearly contained too much unused energy. That immense amount of fuel could become intoxicating for magical beasts with no self-restraint. Even Noah's hunger intensified as he realized how much power the area held. Still, that endless banquet had turned those insects into even simpler creatures. The years spent on the seventh floor in the absence of threats had made them abandon every instinct that didn't involve their hunger. They had turned into magical beasts that lived to eat no matter what happened around them. The slaughter continued for a long time, but Noah eventually reached the hive-like structure mentioned by Pelio. The place used the energy inside the floor to generate more flying insects, so Noah took it down with a series of slashes. The floor could grow empty after the nest crumbled. Each kill began to matter, which eventually led to the end of the battle. Everyone could appreciate the dark green area at that point, but a greater event soon attracted their attention. Noah and the turtles wanted to seize the energy on the floor, but that fuel began to move before they could do anything. The dimensional layer crumbled and condensed to create a portal that led to the next area. The seventh floor had to use the entirety of its energy to make the dimensional portal stable, so Noah and the others couldn't seize any of that fuel. The event also revealed that the insects had been a challenge, but they couldn't be sure if they had arrived during the labyrinth's creation or afterward. The flying insects might have affected the floor like the turtles did with the sea. They might have changed the area's nature, forcing the cursed labyrinth to adapt the challenge to its new shape. Noah couldn't find answers to those questions since the dimensional passage absorbed every clue that the seventh floor might have. Only a maimed version of the space-time array remained after the door to the next area stabilized, so he suppressed his curiosity to advance the exploration. The portal had absorbed the few maimed corpses that were still floating on the floor, so the turtles couldn't find anything capable of appeasing their hunger. Noah felt forced to give the energy stored previously and let everyone recover for a while before approaching the passage. The force that triggered the teleportation fell on the dark world around the group, and a new environment quickly unfolded in their senses. An immense plain expanded in every direction, and for massive tornadoes raged in seemingly random areas. The sky was gray, and violent winds ran through it. Those currents followed precise paths as they left and re-entered the four tornadoes, and their nature changed every time they fused with those giant structures. The tornadoes didn't hurt the plane. Their vast bases appeared glued to the crystal-like azure ground, but their energy didn't seep inside it. That odd terrain seemed immune to the violent force falling on its surface, but there was clearly more to the matter. The eighth floor was larger than the previous by a lot. That vaster space allowed the many currents to create a system that could run endlessly. Of course, that could only happen if the energy inside the winds didn't change, so Noah promptly gave the order to leave everything untouched. The plane wasn't flat, but it didn't feature any significant structure. A few shallow gorges and a series of short hills stood on its surface, but they didn't seem to have any deep purpose. Everyone immediately believed that the tornadoes and the winds were the keys behind the exit, but Noah felt that something was off. The different space-time array of the separate reality bent and converged at the base of those vast structures, and a closer inspection revealed the presence of dimensional tunnels. Each tornado had a dimensional passage at its base, and Noah couldn't understand where they led. Pelio also felt lost in front of those doors. His dreams found no hindrances in the entire eighth floor, but they couldn't go past those teleports. "They can be anything at this point," June commented when Noah tried to find answers in her expertise in the formations field. "This plane is strange, but it has no signs of inscriptions. The entire area might just be a unique environment with no special purpose. Except for the winds," Noah added. "This layout allows the winds to blow in their set course," June stated. "However, these tornadoes have no source. Unless they appeared due to someone's influence, it's very likely that the creators have placed them here after creating an environment that could contain them so perfectly. The same goes to the dimensional passages then," Noah continued. "The portals can remain stable because they have these winds around them. They don't draw power from the gales, but they are definitely symbiotic." "Can you find anything about the plane?" June asked. "I can dig into it," Noah explained, "but I don't want to ruin this harmony. Besides, the plane looks normal from here. My consciousness can seep inside it just fine, and it can't find anything unusual. The crystal-like ground didn't have any unique ability. It was simply immune to the winds, which explained how it had survived the gales falling on its surface for a long time. The winds didn't even smoothen out its sharp spots. Every corner, hole, or hill appeared necessary for the correct functioning of that endless cycle. "We have to explore the passages then." June voiced what everyone had already understood, but didn't want to say. That decision created new problems. The tornadoes were oddly identical. The amount of energy they contained was the exact same as the other structures, and their winds even blew at the same speed. Noah would have believed that the passages at their bases led to the same place if the space-time array didn't show a different truth. Noah could sense and calculate that the dimensional passages would lead to entirely different dimensions. Those areas weren't even as close as those usually hidden under the floors. He actually checked that in an area that didn't affect the winds, but he only found an empty gray sky. "So, there are 4 keys or a single right path," Noah concluded after reviewing everything found during the inspection. "If we are lucky," June chuckled. "I'm getting really curious about these creators," Noah exclaimed. "I hope building separate realities and complicated environments aren't their only abilities." What if they are useless in battle? June asked. We make them build multiple labyrinths inside the sky and start stealing assets from heaven and earth, Noah announced. Old Tyrant and Gabrielle laughed, but Fiery Mountain's expression froze, and her reaction told the two experts that Noah wasn't joking. The sky was an untouchable realm in their minds, but Noah was planning to invade it. They had no idea that he had already accomplished that feat a few times. Fine, gather up, Noah ordered before looking toward the pack of turtles. Maybe it's better if you hide inside me again. We don't hide, the upper-tier turtle hissed. Do we have to go through this every time? Noah growled. Noah expected the leader to complain a bit longer, but it accepted the order rather quickly at that time. His pride even deepened, and he shook his head after connecting the event to what had happened on the 6th floor. Noah enveloped June and the other cultivator with his dark matter after all the turtles entered his figure. Crossing the tornado's raging winds wasn't a problem, and their passage didn't affect their flow. The environment remained untouched as the group approached the dimensional path and dived right through it. The choice of the tornado had been entirely random. They didn't have anything special, and the plane didn't help, so Noah had just flown to the closest to his position. Still, the dimensional passage there triggered a teleport that took a few seconds to activate. The event differed from what the group had grown used to after crossing multiple floors, but no one complained. Everyone simply tried to remain alert as the environment around them changed. No amount of preparation would have been enough to prevent surprise from filling the experts' minds. Even Noah didn't know what to think when the teleport ended and made his group appear before an immense city. The sky there had a darker shade of gray, but Noah and the others barely managed to keep their attention on the environment. Their senses inevitably focused on the city's insides when countless presences entered the range of their mental waves. All of them belonged to cultivators. The scene was unreal, especially for Noah and June. The two of them had seen the changes in the higher plane. Heaven and earth had almost destroyed every organization after filling the environment with their weak sky. Noah knew that other powerful forces existed inside the higher plane. The various small packs, his organization, and the old experts striving toward the peak of the cultivation journey had survived the transformation of the higher plane, but they remained sparse and lonely. Heaven and earth had made sure of that. However, the cursed labyrinth had proven that belief wrong. Heaven and Earth's cancer wasn't the last large organization in the higher plane. A far vaster force had survived, and Noah had to go through one of the tornadoes on the 8th floor to find it. Are they illusions? Noah wondered. His guess made sense when he considered everything that had happened in the outside world and the very structure of the cursed labyrinth. There was a limit to how much energy a peak rank 9 item could contain. In theory, only a world could have enough fuel for an entire organization. The cursed labyrinth tried to act as a world, but it had creators far weaker than heaven and earth. It couldn't possibly be enough to give birth to the vast population inside the city, but something told Noah that he wasn't before an illusion. He could smell that all those cultivators were real. Try to behave, Noah ordered without mentioning anyone. But Fiery Mountain and the others knew that his words were for June and Pelio. The city didn't have defensive walls. Its buildings grew taller as they moved toward the center of the immense settlement, giving a pyramidal shape to the whole place. The level of the citizens also rose near the center of the city. Its outskirts had heroic cultivators who barely touched the beginning of the 4th rank, while the tallest building contained experts that even Noah struggled to sense properly. Solid stage, Noah concluded in his mind without needing further inspections. The turtles inside the black crystal hissed in excitement, but Noah ordered his companions to keep them quiet. That wasn't the time for a battle. An army had unfolded in front of his eyes, and he wanted to add it to his arsenal. The group flew above the city, but a heavy pressure fell on them as soon as they entered its perimeter. It immediately became clear that the expert in charge of the area had tried to create a no-fly zone, and the 3 gaseous stage cultivators struggled to remain in the air among that force. Leave, Noah ordered to Fiery Mountain, Old Tyrant, and Gabrielle. This is above you. Boss, what if a battle unfolds? Old Tyrant asked. You would be glad to be outside the city in that case, Noah stated. Cultivate right past the outskirts, but try not to affect the area too much. This dimension is connected to the 8th floor, so avoid cause problems until we know that they won't affect the creation of the key. The 3 cultivators followed the orders, leaving only Noah, June, and Pelio in the sky. As the 3 moved toward the tallest building, the pressure grew heavier, but they fended it off through defensive techniques. Pelio appeared immune to that force, but Noah covered him with his dark matter anyway. The central building was an immense tower that ended with a beautiful dome. The grayness of the sky couldn't obscure its flashy scarlet and yellow shades, and the same went for the many windows adorned with bright crystals. The windows didn't stop Noah's gaze, but he couldn't learn much about the building from those spots. He saw staircases, vast halls, and multiple corridors, but nothing that gave more information about the powerful experts living inside it. The group's presence didn't go unnoticed, but the citizens didn't panic. The heroic cultivators obviously couldn't sense Noah and the others, but the divine experts glanced at the sky when they perceived their heavy presence. Still, they went on with their lives as if nothing strange was happening. The event only confused Noah. He had seen a few cities during his first years on the higher plane, so the sight wasn't unfamiliar. However, he was inside the cursed labyrinth, so those citizens couldn't possibly be used to the arrival of foreigners. Did the leader warn them? Noah wondered. No, I would have sensed it. What is even happening? Only the central tower could have the answers to those questions, and the group didn't hesitate to reach it. Noah didn't even have the time to think about how to enter the structure since the dome opened and revealed a landing platform when they entered its range. I should start to make tea, Pelio commented. But Noah and June ignored him as they landed on the platform. A series of praying mats, small circular tables, and sofas filled the vast area under the dome. Scarlet and yellow lights shone on the pale yellow tiles and gave them a noble brilliance. Everything was as clean and perfect as possible. Even the chandelier hanging from the half-spherical ceiling illuminated everything and prevented the existence of shadows. The area wasn't empty or flat. A series of steps on the other side of the platform led to a stage that had a large throne. A solid stage middle-aged woman with long black hair and white eyes sat on it, and 2 cultivators in the liquid stage cultivators stood at her sides to wave large fans. You have indeed come, the woman announced in a deep voice that made the whole dome tremble. Did you predict our arrival? Noah promptly asked while approaching the stage but stopping as soon as the 2 liquid stage men tensed up. Not specifically yours, the woman revealed. I've seen that the cursed labyrinth would have attracted experts capable of overcoming its floors. I guess the final battle against heaven and earth is upon us. Noah's eyes sharpened at those words. The woman seemed to know a lot, but her power remained unclear. He couldn't see her world nor sense it, but her cultivation level was more than evident. Yes, the final battle is about to fall on the higher plane, Noah admitted. Heaven and earth have filled the world with their sky and have prevented the creation of large forces. My organization is the last grand gathering of experts. They actually decided to expand the sky, the woman exclaimed in a surprised tone. I didn't expect them to waste energy so recklessly. They aren't wasting it, Noah explained. They are evolving. The explanation seemed to leave the 2 liquid stage experts speechless. They stopped waving their fans, and the woman didn't scold them. She tried not to show any reaction, but her aloofness was enough to prove that she didn't expect that outcome. Evolving how? The woman asked. I think it's my time to get a few answers, Noah stated as a cold smile appeared on his face. The answer didn't please the 2 liquid stage men. Their grip on the fans tightened, and tinges of anger appeared on their eyes, but they remained shocked when Noah threw a cold glance at them. A mere inspection of his reptilian pupils was enough to tell them that they would lose if a battle were to unfold. Right. Where are my manners? The woman chuckled while covering her mouth with a hand. I'm Vesuvia, humanity's future and one of the creators of the cursed labyrinth. Vesuvia voiced a shocking revelation without flinching, but Noah, June, and Pelio remained calm. A long and silent exchange of glances followed, but the time for words soon returned. Why did you build the cursed labyrinth? Noah asked. Multiple reasons, Vesuvia stated. Some only wanted a chance to express their power, while others had deeper plans in mind. I bet you belong to the second category, Noah responded. I do not plan, Vesuvia explained. I see and do my best to alter the inevitable. Everything for humanity's future? Noah continued. I think it's my time for questions, Vesuvia said. I have nothing to hide, Noah declared. Ask away. Who are you? Vesuvia asked. You don't belong to humanity. I can say the same for every other divine expert in your city, Noah stated. Cultivators separate themselves from their species as they strive to develop worlds. The belonging to a species goes past the mere nature of the existence. Vesuvia contradicted. Cultivators might evolve past their innate qualities, but they remain humans, even if they take different forms. I used to belong to humanity, Noah revealed. You have chosen the beast's path, the only path that strays away from humanity, Vesuvia replied. Also, you didn't answer my question. I'm Noah Bulvin, Noah exclaimed while pointing at himself before continuing when he moved his fingers on his companions. She is June Balor and he is Pelio, but I think you know him. I do know him, Vesuvia revealed. Dream Lord. It seems that you found someone capable of opening your eyes. I only felt like moving, Pelio announced as his eyes opened completely. My tea was getting stale after remaining for ages inside that floor. The others won't be happy, Vesuvia said. Hatred can last forever in their hearts. I'll leave those matters to Defying Demon. Pelio smiled before losing interest in the situation and half-closing his eyes. Defying Demon? Vesuvia asked before understanding that the title belonged to Noah. The expert inevitably felt surprised that Pelio was putting his faith in a gaseous stage hybrid, but that only intensified her curiosity. So, Noah Bulvin, Defying Demon, we were discussing the nature of humanity, Vesuvia said to get back to the previous topic. Not really, Noah stated. Nothing proves your point. It's a matter of perspective whether to consider individual worlds part of the same category or species. And yet there are two different paths, Vesuvia continued. Those who feed off the world are beasts, while those who absorb it are humans. That's the same thing, Noah declared. Is it? Vesuvia asked. Why can I see most of your group then? Only you and June escape my sight. Even the magical beasts you recruited used to appear in my vision. The revelation was quite surprising, but Noah used it to gain insights into Vesuvia's power. She claimed to be humanity's future, but the meaning behind that title was unusual. In her mind, even magical beasts could belong to humankind depending on how they approached the absorption of energy. What exactly do you see? Noah asked. Humanity's future, Vesuvia promptly replied. It's dark, isn't it? Noah questioned. What would you even know about it? Vesuvia asked as tinges of surprise appeared in her tone. A good friend invaded heaven and earth's mind to look into the future once. Noah revealed without bothering to hide part of his knowledge. I was in it, so it was dark. I think you are describing different events, Vesuvia exclaimed. Are they different? Noah asked. I see myself in both of them. You are arrogant, Vesuvia commented. It doesn't mean that I'm wrong, Noah laughed. Truth be told, Noah knew that the two events were different. Dreaming Demon wanted to find a way to save the demon sex and her lover when she decided to invade heaven and earth's will, while Vesuvia's ability seemed to tamper with the very future. However, the similarities between the two events helped Noah establish the ground for a fair conversation and exchange of information. Vesuvia was one of the labyrinth's creators, but her presence on the 8th floor had to mean something, and Noah wanted to uncover it. You are interesting, Vesuvia admitted after a few silent moments went by. You might be the existence I was waiting for. Why did you decide to wait for someone? Noah asked. Wait, Vesuvia ordered. Leave us. The two liquid stage cultivators didn't hesitate to follow the order. They left the dome quickly, but their gazes soon converged on June and Pelio. They can hear everything you have to say, Noah stated. I don't care, Vesuvia exclaimed. I want to talk with you alone. leader to leader. Noah could only nod at June and Pelio. The two began to leave, but June made sure to launch a meaningful glare at Vesuvia. "Don't worry, young woman," Vesuvia chuckled. "I've lost interest in those matters eras ago." June snorted but let go of the matter. It didn't take long before everyone left the area and the dome closed to give Noah and Vesuvia some privacy. "Your partner has a funny character," Vesuvia commented. "It's rare to see such passion survive for millennia." "You should have given the path of the beasts a try," Noah joked. "It's hard not to keep the passion alive there." "I'll trust you on that," Vesuvia replied dismissively. "It's safe to assume that there is a couple among the creators," Noah guessed. "I would have been disappointed if you didn't understand that," Vesuvia responded. "So, why did you want this privacy?" Noah asked. "I will still tell the others the contents of our talk. I wanted to remove eventual interferences before looking into the future," Vesuvia explained. "Oh, you might want to wait a second then," Noah announced before approaching the hall's wall. Vesuvia didn't understand what Noah wanted to do, but she opened the dome anyway. A flicker ran through her white eyes when she saw the pack of turtles leaving his figure and filling the sky, but she eventually revealed a gentle smile. She seemed to like how she couldn't see those creatures. "What now?" Noah asked when the area closed down again. "You'll look at the world through my eyes," Vesuvia said. "You were right. Humanity's future is dark, but I want to see if your influence can change that vision." "What makes you think that your power can predict my actions?" Noah questioned. "I hope it won't," Vesuvia revealed. "I want your power to predict your actions." Noah could argue on that point, but he decided to remain silent. In theory, his ethereal blackness had unlimited potential since it was a world without precise edges. Still, he felt curious in front of the chance to look deeper into his own power. "Try not to oppose it," Vesuvia said before a strange force began to leave her figure. Soft waves of energy filled the hall contained by the dome, but Noah soon discovered that they weren't actually coming out of Vesuvia. They had always been there, but her world was forcing them to show their presence now. The environment transformed even if no teleport activated. Noah could force himself to look past those illusions, but he decided to let them fill his vision for now. He saw an immense blackness expanding in every direction, and he felt empty before that scene. "Taint the vision with your power," Vesuvia's voice resounded from every corner of the blackness. "I want to see if you can affect humanity's future." Noah followed those orders. He raised his hand and made a hint of his potential flow into the blackness. The entire scene immediately trembled, and vague white figures began to form inside it. Heaven and Earth's aura also spread to fill every corner of the area. "Why is your power giving birth to Heaven and Earth's aura?" Vesuvia asked. "It's your ability," Noah responded as he tried to study the white figures. "You tell me, are you plotting with Heaven and Earth?" Vesuvia threatened. Noah's instincts started to scream. Vesuvia had disappeared when the blackness had unfolded, but he now felt her gaze coming from every corner of the illusion. Everything around him seemed ready to attack, but he remained calm. "Don't insult me," Noah growled as his aura unfolded. Noah didn't want to destroy the illusion. He was as curious as Vesuvia, but he had to prove that his existence had nothing to do with Heaven and Earth, and his anger was more than enough for that. A raging feeling invaded the illusion and tried to pierce part of the scenes. The environment trembled, and Vesuvia's aura grew weaker, but Noah's anger couldn't completely suppress it. Vesuvia felt shocked. Pelio's presence had proven that Noah was incredible, but she remained an old monster at the peak of the cultivation journey. She was as strong as some of the best privileged cultivators, but Noah's aura was almost able to fight back her world. That couldn't happen, or at least it shouldn't. Vesuvia had broken past the limits of her level multiple times during her cultivation journey, but Noah's talent went beyond everything she could fathom. He could reach heights that she couldn't even comprehend. Moreover, the anger spreading throughout the illusion was enough to prove Noah's stance. No one could fake something so intense and violent. Vesuvia was even able to gaze at some of the memories at the foundation of that feeling, so she knew that Noah was a natural ally. Nevertheless, the issue remained. Noah's potential had given birth to heaven and Earth's aura when it fused with Vesuvia's power. The event made no sense, but there had to be an answer somewhere. Still, the images never grew clear. The white figures even had various shapes, so Noah and Vesuvia failed to connect them to living beings or other items. What does this even mean? Vesuvia whispered, but her voice echoed through the scene. How does your ability work? Noah asked. I can look at humanity's future and affect it slightly, Vesuvia explained without adding too many details. Can't you look deeper? Noah questioned. I can't, Vesuvia admitted. You don't belong to my idea of humanity, so I need your power to link my visions to your existence. I would need you to have an ability similar to mine to dig deeper into your future. Noah's world involved a deep understanding of time, but that aspect of his existence didn't touch upon the laws that Vesuvia needed. She called her ability humanity's future, but it had a lot to do with fate, which Noah basically rejected. Heaven and Earth might even create problems in that case. Vesuvia sighed. I guess we can't approach the final battle prepared. Noah asked. Did you already accept me as your leader? I didn't even have to ask. The forces against heaven and Earth are natural allies, Vesuvia declared without taking Noah's words too seriously. I believe you want to fight the rulers. I still want to be the leader of their opponents. Noah laughed. Focus on stepping on the peak of the cultivation journey first. Vesuvia chuckled as the illusion began to disperse. No one will accept an existence that can't defeat solid-stage experts as their leader. The dome slowly replaced the blackness and the white figures that had tainted it. Noah inspected the transformation of the scenes in his vision, but his mind was elsewhere. His anger had almost managed to suppress Vesuvia's power. Noah knew that he wasn't there yet, but he could sense his world approaching the weight needed to affect the universe. A surprising sight unfolded in Noah's eyes when the illusion vanished completely. Vesuvia was still on her throne, but her complexion had paled significantly. Many lines of sweat also fell from her forehead, and the same went for her robe, which had glued itself to her skin. Divine cultivators didn't really need clothes, especially those in the higher ranks. A simple wave of their power was more than enough to create a simple fabric that could cover their bodies. In theory, the matter should be easier for Vesuvia since she was a solid-stage cultivator. Noah felt even surprised that her body could produce sweat, but everything made sense when he connected the event to possible drawbacks. Vesuvia had gone all out to probe into the future of a being outside her idea of humanity. She had basically lent her power to Noah and forced it to focus solely on him. The technique had been arduous and draining. Yes, you might be able to kill me now, Vesuvia laughed helplessly. I know that you considered doing it. You can't silence habits developed throughout millennia, Noah stated in a cold voice. Still, I don't want to kill you. Would you say the same even if I told you that killing me would give you one of the keys for the next floor? Vesuvia questioned. I thought you were done testing me, Noah replied without showing any hesitation. I came here looking for allies against heaven and earth. You might find differences between beasts and humans, but I don't. I only acknowledge power, and you have it, so I need you alive. Such resolute words, Vesuvia smiled. Now I know what she sees in you. Are you considering hopping on the beast side? Noah teased. Nonsense, Vesuvia laughed as she adjusted her position on the throne. It's just fun to interact with someone who doesn't follow my orders after so long. Oh, you don't have to worry there, Noah added. All my underlings barely listen to me. They'll probably wage war if you try to order them around. They must be a lively bunch, Vesuvia commented. You have no idea, Noah sighed. Well, you will once you join my organization. Vesuvia limited herself to shaking her head and opening the dome. Her two underlings in the liquid stage immediately landed at her sides and began to wave their fans. Pelio and June also flew inside the structure, while the turtles reached the experts outside the city after Noah voiced a short growl. June couldn't help but frown when she noticed Vesuvia's sweaty state. She even teased her by revealing a satisfied smile, but Noah soon made everyone go back to the main topic. What now? Noah asked. You said one of the keys, Does it mean that the other three-dimensional portals have more of them? Precisely, Vesuvia revealed. You need 2 of them to open the path to the 9th floor. I wonder whether you'll change your mind about killing me. Tempting, June whispered. Will you follow us to the next floor once the path is open? Noah asked. The entire city will, Vesuvia declared. Of course, only if you can retrieve 2 keys. Why can't you just call your creator's friends and get everyone out of the labyrinth? Noah asked. It's already clear that we belong to the same side. Let's get out there and fight heaven and earth. I'm afraid that's outside my abilities, Vesuvia stated. I am but a part of the labyrinth now. I can't contact the other creators or mess with the floor's rules. My city will follow you if you open a path, but we won't help find the keys. Getting back to the plane with the 4 tornadoes wasn't an issue since the dimensional portal had remained open. Noah and the others could return to the main area of the 8th floor and move toward other passages, but worries inevitably appeared. The 8th floor required 2 keys to get to the next area, and Vesuvia had admitted that each dimensional portal led to a place that could provide one of them. Yet, that also meant that the other dimensions might contain environments similar to the crowded city. The cursed labyrinth had attracted Noah and June because they needed allies for the final battle against heaven and earth. However, the 8th floor might put them in front of a difficult choice. They might have to decide to sacrifice potential allies to proceed. Hopefully, the creators aren't so sadistic, Noah thought as he approached the 2nd dimensional portal with his group. The teleport activated. The labyrinth's force didn't try to separate the group, but Noah enveloped his allies in his dark world anyway. It had almost become a habit to use his dark matter to defend against possible dangers, and his decision turned out to be correct at that time. Noah didn't have the time to unfold his consciousness when the teleport ended, or, rather, the environment prevented the expansion of his mental waves as soon as the area stabilized. Rumbling noises filled everyone's ears and tried to affect their concentration, but the dark matter prevented that foreign force from reaching the group. The 2nd dimensional portal had led the group to an immense bright environment. The sky was dark due to the black clouds that covered it, but the many white lightning bolts falling from them were enough to illuminate the area. Noah and the others immediately connected the lightning bolts to heaven and earth, but they also noticed a few differences after closely inspecting them. Those sparks and crackling rain only tried to imitate the ruler's power without ever stepping into their realm. The dark world held strong under the rain of lightning bolts, but louder noises came from deeper areas of the dimension. The crackling rain grew more powerful near the end of the separate reality, with attacks that touched the very peak of the cultivation journey. Noah, June called while suppressing her excitement. I know, Noah stated. I'm only trying to understand if this area has living beings. How can you sense something in the middle of this chaos? Fiery Mountain asked. Defying Demon has senses that go past the mental waves. Pelio chuckled without moving his half-closed eyes from the short table on his flying mat. Am I right, Mr. Turtle? I smell something, the upper-tier turtle commented. Me too, Noah revealed. They must be in the clouds. What did the creators even build in this area? Old Tyrant asked. Heaven and Earth's power can't be replicated so easily, Gabriel commented. They didn't replicate it, Noah explained. These creatures are on my side, our side. They are flaws in heaven and Earth's system. How can you be so sure? Fiery Mountain asked. I can smell it, Noah declared, and Fiery Mountain rolled her eyes. What do you think? June eventually questioned. They are different from the sky but also similar, Noah exclaimed. Maybe they are living beings naturally born from the whiteness, or parasites with the same properties. Anyway, they might be useful in the final battle. So, our worries were on point, June sighed. The 8th floor wants us to decide which forces to bring in the final battle. We still have 2 dimensions left, Noah announced. But the trend feels obvious already. Noah felt a bit disappointed, but he had to play by the rules. Usually, he would take a look at the other dimension before making his decision. But the rain of lightning bolts was simply too perfect for June. Leave a few of them alive, Noah ordered. I want to study these creatures before deciding if they can come with us. It would be a pity to kill them, June chuckled as she stepped forward and slowly left the protection of the dark world. Aren't we going to help her? Fiery Mountain asked. No, we are leaving, Noah stated. Get back to us once you are done. I'll check on you after seeing what the third dimension has to offer. I love you too, June announced before immersing herself in the rain of lightning bolts. The black clouds seemed to notice her presence, and the crackling rain quickly converged on her. The event involved only the weaker lightning bolts in her surroundings, but the stronger ones in the distance also prepared themselves for her arrival. Old Tyrant and the others remained surprised when they saw June's figure enduring lightning bolt after lightning bolt without ever flinching. She seemed unable to crumble under that power, and her aura even intensified in the process. Let's go, Noah ordered as the dark world condensed and went through the dimensional portal. Boss, will she be okay? Old Tyrant asked once the group returned to the plane with the tornadoes. That's up to her, Noah sighed before leading the dark world toward the next tornadoes. Another dimensional portal appeared in the group's view, and the teleportation force soon fell on them. The environment transformed again, and an awful smell managed to seep past the dark world once everything stabilized. The event naturally surprised Noah, who called upon his potential to enhance his mind's properties to study the area and modify the dark world. The process only took a few seconds, but part of that disgusting scent remained among the dark matter and tried to spread inside the technique. The scent's properties were unclear. Noah saw that it tried to spread through his dark matter, but he had already modified the dark world to prevent its expansion. Still, part of his higher energy remained tainted, and vague dizziness also tried to affect his mind. I barely smelled it, Noah commented in his mind. His companion's situation was worse. Old Tyrant, Gabrielle, and Fiery Mountain's eyes grew heavy, and the same happened to the weaker turtles. They seemed about to faint, but Noah had prevented that outcome with his quick improvements. Only Noah, the upper-tier turtle, and Pelio remained at their peak after catching a whiff of that scent. It was clear that the area wasn't only poisonous. It was also too dangerous for beings unable to hold their ground against the peak of the cultivation journey. Noah and the upper-tier turtle also noticed the presence of multiple creatures. The dimension was an immense swamp with no trace of vegetation. The muddy ground had numerous dark green lakes, and their dark fumes rose in the air and filled the sky with eerie shades. How long can you survive in this environment? Noah asked. The upper-tier turtle responded without needing an explicit mention. My resilience is immense, but this environment might be able to defeat me. The leader wasn't underestimating the swamp, but it didn't want to show weaknesses either. Still, Noah could see through that vague confession. He understood that the upper-tier turtle would probably die before reaching the end of the environment, meaning that he had to handle the matter alone. Get out, all of you, Noah eventually ordered. I'll handle this dimension on my own. Go take a look to the last portal in the meantime, but escape if it's too dangerous. The pack of turtles and the others left through the dimensional passage hovering in the sky. Noah remained alone in the swampy area, and the dark world shrunk to transform into fiendish armor. The poisonous properties of the swamp grew stronger as Noah descended toward the surface. He could sense the presence of multiple life forms, but they remained hidden even when his aura spread to inspect the muddy ground. The fumes released by the swamps were incredible. They seemed able to match the parasite's corrosive properties, and those effects were only stronger in the dark green waters. Even Noah hesitated to dive into the swamp. His dark matter couldn't stop the poison completely, and replacing the infected parts of his higher energy would probably not work there. Noah performed a few tests before giving up on the matter. He could dive into the swamp and limit the damage to superficial injuries, but he found no reason to do that. The life forms hidden in the dark green waters were magical beasts, and he had better ways to deal with them. Come out, Noah growled, and his voice spread throughout the dimension. Bubbles and tremors ran through the swamp and muddy ground. Something moved, but nothing came out. Noah didn't show any aggression, but the magical beasts under the surface still chose to remain hidden. Bring me your leader, Noah continued. I have an offer I'd like to discuss with it. The roar didn't produce any result. The swamp showed some reactions, but nothing came out. Noah didn't like that lack of respect, but the poison was really powerful, and he wanted to add it to his army. "I'm going to split the ground if you keep ignoring me," Noah threatened as his blades appeared in his hands. The demonic sword and the cursed sword released their auras and revealed their prowess. They had enough power to cut the whole dimension into two parts, and the magical beasts under the surface knew that. The high-pitched noises and dark red shades radiated by the cursed sword even began to taint the swamp with Noah's destruction. "Go away." A low whisper eventually came out of the dark green waters and more quickly followed. "Don't bother us. Leave this place. This is our swamp, our lair, our kingdom. Foreigners must die. Invaders must die. The swamp will defeat you." Noah started to gain an idea of the magical beast's nature from those whispers. Those creatures were using human words, but the tremors in their voices were impossible to miss. They tried to hide them, but Noah heard everything. How can they even be happy in a place like this? Noah wondered as he tried to find the source of power in the area. The swamp was different from the sea where Noah found the pack of turtles. It actually resembled Vesuvius City due to its unclear power source. The cursed labyrinth seemed to fill it with enough fuel to sustain the creatures living underground, but they were unnaturally strong. Vesuvia didn't reveal how she could build such a vast organization inside a separate reality, and Noah's confusion only intensified after inspecting the other dimensions. The rich population in each area would be enough to exhaust the energy of an upper-tier item, but the labyrinth seemed to do fine. The matter was even stranger when Noah considered the sheer power of each population. Rank 9 cultivators didn't really need the energy in the environment to grow, but the situation was different with the magical beasts, especially in packs with upper-tier specimens. Is the labyrinth stealing energy from the higher plane? Noah wondered as his inspection of the swamp continued. It would make sense for the higher plane to be the power source. The labyrinth had even shown its exceptional properties multiple times, so Noah could feel pretty confident in his guess. However, such thefts usually involved a connection with the outside world, and it was incredible that heaven and earth had yet to do anything about it. A torrent of poisonous water suddenly shot out from under Noah and forced him to interrupt his inspection. The attack was slow, and he could sense the lack of aggression behind it, so dodging it wasn't an issue. Yet, the event showed how diffident the creatures in the area were. "I don't want to fight you," Noah growled. "I only want to have a talk with your leader. You can't possibly be happy in this area. Our lair, our swamp, our kingdom." The whispers returned, and the resolve in those voices forced Noah to accept that those specimens didn't want to hear him at all. Still, that wasn't enough to make him give up on recruiting the pack. Noah placed his swords on his forehead as his consciousness unfolded. His power flared for an instant, and countless cuts opened on the surface afterward. The invisible slashes had only affected the superficial layers of the swamp. Noah had made sure not to touch the deeper area to avoid hurting the pack. However, the magical beasts didn't like his action anyway. Strange screams came out of the swamp as multiple torrents of poisonous water flew toward Noah. The magical beasts had launched proper attacks now, but Duanlong left his figure and ate all of them. Duanlong growled after the meal. The water couldn't affect its stomach, but it hated its taste anyway. Also, it was very likely that it would need to rely on its innate ability to absorb stronger attacks. "You are getting annoying." Noah sighed as his potential started to flow into his centers of power. Noah's level rose, and his aura transformed into a heavy pressure that expanded the damage on the swamp on its own. Dark matter amassed over his blades, and he didn't hesitate to swing them downward. A giant slash left the blades and pierced the swamp. The attack destroyed everything on its path and absorbed the energy in its surroundings to grow stronger. Only the area's floor could stop it, but a hole still appeared in the muddy ground. Rivers of poisonous water fell into the massive gorge and tried to fill it, but it was clear that the swamp couldn't go back to its original state so soon. A few strange heads also appeared among that poisonous liquid, and Noah sensed their angry stares converging on him. "Are you ready to talk now?" Noah roared. "We do not talk with foreigners. Death to the invaders. Death to the weakling. Death to the fake dragon. Noah had already understood that those creatures had limited intellect. The isolated nature of the swamp had probably worsened that feature too. However, he didn't like that behavior and general disrespect. He didn't survive for entire millennia to get insulted by magical beasts. "Fine, you die," Noah coldly declared as roots started to come out of his arm. The parasite's aura intensified as flowers bloomed on the roots. It didn't take long before a rain of seeds fell from Noah's figure and started invading the giant gorge. The parasite's branches grew quickly by feeding off the swamp. Angry screams and curses resounded among the poisonous waters as the magical beasts tried to fight the roots. Their destructive properties seemed to be equally matched, but Noah's power tilted the scales in his favor. Moreover, the parasite didn't care about the damage that it suffered. Its branches expanded recklessly, destroying and absorbing everything on their path. Meanwhile, the magical beasts were trying to salvage the swamp during the battle, but their efforts were pointless. "Kill the invader!" A louder, angrier scream suddenly came out of the swamp and made the whole pack turn its attention on Noah. A series of torrents came out of the gorge and other damaged areas to converge on Noah. The strongest creature inside those attacks was in the middle tier, so he didn't bother to use his full power. Noah tilted his blades, and a series of slashes came out of them. His attacks cut each torrent in half, killing the creatures inside them, but he spared the middle tier specimen. The slash that flew toward that powerful creature severed the torrent horizontally and cut it away from the rest of its poisonous waters. Noah could shoot toward its tip, let go of the demonic sword, and seize the middle tier specimen with the clawed hands created by the fiendish armor. The magical beast turned out to be a strange eel. Noah could see its eyes and internal organs, but its skin wasn't solid. A denser layer of the same poison that made the dark green waters enveloped the creature and kept its insides still. Needless to say, Noah felt the need to study that strange species, but the pack didn't give him time to lose himself in those thoughts. More attacks came out of the swamp, and the poisoned skin of the specimen in his grasp was starting to infect the crystals of dark matter covering his hand. "Die invad dash," the middle tier specimen said, but Noah crushed its head before it could finish its line. He had tried the peaceful approach, but it seemed that the swamp wanted war, and he wouldn't shy away from it. Countless eels started to jump out of the swamp by releasing torrents of poisonous water, but nothing managed to reach Noah. Such weak specimens couldn't get past his rain of slashes, and even those in the middle tier died when they faced precise attacks. The eels weren't strong individually. They were magical beasts with low requirements in terms of energy, which allowed them to grow immense packs. Their power came from the poisonous waters that they released, and Noah eventually began to suffer because of them. A single attack couldn't go past Noah's fiendish armor. Even hundreds of them couldn't break through his defenses, especially since nothing ever got too close to his position. However, the fumes intensified as the battle continued, and the modifications made to the dark world slowly became ineffective. Noah could feel his mind growing heavy. He knew what the enemy leaders were doing. The sacrifice of so many underlings aimed to weaken him so that the upper-tier specimens could inflict the final blow. Truth be told, the approach was working. The cursed labyrinth was a perfect environment for certain types of magical beasts, especially those that focused on building immense packs. The eels could reproduce quickly and easily, so the swamp was filled with creatures capable of producing more poison. The eels could also continue to release poison even after dying. Their internal organs and thin layers of flesh became the fuel that their skin used to expand. A single lower-tier specimen could create an entire lake after its death, and Noah killed hundreds of them every time he waved his swords. The eel's assault was relentless. It soon became hard to see the sky due to the dense fumes that had risen from the surface. Noah couldn't unfold his mental waves since they crumbled as soon as they touched that poisonous gas, so the torrents converging toward him slowly grew closer. The pack was gaining ground, but Noah waited to unleash his full power. His destruction was seeping into the very fabric of the dimension. Black lines spread on the space-time array of the area. He felt almost able to create a hole in the environment, but he didn't act yet. Everything around Noah was dark. His black crystal released dark matter non-stop to replace the infected higher energy in his fiendish armor. But dark green patches began to appear on his skin anyway. Entire parts of his body wanted to shut down, but the black crystal kept the infection away from the most important organs. The unstable substance allowed Noah to retain his peak physical strength, so the eels couldn't experience the results of their offensive. Still, injuries continued to accumulate, but Noah waited. His slashes destroyed everything on their path, including entire chunks of the swamp. The parasite even devoured part of the environment, but the rest of his companions remained inside his figure. Duanlong had also gone back to prepare. The wait felt endless. Noah slaughtered everything coming in his way. The eels were getting closer, and some torrents landed on his figure, but the leaders remained hidden. Then, Noah's survival instincts began to scream louder than before. Something big was about to arrive, and a cold smile inevitably appeared on his face. His opportunity had come. The cursed sword went silent, while the demonic sword launched a roar that accompanied the release of dark matter. Night cut through the fumes and triggered the destruction that had accumulated in the environment until now. A giant hole opened in the fabric of space. The swamp found itself split into two halves as the massive gorge spread in its very middle. The dimension under the area was empty, so the toxic waters and muddy ground began to fall inside it. The fumes experienced the same fate. The gorge expanded, which enlarged the overall area that the poisonous gas could fill. Noah became able to expand his consciousness now that everything flowed into the new space, and he could immediately see four massive torrents converging toward his position. The torrents contained upper-tier specimens, the very leaders of the pack. The poisonous water they released was dense, and Noah believed it could tear through his body. However, he had no intention to face it head-on. Duanlong came out and spread its mouth. The bottom of its throat became the center of a powerful pulling force that made the four torrents change their direction. The eels found themselves in the open after a mere second. The poison around them had disappeared, and they didn't know where it had gone. Noah's trap didn't end there. A giant figure began to leave his body and take its place in the sky. Shafu appeared and revealed its immense size. The dragon was so big that the area seemed to shrink even after Noah had enlarged it by making the layer between dimensions crumble. Shafu opened its mouth and sucked the entire swamp inside its separate dimension. The dragon's ability allowed it to divide the poisonous waters and muddy ground from the eels, which ended in two different areas of its belly. Noah also entered Shafu's separate dimension. Countless eels expanded in his view when he reached their location. They were already trying to recreate the swamp by releasing their poison, but the process couldn't be fast since Shafu had placed them into an environment that countered them. Snore came out of Noah's figure and unfolded its wings. The eels screamed, but that didn't stop the snake from unleashing the entirety of its feathers. A storm took control of the area. Destructive dark matter raged and forced Noah to divert more potential to Shafu. Snore's attack was too powerful, and even Shafu's separate dimension risked crumbling under the weight of those black currents. Noah studied the storms with his cold reptilian eyes. The destructive dark matter prevented him from using his consciousness to inspect the area, but he knew what was happening. Snore's power was incredible. He expected most of the pack to die. The storms raged for a long time, but they eventually started to disperse. The dark matter didn't leave anything behind. Even the corpses had disappeared among that destructive force, but something had managed to survive. A solid dark green sphere appeared after the storms dispersed. The poisonous properties of that figure were so threatening that ripples appeared in the fabric of space of Shafu's separate dimension. The sphere was at the very peak of the upper tier, but it had completed its role. Cracks began to open on its surface, and shards started to fall. That solid poison transformed into gas that dispersed inside the separate dimension, leaving behind only 4 upper-tier eels and a few specimens in the middle tier. "Mercy!" one of the upper-tier eels screamed. "You won!" Another upper-tier eel continued. "We'll hear you out now. I don't care about words anymore." Noah growled as he raised his swords. The eels begged and cursed, but nothing reached Noah. His swords descended, and a giant slash fell on the last specimens in the pack. Those creatures could be useful, but Noah didn't care. The turtles were disrespectful, but they weren't dumb. They had acknowledged Noah's power in no time. Instead, the eels had decided to surrender only after losing almost all their pack. They weren't the type of allies that he wanted. The slash destroyed everything left of the pack of eels. Only puddles of poisonous water remained after the attack dispersed, but they also shattered once Noah's influence spread forward. The environment in Noah's eyes quickly changed. Shafu spat him out of its body to make him return in the separate dimension of the 8th floor. The area was empty now that the dragon had taken care of the swamp, but the labyrinth still found the energy to trigger a massive event. The sky grew clearer. Its dark color turned gray before becoming almost white. The area's ceiling, walls, and floor released energy during the process, and that fuel gathered at the center of the empty environment to give birth to a green shard. Noah only needed to stretch his arm to call the shard. The item flew directly into his palm and allowed him to sense the same properties that enveloped his group during the teleports. However, it was easy to understand that the device wasn't complete. It lacked power and part of the coordinates of the 9th floor. I can't fill these gaps with my dark matter or understanding of the space-time array. Noah sighed before inspecting the green shard a second time. Noah couldn't find anything special about the item. It clearly carried the aura of an incomplete dimensional portal, which proved Vesuvia's words right. He needed to find another shard to unlock the path to the next floor, and he had only one area left to explore. June should be okay among the lightning bolts, Noah thought as he threw the shard in his separate space. She must be okay, or she won't be able to follow me. A sense of weakness filled Noah's mind and flesh. The drawbacks of his ambition had started to descend, and he also had to deal with his infections. Dark green patches filled his skin due to the poison that had landed on him, and his body would need time to heal them. Not yet. Noah sighed as his ethereal blackness expanded due to the violent desire inside his mind. I'm almost there, but I still need another step. I can feel it. I'll become able to match solid-stage cultivators once I reach the liquid stage. Those thoughts carried no arrogance. They were the result of a calm analysis of Noah's power and past achievements. He knew that he was strong, incredibly strong. He would reach insane levels once he advanced, and he was almost there. He could practically feel that his breakthrough would arrive once he got out of the cursed labyrinth. The insatiable drive wasn't enough to keep Noah combat-ready. The battle had left him wounded and dried up. He needed to rest and let his potential refill his world. The dark matter came out of his body on its own. It felt Noah's needs and created a spherical chrysalis where he could rest properly. The higher energy even began to affect his infected flesh by removing the poison or replacing spots that were too far gone. Noah let the black crystal handle his centers of power while he let his mind wander into the unique environment that the cursed labyrinth had created. His focus wasn't on his surroundings. His consciousness and eyes dived deeper into the fabric of the separate reality to admire the different space-time array built by the creators. The labyrinth as a whole and the idea behind it were incredible. Some floors were easier than others to overcome, but Noah could appreciate their individual magnificence. Each different environment could be an expression of an aspect of the creator's worlds, and that made them incredible. His marvel only intensified when he considered that the structure was far older than him. Cultivators belonging to different eras had been trapped inside it for ages. Some magical beasts had even built entire packs due to the favorable environments. However, the cursed labyrinth was as strong as ever. Even King Elbaz couldn't make something so durable and resilient. The weight of the countless years spent hidden from heaven and earth's gaze could break almost everything in the world, but some structures were made to last. Supreme Thief's inheritance was nothing compared to the labyrinth, and that made Noah's blood boil. Noah could sense his desire to add the creators to his arsenal increase every time he found an interesting floor. He still recalled when he refused his position as a leader, but everything was different now. He didn't care what others thought. He didn't care what they wanted. Noah would build an army worthy of stepping into the final battlefields. Of course, Noah didn't forget the most important aspect of his position as a leader. He had to be stronger than his underlings, which meant surpassing solid-stage cultivators. Only power could unite those eccentric and mighty figures under a single banner. Only power could make them decide to join the final battle against heaven and earth, and Noah had to seize it. Noah's consciousness wasn't entirely stable during the healing process. He was trying to use the cursed labyrinth's magnificence to expand his understanding of the superior ranks, and the path ahead appeared strangely clear. He was complete. He only had to push his current journey at the last level to achieve what no other existence in the world could. I wonder how many powers like the cursed labyrinth exist in the higher plane, Noah thought as his consciousness focused on his surroundings. Strength and firmness returned in his mind and flesh. The chrysalis transformed into trails of dark gas that flew back inside his figure. Noah awakened entirely now that he felt to have returned at his peak. He had almost reached the last floor. His next level was waiting for him. Noah left the area and reappeared in the region with the 4 tornadoes. He couldn't find any sign of June, and the same went for his companions. He had spent a long time inside the separate dimension, but Fiery Mountain and the others had yet to return from the 4th portal. The event was rather interesting. Old Tyrant, Fiery Mountain, and Gabriel were weak compared to Noah, but their prowess wasn't bad. They were still growing and evolving through Noah's ambition, but they could hold their ground against stronger opponents. Moreover, the 3 cultivators had the pack of turtles on their side. The upper-tier specimens usually acted rashly, but it wasn't weak. Its physical strength and resilience were incredible, and its underlings could work together to eliminate eventual weaknesses. In theory, even an upper-tier threat shouldn't be able to stop the group. They were strong enough to deal with almost everything, but they were still away, and that ignited Noah's interest. The reason behind that interesting event became clear as soon as Noah crossed the 4th dimensional passage. An immense and bright environment unfolded in his eyes. The gray sky and green plains seemed to radiate their own light, but the detail that claimed the entirety of Noah's attention was a giant table that appeared to expand endlessly. Moreover, the creatures at the table weren't easy to ignore either. Noah saw the turtles, Old Tyrant, the rest of his group, and a series of winged pigs that made him smile and sigh at the same time. The table was full of delicacies. Noah almost salivated when the scent coming from the countless plates reached his nostrils. Everything felt powerful enough to ignite his hunger, but his potential immediately flowed inside his mind to keep it stable. Noah could focus on the various seats. Old Tyrant and the others didn't surprise him, but the creatures showed evident oddities. The turtles were too big to have proper chairs, so they dug holes in the green plane to make their heads stand at the same level as everyone else. The table also had many cultivators and magical beasts that Noah had never seen. Each creature too big for the chairs had dug holes to eat with everyone else, but Noah couldn't keep his attention on them for too long. He couldn't prioritize his inspection of the area after seeing some familiar faces. "I thought you left the landmass to grow stronger," Noah roared, and everyone finally noticed his presence. Old Tyrant, Gabriel, and Fiery Mountain gasped as they moved their gazes toward the dimensional portal. The turtles voiced welcoming hisses, and the other existences on the table also turned their attention toward Noah. However, every sound disappeared when the winged pigs began to squeal. "Noah! Defying demon! Defying demon! Defying demon!" A figure left the table and shot toward Noah while the squeals filled the area. Noah had to stretch his arm forward to avoid a direct impact with his face, and an immense force soon slammed on his open palm. "Hug me!" the foolery shouted. "Why don't you explain what you are doing here first?" Noah laughed. "Friends hug each other after a long separation," the foolery continued. "I'll let you hug King Elbaz if you drop this now," Noah teased. "Can I hug him anyway?" the foolery asked. "What's the problem?" Noah questioned. "I don't actually remember how we got here," the foolery admitted. "What do you mean?" Noah asked. "We were simply eating the sky," the foolery explained. "Then we got hungrier than usual, and something teleported us here. That's the explanation I was looking for," Noah sighed. "I guess I can explain things even when they aren't in my memories," the foolery proudly announced while lifting its face to the sky. "That dash!" Noah was about to scold the pig, but he held back at the last second. It was pointless to argue with it. Noah felt a bit proud when he saw the foolery current level. The pig had reached the 9th rank, but it was still halfway through the gaseous stage. Its world had something to do with its hunger, but it appeared weaker than its body. How could you create an unbalance in your centers of power? Noah asked after noticing that feature. Because I'm amazing, the foolery announced as it lifted its head even higher. Do you realize that the lack of harmony is a bad thing? Noah sighed. It won't be with me, the foolery proudly exclaimed. After all, my path is mine alone. Noah wanted to contradict the pig, but he held back once again. He couldn't understand how the foolery had managed to push its body past the limits of its world. Its idiocy could be the only explanation, so Noah didn't want to understand the process. What are you doing here then? Noah asked. We are eating, the pig explained. I can see that, Noah replied. Why did you ask then? The foolery questioned. Do you like the sound of my voice? I know. It improved after reaching the 9th rank. I thought you couldn't improve perfection, Noah joked. The foolery's eyes widened as it lowered its head. Noah had revealed a deep flaw in its reasoning. The pig felt defeated beyond reason, and a desperate squeal left its mouth. The winged pigs on the table echoed the squeal before chanting Noah's name. They were acclaiming him, but he couldn't feel happy about the event since he knew the reason behind it. No wonder you are the leader, the foolery sighed. I have a long way to go. I won't tell anyone about today, Noah promised. Cheer up now and explain how this place works. You sit and eat, the foolery summarized. More food appears on your spot after you finish, so you should eat quickly. Where does the food come from? Noah asked. How should I know? The foolery questioned. I find food. I eat it. Did you explore the area a bit? Noah asked. I can tell you the different types of food in the area, the foolery exclaimed. Can you? Noah questioned. It's easy to see through my lies, the foolery sighed. My pure and shining existence doesn't allow me to get good at them. So, you don't know anything, Noah continued, trying to bring the pig back to the topic. About what? The foolery asked. Leave it, Noah growled as his attention went back on the area. There was clearly something compelling the cultivators and magical beasts to take seats and avoid turning the table into a mess. It would have been impossible for the turtles to eat next to Old Tyrant and the others otherwise. Yet, Noah noticed something else after his interaction with the foolery. Everyone at the table seemed to have forgotten about Noah's arrival. They had gone back to the delicacies, and the foolery began to salivate when its eyes fell on the food. It tried to fly back on the banquet, but Noah grabbed one of its wings before it could leave. Don't you want to eat? The foolery asked. It's not that, Noah responded before voicing a roar that made the whole area shake. The roar carried his intense pride and a simple order. Noah wanted his underlings and the existences affected by his pride to reach him in the sky, but no one left their seats. They turned toward him, but they soon went back on their food. How did you leave the table? Noah asked. What do you mean? The foolery exclaimed. I flapped by magnificent wings and flew toward you. Didn't you experience a force trying to keep you at the table? Noah asked. Nothing can restrain me, the foolery replied while raising its head toward the sky. I'm holding you still right now, Noah commented. I can't go against my leader's orders, the foolery declared. I accepted you as my leader, so I'm restraining myself. Noah opened his mouth before forcing it to close. The foolery was getting to his nerves, which was odd after all the time spent getting used to its idiocy. He could only guess that the pig's ability to irritate others had grown strong after reaching the 9th rank. Noah wouldn't find the situation too strange if the upper-tier turtle and some middle-tier specimens in its pack had left the table with the foolery. Yet, the event hinted at the presence of a complicated force, something that went beyond sheer power. The foolery carried the answers to those doubts. Noah knew its body inside out since he had rebuilt its species, and the breakthrough in the 9th rank didn't prevent him from noticing the minor differences born after the separation. Noah felt sure that the foolery's species or body weren't the reason behind its ability to leave the table. He couldn't explain the situation even in terms of hunger since the pig knew no limits there. The relationship between Noah and the foolery was the only possible answer to the odd event. Old Tyrant, Gabrielle, Fiery Mountain, and the turtles couldn't make use of that feature since they didn't spend much time with Noah, and the same went for almost everyone else on the table. Pelio, Noah eventually shouted. Can you stop pretending to be under the influence of the banquet? Pelio was serving tea happily, but Noah's voice forced him to interrupt his actions. The expert's mat had folded to leave enough room to the existences around him, but it unfolded again as he began to fly toward Noah. I had finally found a place that accepted my tea, Pelio complained. What is happening here? Noah went straight to the point. There is a banquet, Pelio explained. Everyone is eating. Noah cleared his throat, and Pelio understood that he wasn't in the mood for games. The expert poured more tea in the cup in front of him before opening his strange eyes and glancing at the table. The food seems able to interfere with their various paths, Pelio revealed. I can see these effects clearly through my dreams. I thought dreams were unclear, Noah responded. They usually are, Pelio stated. Except when something tries to fight them. Is this food able to affect your existence? Noah asked in surprise. You are barely something in this current form. I'm afraid this area can touch me, Pelio revealed. That's perfect, Noah exclaimed. Dream the location of the owner of this area. Pelio appeared surprised by that request, but his hand moved on its own when he closed his eyes. The fact that the area could affect him meant that he could use a weaker form of his real power inside it. After his gesture, a large palace appeared in the distance, and Noah became able to sense multiple presences there. The castle wasn't nearly as crowded as Vesuvius City, but it had multiple powerful cultivators inside it. Noah also sensed the presence of an expert at the peak of the liquid stage. That detail would usually reassure Noah. Yet, something told him that the expert was an elite like him and his group. It was someone capable of surpassing the normal limits of the ranks. Another creator? Noah wondered as he let go of the pig and began to fly toward the castle. Pelio followed Noah, and the foolery also decided to come along after glancing at the table a few times. The pig wanted to be with its leader, but the expert on the mat also interested it. The foolery ended up on the mat during the flight to the castle. It sniffed Pelio from head to toe and inspected the table where he was serving tea. Pelio found himself surprised to be in that situation, but Noah had already predicted the imminent catastrophe. Do you want some tea? Pelio eventually asked. I shall have your tea, the foolery exclaimed before eating the whole cup that Pelio placed on the other side of the table. Good, the foolery squealed. Do you want more? Pelio asked. Of course, the foolery promptly replied. The two began to serve and drink tea quickly. The number of cups that came and went during that interaction surpassed the 100 in less than a minute. Pelio and the foolery even stopped speaking since mere glances became enough to express their respective intentions. 1 second. The foolery suddenly voiced to interrupt that exchange of cups. The pig shot toward the surface to take a dump, and azure bushes immediately grew from that spot. The green plane didn't seem to care about the presence of that foreign plant, but the ground soon absorbed it to restore the environment's harmony. Hey! Noah called when the foolery returned on Pelio's mat. Did the plane always take care of your dumps? I don't really know, the foolery revealed. I was too busy eating to notice. No one in your pack is using their innate ability, Noah commented. So? The foolery questioned. Maybe they don't want to ruin the banquet. When did that ever stop you? Noah sighed as he noticed another odd aspect of the area. The food on the table didn't trigger the foolery's innate ability. Noah could even believe that those pigs had learnt how to contain themselves in their period among the weak sky. However, the recent consequence of drinking Pelio's tea proved that thought wrong. Mere tea in the human ranks could trigger the foolery's innate ability, so the delicacies on the table had to do the same. Of course, that could be true only if the food in the area was real. Still, Noah could confirm its existence through its smell, which inevitably confused him. Is this an illusion? Noah wondered. No, it can't be. The food must have some unique features. The castle's main door opened when Noah, Pelio, and the foolery landed at its base. Noah didn't even need to check for the presence of traps or defensive formations. His instincts immediately confirmed that the owner of the place had deactivated everything before their arrival. "They aren't scared of us?" the foolery commented as the trio stepped inside the castle and began to inspect its vast spaces. The beauty shown by the castle was impeccable. Everything was beyond clean, perfect, and bright. Its gray insides shone on their own, and multiple chandeliers added white shades to the immense corridors and halls. A series of servants in the 8th rank moved among the corridors and the various rooms connected to them. They never bothered to address Noah and his companions, but they always bowed to perform respectful greetings before going on their way. Noah never thought about questioning them since the liquid stage expert standing at the top of the castle wasn't trying to hinder his path. The leader of the area wanted that meeting to happen, so Noah played by the rules. Noah didn't hold back from trying to find clues about the leader's power, but he didn't need to look too hard for them. The walls, floor, ceiling, furniture, and even the cultivators reeked with that mighty existence's aura. That detail would usually put Noah and the others in a tense mood. After all, the amount of influence that the leader could push into the world was immense. However, they only experienced peace. Nothing in that power wanted to hurt them. It was hard to find experts with such peculiar worlds. Almost every existence had to fight to reach the last stage of the cultivation journey. So developing a path focused on peace was unnatural. Even experts like Faith radiated clear danger. There didn't seem to be alternatives to that rule, but Noah felt to have found it inside that separate dimension of the cursed labyrinth. "Quite the peculiar existence you are," Noah commented when tall doors on the last floor opened and revealed a middle-aged man sitting at the center of a vast circular hall. The expert radiated dense liquid stage aura, but Noah experienced no pressure even if he was in the middle of its waves. That power was gentle, good, and light. The middle-aged man wore a warm smile and interrupted his cultivation to turn his azure eyes on the trio. His long gray hair fluttered during the gesture, and they slowly fell back on his shoulders afterward. The unnatural movements of his hair reflected the nature of his power. The expert's world didn't allow abrupt movements even when it came to his own body. He had turned slowly, and his eyelids closed and opened at the same pace. "Did you enjoy the food?" the middle-aged man asked through a voice that seemed able to fill the trio's stomachs. "It was incredible," the foolery shouted, uncaring of Noah's glare. "I didn't have the chance to taste it," Pelio commented. "Because you aren't really here," the middle-aged man responded. "Isn't that true, Dream Lord Pelio? Do you know me?" Pelio questioned as his eyes opened completely. "I don't have any memory about you." "That's because we never met," the middle-aged man revealed. "I'm Ardamo," Peace's expression. "How did you know about Pelio then?" Noah joined the conversation. "The creators of the labyrinths told me about him when they placed me here," Ardamo explained. Pelio shut his eyes as he tried to dream about the matter, and Noah maintained his cold smirk even if confusion had seeped into his mind. According to Ardamo's words, the creators had handpicked him for that area of the labyrinth. "He is telling the truth," Pelio eventually whispered. "I can dream about his recruitment and his long conversations outside the fabric of this structure." "Why did they pick you?" Noah asked. "I thought the labyrinth attracted experts for different reasons. Picking someone is a different reason, right?" Ardamo softly laughed. "My situation was peculiar, so the creators approached me with an offer. They wanted to study my growth, and I agreed to fill this place with my peace." "What peculiar situation?" Noah questioned, knowing that Ardamo wouldn't try to hide anything. "I was the only rank 9 existence that heaven and earth didn't try to suppress," Ardamo voiced. "My breakthrough to the divine ranks didn't even trigger a tribulation. I am an existence that the rulers have no interest in defeating or absorbing." The revelation was astonishing. Ardamo was probably extremely old, so he had experienced the period when heaven and earth only wanted to add laws to their existence. Noah could understand why organizations and other forces would find Ardamo's power complicated to exploit, but he couldn't imagine the rulers missing out on such a unique world. Nevertheless, Artemo's words seemed to carry no lies, and Pelio soon nodded to confirm them. Heaven and earth had really chosen not to pursue or destroy that unique existence. Did your peace fend them off? Noah asked. Did your world affect heaven and earth's system? Maybe, Ardamo stated. Maybe not. I never asked. I only lived. Such an honorable way of living, the foolery exclaimed. I shall take you as my disciple. I won't refuse, Artemis laughed. However, I'm afraid I have to fulfill my end of the deal with the creators first. Which is? Noah asked while suppressing the desire to keep the pig's mouth closed. I need to complete my path, Ardamo explained. As you can see, my world is still in the liquid stage. The creators won't let me go until I bring it to the peak of the cultivation journey. You will soar past the limits of the cultivation journey with my teachings. The foolery squealed while lifting its head to wear its proud expression. How long have you been stuck at this level? Noah continued, ignoring the pig at his side. I don't know, Ardamo chuckled. I was at the peak of the gaseous stage when I got here, but I didn't improve after my breakthrough. Countless years stuck at the same level then, Noah commented in his mind. Why does he even sound so happy? In Noah's mind, Ardamo was more than off. The expert sounded like a cultivator with no ambition. His path was so unique that Noah couldn't understand how he had even reached the liquid stage of the 9th rank. The problem wasn't with Artemo's current level. Rank 9 cultivators only had to expand their influence and become heavy enough to affect the universe. That was doable even without the many battles that could fill someone's life. However, the previous ranks were different. The sole absorption of energy was an act of defiance against heaven and earth and the world as a one. Cultivators grew stronger at the expense of their surroundings, but Ardamo was different. Noah could use Vesuvius' perspective to place Ardamo among the humans. The latter's world worked in harmony with his surroundings and the higher plane as a whole. He didn't devour like hybrids and magical beasts. Still, Ardamo seemed to have brought that approach to a superior level. Noah could even accept the lack of ambition, but the expert lacked something that felt necessary to the beings on the cultivation journey. He didn't care about reaching the peak. How weak are you? Noah eventually asked. Watch your words. The foolery squealed while lifting its head to the ceiling. That's my disciple. Noah didn't even hear the foolery. His eyes, ears, and senses were on Ardamo. He had initially evaluated the expert as someone who could ignore the limits of regular labels, but everything had changed now. Noah could only see weakness in that path. Strength has different forms, Ardamo gently chuckled. The cultivation journey has countless paths, so there is no absolute truth in the world. What you see as a weakness is the strength that has brought me so far. But this is your limit, Noah commented before correcting himself. You might still have what it takes to reach the peak, but you don't want to. I need to complete my path, Ardamo repeated. Needing isn't the same as wanting. Noah shook his head. You cultivate out of habit, but you lack determination. I'm still a rank 9 cultivator, Ardamo laughed. That's the problem, isn't it? Noah sighed. You are satisfied. You didn't lose your determination to advance until the peak. You only stopped feeling it. That might be true, Ardamo guessed. However, my path is mine alone. I am happy. Ardamo didn't see his state as a problem. Noah couldn't understand that perspective, but he accepted it. He knew some experts who had decided to stop cultivating to pursue other goals. He couldn't be like them, but he acknowledged those paths. A whiff of Noah's potential left the ethereal blackness and gathered in his hand in the form of a half-transparent dark gas. He threw it toward Ardamo, but nothing happened. The potential fused with Artemo's aura and tried to apply its effects, but the latter's world experienced no reactions. Noah had found something that even his ambition couldn't affect. I see. Ardamo voiced his gentle laugh. We might have opposite worlds. Your power makes everything around you strive toward the peak, while mine allows magical beasts, cultivators, and hybrids to accept peace. You make them trade the cultivation journey for some food, Noah stated. Is it wrong? Ardamo asked. The cultivation journey isn't mandatory, especially when you find something you enjoy more. I don't force anyone to remain at my table. They can leave whenever they want, but I know that some will remain. Noah didn't know what to say. He could argue with Ardamo, but he found no reason to do that. The two simply had opposite perspectives and approaches. Your world won't do, the foolery exclaimed once the conversation between Noah and Ardamo ended. Change it. I'll see what I can do, Ardamo chuckled. This is pointless. Noah sighed as he turned to leave. Don't you want to try my food? Ardamo called. You are lucky I don't need to turn you into food, Noah commented as he stormed out of the castle. Pelio and the foolery followed Noah, but the latter didn't stop flying even after crossing the banquet. He was heading directly for the dimensional passage. Noah, I shall remain here to guard the area, the foolery exclaimed when the dimensional passage was right before the trio. Noah glanced at the banquet before moving his eyes back on the dimensional portal and waving his hand. He knew that the foolery only wanted to eat, and he didn't care enough to stop it. Pelio didn't say anything and flew toward the long table with the foolery while Noah crossed the dimensional portal. The windy area with the 4 tornadoes reappeared in his vision, but he barely looked at it. Heavy thoughts afflicted Noah's mind now that the 8th floor had placed him in front of a choice. Someone had to die. The rules of the 8th floor forced Noah to choose 2 separate dimensions to destroy to create the key. He had already gotten the first from the eels, and Vesuvia was a valuable potential ally, so he only had to pick his next target. Ardamo might have his uses. His power could probably influence the final battle, at least when it came to heaven and earth's weaker assets. His world might be a game-changer on the battlefield. Moreover, Ardamo's power had shown how some of Noah's underlings might not have the mentality to strive for the peak. That was relatively fine since the apex of the cultivation journey wasn't for everyone, but it still put Noah in a pickle. Heaven and Earth's Cancer was an organization built around ambition. Noah was the greatest trigger for that feeling. Still, every member of his force strived to reach the peak or had tried to do so. Noah didn't care about talent. He didn't mind if some of his underlings required more time to reach the peak or decided to remain behind. They were still warriors ready to give their lives in the battle against heaven and earth. They were still beings that couldn't stand the heavy regulations imposed by the rulers. Still, that determination was relatively easy to obtain in Noah's presence. His ambition was too perfect for that approach, but Ardamo managed to do something similar. The expert could trigger the desire for peace hidden in every existence. How many members of Heaven and Earth's Cancer would stop to walk on the cultivation journey if they met Ardamo? Only the foolery had managed to leave the banquet after tasting his food, which probably meant that the others were flawed in ways that Noah couldn't fix. Of course, those features were flaws only from Noah's perspective. Other experts could see them as positive aspects. There was no right or wrong, and Noah knew that. Yet, the final battle was approaching, and he needed a force worthy of the event. Noah remained immersed in his thoughts as he hovered among the 4 tornadoes. Part of him had already made a decision, but he waited for the last piece of the puzzle to join him. Time passed until a familiar presence eventually appeared in the windy plain. June left the dimensional passage and flew toward Noah as soon as she noticed his aura. Noah also interrupted his thoughts to focus on his lover, and a smile inevitably appeared on his face when he inspected her state. June was covered in blood. Her skin had almost disappeared due to the many burned patches that filled her body. Her state was beyond poor, but her aura was stronger than ever. Injuries filled her face and made it impossible to see her expression, but Noah knew that she was smiling. June was in ecstasy after her long battle, but a trace of disappointment still managed to infect her aura. She didn't like that the fight had ended. You had fun. Noah laughed as June took her place on his crossed legs. It will take me a while to heal, June explained in a rough voice. Those worms are strong. They eventually adapted to my aura and sent lightning bolts that my body couldn't absorb. Worms? Noah asked. That's what they are, June revealed. They seem parasitic life forms, but you are the expert in magical beasts. You can take a look at them once I feel like leaving your lap. I bet that won't happen soon, Noah chuckled. As if you minded that, June responded before changing the topic. What happened to you? You seem down, which is beyond rare. The force in the last separate dimension isn't bad, Noah declared. Their leader is one of the good guys. Those are even rarer than my current mood. Can he help us in the final battle? June asked. Maybe, Noah replied. Maybe he will turn my force into a mass of peaceful assets. You have never been one to avoid risks, June exclaimed. This is different, Noah admitted. His peace is strong. The world naturally seeks balance, June commented. Experts like him must appear in a world filled with warriors. It's strange that we didn't meet similar existences sooner. True, Noah agreed. Still, this balance goes against our goals. Did you make up your mind then? June asked. Of course, Noah said as his dark matter began to help June's healing process. We are demons. We'll destroy peace if it goes against us. Noah and June remained among the 4 tornadoes for a while. She needed time to heal the many injuries that the worms had left on her body, and no one disturbed them during those years. The fragile environment of the 8th floor didn't allow the two to express their passion after June healed. They risked destroying everything if they let their power run freely, so they went back to business. Noah had made up his mind about his final target, but he had another step to complete before clearing the 8th floor. June had defeated the worms, but she had left some of them alive because she knew that heaven and Earth's cancer might need them. Noah and June found a small group of clouds when they entered the worms' separate dimension. The labyrinth had yet to rebuild the materials that those creatures required to thrive, so the danger in the area was barely noticeable. The relatively empty environment gave Noah the chance to study the worms thoroughly. They required crystals or metals that imitated the sky's properties to reproduce. They fed off heaven and Earth's world to emulate their power. In theory, they were natural enemies of the rulers. The worms were small gray creatures with many pores on their bodies. They were far from strong on their own, and they could express their true power only if they had the chance to create black clouds. Noah could crush them with the sheer pressure of his aura, but their abilities were too interesting to kill them on the spot. Noah didn't care about the imitation of heaven and Earth's lightning bolts. He even believed that the worms' black clouds would be relatively useless during the final battle. However, their ability to reproduce quickly inside the ruler's world was interesting, to say the least. The worms could be a valuable distraction or a threat for the rulers as long as Noah used them wisely. Moreover, their relatively simple bodies were easy to modify. They could evolve after only a few years spent among his ambition. The worms' nature was their only problem. They were parasites that the higher plane had created to balance heaven and Earth's power. They were the living version of the dark metal, but that didn't make them smart. Talking with the worms was impossible. They barely understood the feelings that Noah sent toward them. Their life cycle was a mere relentless consumption of everything that belonged to heaven and Earth. They would let themselves die in the absence of the sky or similar material. Noah wished to stop finding dumb allies, but he didn't complain. The worms had the chance to get smarter after bathing in his ambition, and their current state made them easier to control. He didn't need to convince them to join his fight. He only had to capture them. According to what Noah had seen in the eel's dimension, he believed that taking away the worms wouldn't count as a victory for the 8th floor. He probably had to exterminate those creatures to meet the conditions behind the creation of the key, so he could take his time to build a new environment. His knowledge of magical beasts was incredible, but he didn't hold back from using June's understanding of formations and heaven and Earth's lightning bolts. Noah had to move the worms away from the dimension into an environment he could contain, so her help felt necessary. The two worked for a while. They used Noah's dark matter as the core material while studying how the dimension generated material similar to the sky. The process couldn't be short since they had to wait for the labyrinth to send power, but the lack of other options forced them to accept that pace. The new environment slowly took life. Noah and June built a spherical structure containing multiple layers of dark matter with different natures. The higher energy on the surface was a simple barrier, while the crystals inside the item tried their best to imitate heaven and Earth's power. Of course, Noah found it hard to imitate heaven and earth, but the same didn't apply to June. Her flesh had absorbed the ruler's power, so she could use it with the dark matter to create something that the worms loved. The space-time array inside the spherical structure was a mess since Noah had stretched and condensed it according to his needs. The environment could become as big as a bean even if it contained multiple regions worth of materials that imitated heaven and earth's power. The worms would be free to thrive there, and they would also bathe in Noah's ambition during the process. Noah didn't know what the worms would become, but he planned to let them grow until the final battle. The environment would require modifications as the pack grew, but that was an issue for the future. He had something very different to handle now. Noah moved the worms inside the spherical structure and stored it inside the black crystal before waiting inside the now empty dimension. He and June let the years pass as they inspected the area, but they decided to leave when they saw that the labyrinth had stopped sending energy. The worms seemed to be the trigger behind the creation of new environments, but that couldn't happen now that Noah had seized all of them. He and June could return to the area with the 4 tornadoes without looking back, and their permanence there didn't last long since they flew for the 4th-dimensional passage right away. The green plane with the long table appeared in Noah and June's vision. The banquet was still ongoing, and almost everyone focused on their food. Only the foolery raised its head to welcome the two with a squeal before moving on the various plates again. "Do you think they all prefer peace over ambition?" June asked while inspecting the scene. "I think Artemo's influence is strong enough to cloud their judgment," Noah stated. "I don't care what he says. He is a liquid-stage cultivator, so his power affects others even if he has the best intentions." "He sounds boring to fight," June commented. "I don't think he will fight," Noah revealed. "Well, we'll see once we get there." The castle had disappeared after Noah's departure, but he knew its location, and Adamo didn't hide it when he felt his presence. June could inspect the structure during the flight, but she let Noah continue on his own once they got too close. June liked to fight, so an expert like Adamo was the embodiment of boredom for her. She had no interest in attempting to force his hand, so she chose to remain behind and take care of those who tried to interfere with the event. "Did you come back to try my food?" Artemo's voice resounded in the area when Noah reached a spot right above my castle. "No, I've come to kill you," Noah declared as his blades appeared in his hands. "Why would you decide to kill me?" Adamo asked. "I believe I didn't do anything to incur your wrath." "It's not a matter of wrath," Noah explained. "You are useless and in the way. I'm just opening a path." "Is that how you justify your bloodthirsty actions?" Adamo wondered. "I don't try to justify them," Noah stated. "A demon doesn't care about that." "Your endless search for battles is toxic," Adamo gently chuckled. "You decide to raise your blade even against innocent beings. You will never find peace like this." "I don't care about peace," Noah exclaimed as he raised his swords. "There is only ambition." Noah's statement said everything there was to say. Adamo didn't mind discussing the nature of his world or the cultivation journey, but arguing with Noah was beyond his interests. He couldn't bring peace to that conversation. On the other hand, Noah had already made up his mind. He had to destroy another separate dimension to generate the key needed to reach the 9th floor. Artemo's ideals went against what Noah was trying to achieve, and his world was impossible to corrupt with ambition. The expert had to die so that those interested in the final battle could advance. Noah activated his techniques without restraining the flow of potential. Adamo was a powerful liquid-stage cultivator. His world didn't reach the same heights as Caesar, but it remained strong enough to require Noah's full power. Night, snore, and the parasite left his figure and began to radiate ambition. Shafu and Duanlong imitated them even if they remained inside the black crystal, and the two swords didn't refrain from joining the process. Noah took his time to reach his peak. He didn't need to complete the process quickly or place defensive techniques between the castle and him. He knew that fighting Adamo wouldn't involve an actual battle, so he could prepare thoroughly. The clash between two rank 9 experts would usually make weaker cultivators run away, but the existences inside the castles didn't move. Noah could sense their faith in Adamo's world fusing with his power and deepening his peace. Still, Black lines began to spread in the sky anyway as Noah's aura continued to expand. Noah knew how the battle would unfold. There wouldn't be any exchange of techniques or a grand spectacle of lights. His power would fall on the castle, and the structure would crumble if he managed to create a dent in Artemo's world. Dark matter came out of Noah's chest and the demonic soared as roars, high-pitched noises, and cries echoed around his figure. His weapons and companions mustered their auras and let their ambition run freely as they prepared their offensive. Then, a smooth movement from Noah's side started everything. He lowered his blades and a series of attacks flew downward. Even Knight and the others took that as the signal to launch their offensive. The slashes, lines, waves of destructive energy, dark red shades, and dark purple liquid created a proper waterfall that obscured a vast chunk of the separate dimension. Blackness poured out of Noah's figure and tried to engulf the castle, but the structure remained unaffected by the event. Spiderwebs of black lines made of Noah's destruction filled the sky, but none of them managed to touch the castle. They all stopped right over the structure as the immense amount of energy released during the attack seeped into the ground and vanished. The offensive had been a failure, but Noah expected as much. He had already accepted that Adamo was strong, but he couldn't lose against such a passive opponent, especially after deciding to fight him. His whole path was at risk there. Noah immediately launched a new series of attacks, and his companions followed suit. The separate dimension saw a sixth of its vast area grow dark as the powerful offensive engulfed the castle and crashed on the ground. The castle came out intact of the wave of dense energy, and the ground absorbed everything that had fallen on its surface. Artemo's world was enforcing peace, so destruction couldn't unfold. However, the black lines containing Noah's destruction had taken a step forward after his second wave of attacks. They had grown closer to the castle, and some even threatened to infect the ground. Noah didn't care about the technical state of the battlefield. Plans and strategies were superfluous in that situation. He would attack until his energy ran out. A winner would appear by then. Dark glows flashed inside the separate dimension multiple times. A sixth of the plane was in the middle of a deadly struggle, but everything appeared oddly silent. The intensity and amount of destructive energy that Noah released with each attack were incredible. He was expressing the very peak of his power, but he never expected the event to be so quiet. There was beauty in that silence. Noah had never claimed Artemo's path to be wrong or flawed. Everyone was different, so each journey had value, especially if it could reach the 9th rank. Yet, events that many could simply view as unlucky could still happen. Advancing through the ranks only gave more control over the cultivation journey, but the other aspects of that arduous path remained, and luck was one of them. Noah had known that since his first meeting with a dragon. The world was full of powerful beings, and the universe shared that feature. At times, luck led experts on the path of someone far stronger than them. In Artemo's case, he had just found himself before someone willing to destroy him to advance. The black lines containing destruction never stopped expanding as the offensive continued. The plane eventually became unable to absorb them, and the castle also saw those ominous structures stretching over its smooth surfaces. A series of attacks pushed those lines inside the castle. They expanded throughout the many corridors and halls without releasing their power. Noah didn't want to trigger them so soon. He found no reason to do that. The weaker cultivators inside the structure didn't run away even when black lines expanded on their bodies. They knew that they were already dead, but they still did their best to add more power to Artemo's world. However, the outcome appeared inevitable. "Your path is sad," Adamo exclaimed when he saw black lines reach his room. "You might go past me, but you'll always stand on mountains of corpses. The stench will be impossible to avoid. You see the cultivation journey as a choice," Noah decided to answer without halting his offensive. "All of us are different kinds of monsters, some more than others. We follow inhuman and unstoppable drives to force ourselves on the universe. I have accepted the nature of the cultivation journey. If my ambition leads to rivers of blood and mountains of corpses, I welcome them wholeheartedly. I have accepted its nature too," Adamo exclaimed while black lines spread on his figure. My resolve matches yours. Why did I lose? My world is heavier, Noah responded. It might be due to the corpses. I was about to say that. Ardamo laughed. Noah continued to attack until his black lines had spread over everything under him. A mere snap of his fingers would be enough to trigger them, but Ardamo managed to voice a question before that. Will you hear my last request? No, Noah exclaimed before waving his hand. A slash left his fingers and triggered the destruction accumulated in the environment. Everything directly crumbled and fell apart. It only took an instant for the castle and all the experts inside it to turn into dust. The event triggered significant changes in the whole dimension. The table suddenly disappeared, and the same went for the many delicacies. All the seated experts found themselves lost, but they didn't take long to identify the culprit behind the event. Many cultivators, magical beasts, and hybrids flew toward Noah while voicing angry complaints. Some of the turtles were among them, but that didn't make any difference to Noah. Noah placed his swords on his forehead, and precise slashes suddenly materialized on the various complainers. Their figures split in half before they could retreat or summon techniques. Noah's slaughter wasn't random. Ardamo had created a conflict of ideologies, and some of the potential members of Heaven and Earth's Cancer had been infected by his world in ways that Noah couldn't override. The issue was simple. Some turtles, magical beasts, cultivators, and hybrids seated at the table had lost their desire to reach the peak through battles. They wanted peace, so they had become useless to Noah. There was even a chance that they could go against him in their current state. The slaughter was a declaration that the other beings understood. Everything had reached the point of no return. The final battle was upon them, and they had to pick a side. The reaction after Artemo's death told Noah what his potential underlings had chosen. Those that had remained confused about the sudden disappearance of the banquet could leave. Instead, those that had been angry enough to attack Noah had to die. The foolery and the upper-tier turtle were among the strongest beings at the table. The slaughter had surprised them, but they understood Noah's reasons, so they didn't complain. The upper-tier turtle actually began to see Noah under a new light. His power had always been undeniable, but the recent event established his position as a leader. No one else could stand above him, which was fine for the leader. June appeared annoyed. She had prepared for the imminent battle, but Noah had taken care of everything before she could attack. Still, Noah was going through his drawbacks now, so she used that chance to reach the rest of the group and inspect everyone coldly. Ardamo had gathered many powerful experts during his ruling over the separate dimension. The various magical beasts, cultivators, and hybrids that had spent too long at the banquet were still too confused about the sudden change in the environment. But June's pressure forced them to focus. The dimension had a new king, and everyone had to acknowledge him. Old Tyrant made it easy for the rest of the group since he promptly shot toward Noah and kneeled in the sky. Gabriel and Fiery Mountain imitated him, and the rest of the beings soon followed suit. Only the upper-tier turtle and the rank 9 foolery flew behind Noah and watched over the army kneeling in the sky. The sheer power of the group and their general resolve created an imposing scene that resonated with Noah's ambition. "Stand up," Noah growled. "Those who follow me do not kneel. You won't be able to look heaven and earth in the eyes otherwise." Noah's aura accompanied his growl and forced all the experts to stand. He could inspect them properly now. They weren't powerful, but they had managed to ignore Artemo's influence after the banquet had disappeared, so their potential couldn't be low. "Our enemy is the sky," Noah continued. "Any wimp who doesn't want to shatter it can remain here. I don't need weaklings. All my companions must be beings with the desire to go past the cultivation journey." Noah didn't expect someone to decide to remain behind, and the army didn't disappoint him. The hundreds of different beings remained in the sky, waiting for his next order. Noah had no more offers to roar. He waited for the cursed labyrinth to act, and a reaction eventually happened. The plane started to crumble and transform into waves of energy that converged at the bottom of the dimension. It didn't take long before a key appeared, and Noah seized it through his mental waves. The army flew after Noah as soon as he shot toward the dimensional passage. June was at his left and the foolery at his right. Instead, The others remained behind him out of respect for his authority. The group returned to the area with the 4 tornadoes, and Noah released the 2 keys. A transformation immediately happened. The 2 items fused before shooting toward the barren plain and altering its nature. The crystals that made the plain grew darker as they began to absorb the winds in the area. The 4-dimensional portals started to shatter and released their contents. Soon, Vesuvia's city appeared on the 8th floor, and she revealed a curious smile when she saw the new members of the army. "You killed Ardamo," Vesuvia commented while the plane continued to absorb the winds. "I'm not surprised. Are you angry that I have worsened the future of your dear humanity?" Noah joked. "We all make choices," Vesuvia sighed. "I'm afraid I've already put humanity's future on your shoulders. You old monsters rely too much on others," Noah scoffed. "I'm losing my respect for you. Please." Vesuvia sneered as her city shrunk and disappeared in her storage technique, leaving her citizens in the open. "You have never respected us." "She is right," June whispered to Noah's ear. "But I still don't like her." Vesuvia didn't miss the chance to tease June by launching alluring gazes toward Noah. The various underlings didn't know how to react to that scene, but they eventually decided to ignore it since Noah was doing the same. "I see that my teachings have worked." The foolery obviously didn't let go of the matter. "You have become so popular in these years." "The tea is ready," Pelio stated, and the foolery voiced a squeal as it reached the mat. "I was thinking about something," the foolery exclaimed as it resumed to sniff Pelio. "You have a good smell." "It might be the tea," Pelio chuckled. "No, no," the foolery squealed. "Nothing escapes my senses. I can feel it. You are a foolery at heart." "Am I?" Pelio asked. "That would explain many things." "Raise your heads, my brethren," the foolery shouted while glancing at the floor's ceiling. "Today, we had found a new brother," the pack of foolery squealed while glancing at the ceiling. Pelio laughed, but he eventually imitated them. Needless to say, the scene left the rest of the army speechless. The others didn't know what to say when they saw the pigs and Pelio remaining with their heads lifted for entire minutes. "I miss Xavier," Noah sighed. But the labyrinth eventually created a way out of that situation. The plain began to open now that it had absorbed every gale in the area. A smooth gorge expanded and revealed a dimensional passage at its bottom. The structure had yet to activate, but the crystals that made the floor slowly gave it power. "The path to the 9th floor," Vesuvia commented while flying toward Noah. "I wonder what has become of that place." "Have you been there?" Noah asked. "I know what it was supposed to be," Vesuvia revealed as she pursued her lips when June put herself between Noah and her. "I don't know if they managed to pull that off." "Sounds interesting," Noah chuckled while pulling June on his lap and shooting downward. Everyone followed Noah. Dark matter covered the entire army before the teleport activated. The labyrinth didn't try to divide the various experts anymore, but Noah didn't remove the defenses. The scenery changed. Noah unfolded his consciousness and retracted the dark world when he sensed that the area featured no dangers. He found himself in an immense environment that didn't seem to have clear borders. He felt to be in a proper world. The seemingly boundless environment didn't seem to have anything special except for its size. Noah saw plains, mountains, lakes, rivers, and much more, but nothing that could force him to inspect everything seriously. The level of the materials in the area could change significantly. The ground could have patches in the 4th rank or entire chunks in the 9th rank. The same went for the water, clouds, and underground world. The difference in their power didn't lead to any destruction because the stronger materials always had slightly weaker ones in their surroundings. It was clear that someone had created the area so that it could retain a perfect harmony that didn't give birth to any instability. "This is a higher plane," Noah concluded while gazing at the sky. His conclusion was on point but also wrong. The 9th floor wanted to imitate the higher plane created by heaven and earth, but it featured sharp differences. The sky was dark, and the only lights came from the many stars in the distance. No heavy pressure fell on the ground or tried to suppress Noah and the army. The surface and the various powerful material radiated strong waves of energy, but heroic cultivators would be able to survive there if they were careful. The area was a version of the higher plane that didn't experience heaven and earth's rule. It was rich, vast, and free. It stood among the boundlessness of the void. It was a landmass floating in the depths of the universe without any connection to stronger beings. How much of this is real? Noah immediately wondered. The cursed labyrinth was a separate reality with a different space-time array. It wasn't inside the higher plane and was part of it at the same time. Its true nature was unclear, but that same vagueness allowed it to exist without alerting heaven and earth. Vesuvia? Noah asked as his eyes wandered in the captivating environment. This area matches the blueprint, Vesuvia commented. I wonder what the others had to sacrifice to create it. What do you mean? Noah asked. Why would they need to sacrifice anything? You can't build a world inside someone else's world, Vesuvia explained. This area seems outside the sky, but the higher plane has an entrance. Can you imagine hiding such a powerful teleport right under heaven and earth's attentive gaze? The answer was a clear no. Even if King Elba's, Noah, the Orange City, and Divine Architect were to work together, they wouldn't be able to create something so massive without alerting heaven and earth. In theory, building something outside heaven and earth's influence would prevent them from noticing it. However, the sole fact that the labyrinth had one of its entrances inside the higher plane made that idea impossible. The explanation was simple. Landmasses could exist both inside and outside the sky, but a connection between them naturally required a massive amount of energy. Activating the teleport would only cost more in terms of fuel if the area was far away from heaven and earth's domain. The labyrinth's entrance was in the higher plane, so no number of separate dimensions and realities could hide a teleport powerful enough to lead far away from the sky. The 9th floor was probably near heaven and earth's domain or directly inside it. The sacrifice mentioned by Vesuvia involved the cloaking technique or the trick used by the creators to keep the labyrinth hidden. Even she didn't know how they had pulled that off. Food! The foolery suddenly shouted when it realized the sheer number of resources contained in the environment. The other foolery squealed and began to dive toward the surface, but a deafening roar filled with pride reached their ears and forced their charge to a stop. The winged pigs halted themselves mid-air and slowly turned their gazes toward Noah. You aren't on your own anymore, Noah growled. Behave. But food, the rank 9 foolery complained. No buts, Noah scolded. Get some tea from Pelio while I understand what's going on here. The compromise didn't sound bad. So Pelio soon found himself with a horde of flying pigs assaulting him from every side. The scene was actually scary, but he wasn't exactly there, so he could dodge the assault easily. You are a lively bunch, Vesuvia giggled. And you have yet to meet the others. Noah shook his head before moving his attention to the starry sky. In a way, that scene was everything Noah had ever sought. However, it lacked the drawing force that had fueled his ambition in the past. He could see the stars, but they weren't what he was looking for. This is fake, Noah confirmed without needing to study the floor thoroughly. His ambition had already declared that. Instead, the plane was different. Each material existed and carried laws that carried no trace of heaven and earth's influence. The area was a paradise for those running away from the rulers. It was a world without their oppressing light. Everything was extremely interesting, but Noah was looking for something else. The area appeared empty of significant auras or heavy presences, but his instincts knew that something was off. We aren't alone, Noah stated. Obviously, Vesuvia chuckled. Why don't you tell us everything you know? June snorted. Because she can't. A voice suddenly came out of the starry sky and resounded throughout the entire floor. Everyone moved their eyes toward the sky. The source of the voice remained unclear, but a few humanoid figures still became vaguely visible among the lights radiated by the distant stars. Is there an oath involved? Noah shouted. Oaths are pointless at our level, the male voice continued. Promises among friends are stronger. It's been a long time, Emperor, Vesuvia said in a polite tone. How is the queen? She is fine, a female voice responded. Especially since I didn't have to deal with you. You two are as lively as always, Vesuvia joked. It always surprises me that a playful existence like you has managed to develop such a selfless world. A third voice resounded. Humanity's future should have belonged to that Ardamo kid. It's a pity his peace got in the way of his journey. And that I killed him, Noah declared in a cold tone. We know. The voice belonging to the expert that Vesuvia had addressed as Emperor echoed. You are quite heartless. I beg to differ, Noah laughed. I killed him because my heart wanted to advance. A moment of silence followed the statement, but the expert that Vesuvia had addressed as Queen eventually spoke. I kind of like him. It reminds me of your early days. Our early days, Emperor sighed. I still remember that titles you earned before going by Queen. How was life with the couple? Vesuvia mocked, clearly addressing the third expert hidden among the starry sky. I can't understand how you survived them. I had fun watching over the labyrinth, the third expert explained. There have been boring years, but the higher plane has managed to produce an interesting force. I'm pleased to meet you, defying demon. And who would you be? Noah asked. I thought you would have understood that by now, the expert exclaimed. I'm the maker, the creator of this place, and the reason behind its name. I go by Cursed Reality. Emperor, Queen, and Cursed Reality. Noah thought as he tried to see the three experts hidden among the starry sky. They must be in the solid stage too. The sole fact that Noah couldn't sense the three experts clearly stated that they were stronger than him, at least when it came to their level. Moreover, Cursed Reality had admitted that he had created the labyrinth, so Noah's interest had inevitably converged on him. Still, the three experts seemed to have no intention of reaching the surface. They had observed Noah's group and achievements inside the labyrinth, but they didn't want a meeting. They just stood in the sky, waiting for someone to talk. Do you plan on getting down? Noah eventually asked. What's the point? Emperor responded. I'm not going to lie. You and your bunch are interesting, but you remain too weak. All the talk about heaven and earth and the sky is pointless if you can't back it up with proper power. And what is the issue with your relationship? Queen continued. We can go wild at times, but your intercourses resemble deadly battles. Slow down, kid. He isn't going anywhere. June frowned, but sparks soon started to run over her skin. Queen had spoken to her, but she didn't know how to take her words. Part of her took that statement with pride, but she also felt that Queen had insulted her. I'm sorry that you can't get your partner to do what mine does, June eventually mocked. Are you sure he still feels attracted to you? You must be pretty old. Vesuvia had to cover her mouth to suppress her laugh, and a chuckle also came from the starry sky. Cursed Reality couldn't hold back in front of that comment. The reaction from the army wasn't as happy. The foolery were too busy drinking Pelio's tea to care about those events, but the others remained speechless. They had understood that the experts in the sky were powerful, but Noah and June were addressing them without showing the slightest respect. June had even openly offended them. The matter worsened when June made herself comfortable in Noah's lap and stretched her legs to reveal them. Everyone noticed how Noah's pupils shrunk at the sight of her bare skin. When it came to relationships, it was clear that the fire between the two was still intense. I'm starting to like seeing our relationship challenged, Noah teased. You will always prefer to be alone with me, June replied. Undoubtedly, Noah stated while pulling June closer. But it's still nice to make other couples jealous of us. Only the two demons have a chance at beating us, June exclaimed. Well, demons are always the best, Noah joked. I know that firsthand. June giggled as the two ended up kissing without caring about the many stares on them. Emperor had to clear his throat as soon as he saw Noah slipping a hand under June's robe. He knew what would happen if he let the two continue, so he interrupted them and claimed their attention. He must know you are right, Noah whispered to June's ear before moving his gaze to the sky. June and Noah were still inside the cursed labyrinth, so the three experts in the starry sky heard everything they said. Of course, Emperor and Queen didn't like their words, but they didn't take them to heart. You can mock us all you want, Emperor announced. It won't change the fact that you are too weak. And what will you do about it? Noah asked. Nothing, Emperor exclaimed. But you won't get past the 9th floor until you gain your approval, which became harder to get since you like joking so much, Queen continued. Noah remained calm under those threats. He had no intention to become another Ardamo, but he didn't know enough about the 9th floor to decide how to act. The place probably didn't have conditions or requirements, but understanding its functioning might reveal a flaw that he could exploit. Is this the whole purpose behind the cursed labyrinth? Noah asked. Do you lock experts inside it and wait for them to become valuable assets? That's simply stupid. It doesn't matter if you find it stupid, Emperor declared. We make the rules and you can't escape it. Enjoy spending the next era under a scenery that you can't achieve with your own strength. Silence fell in the area, and Noah felt his instincts grow quieter. They still confirmed the presence of dangerous beings in the starry sky, but it seemed that someone had left after the conversation. Did you turn the cursed labyrinth into a prison? Vesuvia shattered the silence. I didn't think you would have steered so far from your initial idea. It's not a prison, Cursed Reality explained. You have yet to see how heaven and earth have evolved. The higher plane is different from how you remember it, and Defying Demon is probably to blame for the latest developments. So, you lock me up to avoid doing more damage? Noah wondered. You misunderstood, Cursed Reality responded. The labyrinth is a place that heaven and earth can't see nor affect. It's perfect for nourishing experts with the potential to join the final battle. Remain here. Become strong. All of you will fight in the end. This place will only lead to stagnation, Noah contradicted. Rank 9 experts only need to expand their influence, Cursed Reality exclaimed. The 9th floor gives you a direct connection to the universe. You can test your weight and its growth without heaven and earth shining on your head. What about my underlings? Noah asked. Most of them are magical beasts, Cursed Reality pointed out. They only need energy to grow, and the labyrinth won't run out of it as long as I exist. As for the others, we can create different trials to make sure that they will continue to feel challenged. That's why he called it labyrinth, Noah understood. It's possible to remain stuck inside this structure for countless years, and the trials can change depending on the expert's personality. This place is a massive and potentially endless training ground. Can I help you do it? June asked when Noah's eyes flickered. No, I might need to go past my limits, Noah announced, and June calmly left his lap. Noah straightened his position as his swords appeared in his hands. He activated the unstable substance, but he held back from using his potential for now. Still, his blades unleashed their abilities and mustered power as he shot toward the sky. The starry sky didn't have a clear limit. It was boundless, with no ceiling or edges. However, Noah felt that advancing grew harder as he kept flying toward the stars. The very laws of the 9th floor made his attempts more difficult. Noah waved his blades when his physical strength became unable to bring him any further. A giant slash flew forward without suffering from the floor's suppression, but it disappeared after crossing a specific area. The disappearance felt abrupt and strange. Noah didn't sense any energy attacking his slash. His blow had simply vanished without requiring any teleport, formation, or defensive array. Noah attacked a few more times to inspect the event, and an idea slowly began to take form in his mind. His slashes created a faint reaction in the starry sky when they disappeared. There seemed to be waves hidden among that blackness, and they felt oddly familiar. I get it, Noah whispered after his offensive led to answers. Pelio, do you want to know where your world is? Vesuvia had already revealed some inconsistencies with the 9th floor structure. The place had to exist inside heaven and earth's domain, which required something more than formations or inscriptions to remain hidden. The different space-time array and Cursed Reality's power could probably do the trick, but heaven and earth would eventually notice the labyrinth anyway. After all, as long as something existed, the rulers could find it, especially if it remained in their domain. Still, countless years had passed, but the cursed labyrinth had remained hidden. It didn't matter how many powerful experts had ended up on its floors. It didn't matter how much energy cursed reality stole from the higher plane. Heaven and earth didn't find the imposing and spectacular structure. There had to be an incredible power at work to keep everything hidden. Cursed reality's world seemed to deal with the space-time array, so Noah viewed him only as a partial culprit. Emperor and Queen were on the list, and Noah had even considered them, but the reactions triggered by his attacks showed different conclusions. The starry sky was beyond peculiar, and Noah felt to have found an explanation beyond its nature. Noah had seen many things in his long life. He had studied the various states that the breath could take, and he had even found himself in front of the non-world. He knew a lot about energy, laws, and matter in general. Many experts would kill to have his knowledge. That knowledge allowed Noah to understand that the starry sky had something that went beyond separate realities, dimensions, and formations. The non-laws would clash with the nature of the labyrinth, so he didn't consider them. Only one possibility remained after exploring every option. The faint familiarity that Noah had experienced during his offensive also helped him reach that conclusion. Cursed reality had most likely used Pelios' power to hide the labyrinth from heaven and earth. The power of dreams was unclear, and Noah couldn't claim to know much about it since he had never studied Pelios' world. However, he had seen what the expert could accomplish in his weaker form. Pelio could find truths out of nowhere and even create matter without requiring energy. In theory, dreams could accomplish everything. They weren't a power connected to an expert imagination, but they had clear mental limits. Also, their fusion with someone specialized in separate realities could give birth to wonders. "You are sharper than I thought," Cursed Reality commented. And Noah felt that a smile had appeared on that unclear figure hidden among the starry sky. "It was only logical," Noah coldly replied. "Heaven and earth are too powerful. You said so yourself. The world of a single solid-stage expert isn't enough to keep such a giant structure hidden. Yet, two of them might do the trick." "Don't think so little of the rulers," Cursed Reality snorted. "An army of solid-stage experts might not be enough to hide my creation from heaven and earth." "So what exactly did you do?" Noah asked. "That's simple," Cursed Reality exclaimed. "An army of experts can't pull it off, but a small group with specific powers working in harmony can." "There's far more than harmony here," Noah contradicted. "You are using a stolen world to keep the labyrinth in a realm that heaven and earth can't reach." "That's quite insulting," Cursed Reality scoffed. "Do you think a mere stronger version of a separate reality would have been enough? It might work for a single cultivator or a small group, but my creation is far grander." "You are dying to explain it to me," Noah laughed. "Just do it already." Cursed Reality snorted, but he didn't contradict Noah. He let a few silent seconds pass before revealing the nature behind his blueprint. "I separated part of my world and fused it with Pelios' dreams to create a stronger power." Noah couldn't hide his surprise. The answer actually left him speechless. He believed that Cursed Reality had simply permeated the whole labyrinth and the separate reality with Pelios' power, but that explanation surpassed his expectations. Fusing two different worlds was impossible. Noah and many other existences had different aspects, but their existence remained clear. Even the edgeless ethereal blackness only had the chance to expand. Annexing different meanings would only destabilize its power. Heaven and earth had succeeded in that project, but they had paid a hefty price, and they didn't even manage to obtain stable results. Moreover, the rulers had to fuse two different systems to force everything together. They were both part of the universe and existences that grew at its expenses. However, Cursed Reality claimed to have succeeded in the impossible. He had fused two different worlds without creating instabilities or losing his true self. That achievement would put him above heaven and earth if he had told the truth. "Don't look so stunned," Cursed Reality scolded. "The process has been more troublesome than you think, and even the results have been quite disappointing. That path is flawed, but I decided to keep it since it fulfilled my requirements." "How can you remain yourself?" Noah asked. "You should be riddled with instabilities and personality issues." "I didn't fuse Pelios' world to my existence," Cursed Reality explained. "I took a piece of my world and forced it to infect Pelios' power. Did you ruin 2 worlds just to keep the labyrinth hidden? Noah questioned. Worlds were deep but relatively simple structures. They were the culmination of an expert's journey. Still, they were also frail. Cutting away part of a world would make it lose all the experiences that had led to the creation of that chunk of power. The experts could refill those gaps, but they would never be able to achieve something identical to what they had severed. Of course, that led to instabilities. Cultivators and hybrids couldn't add random powers or aspects to their world, even if their level and laws suited their existence. Those added pieces would always lack the initial harmony achieved with the breakthrough, and no amount of training could restore it. Cursed reality didn't only sever part of his world. He had also forced it to fuse with Pelio's power. He had ruined his journey and prevented Pelio from regaining his previous level for the sole sake of keeping the labyrinth hidden. I didn't ruin anything, Cursed reality shouted. I won't hide it. I had to overcome my limits multiple times to complete the project. But I'm a genius, the greatest genius in the higher plane, so I eventually succeeded. How? Noah couldn't contain his curiosity. I've created a separate reality with specific rules, Cursed reality explained. Well, multiple separate realities with different rules. The first had to preserve the integrity of my world even if I severed part of it. The second had to contain Pelio's power. The third had to make sure that the fusion was possible. The fourth had to create the conditions for the fusion. The fifth. Cursed reality's explanation went on for a long time. In short, he had piled on multiple separate realities with simple rules to make sure that his insane project wouldn't backfire. The dark world couldn't accomplish the same feats. Noah could create similar conditions when he used his technique inside Shafu, but Cursed reality didn't stop to a single environment. He had bent the very nature of the universe to make the impossible possible. Noah's respect for Cursed reality only increased as he reviewed the explanation. The expert had piled on various environments with different rules to make sure that the labyrinth remained hidden, but his efforts didn't stop there. According to the explanation, Cursed reality had preserved the state of his world through his creation's rules. Still, he had also made sure not to ruin Pelio's power in the process. It seemed that he had some plans for the tea-brewing maniac, and Noah decided to use that point to his advantage. Why did you preserve Pelio's world? Noah asked. I'm sure you would have obtained a far stronger effect if you just sacrificed it. I don't need to explain my reasons anymore, Cursed reality snorted. You are hopeless if you still fail to understand my magnificence. I do understand it, Noah corrected. That's the issue. You could have avoided the trouble of creating 2 to 3 additional separate realities if you gave up on Pelio's world. Yet you didn't. So? Cursed reality asked. So, you want him to retrieve his world at some point, Noah answered. You want Pelio to join the final battle. Silence fell in the area, but the interest of the army intensified. Vesuvia also felt curious about the matter. After all, she knew that the relationship between Pelio and the other creators was complicated. My goals are noble, Cursed reality eventually announced. Petty grudges have no place in the final battle. We must go past them to win against heaven and earth. There is nothing noble in imprisoning entire armies of experts, Noah contradicted. My labyrinth isn't a prison, Cursed reality repeated. It's pointless to go out in your current state anyway. You would only become cannon fodder for heaven and earth's forces right now. That's not up to you to decide, Noah coldly replied. And what can you do about it? Cursed reality asked. You are stuck here now. I suggest you start thinking about how to use the next years. The final battle is upon us, so I wouldn't waste time complaining. Noah obviously didn't like the situation. He studied his surroundings and relied on the entirety of his superior senses to find flaws. He even called upon his violent thoughts to find openings to exploit, but his inspection led nowhere. The starry sky wasn't only seamless. It was also firm, resilient, and boundless. His power didn't come from defensive arrays or special formations. Noah was simply in front of a higher plane, and he lacked the strength to pierce it. Don't appear so lost, defying demon, Cursed reality sighed. This is for your own good. I'm sure you have the potential to reach our level and maybe even go past it. Yet, the higher plane is too dangerous right now. Heaven and earth would stop at nothing to kill you. I'm not lost, Noah stated as he scratched his head with the handle of the cursed sword. You have spent a lot of time creating this environment, and its power is also incredible. I can't destroy it with a single attack, but I can probably create a hole. No, that's impossible at your current level, Cursed Reality declared. This is my masterpiece. It's the creation of a solid-stage expert who has broken past the limits of his level. You can't affect it right now. Noah didn't need Cursed Reality's explanation to understand the power of the ninth floor. He had already faced a similar strength. The expert was like the privileged cultivators, and his state in the solid stage put him outside Noah's reach. Let's make a bet then, Noah suggested. You let everyone out if I can affect your creation. How does it sound? Why would I even make a bet with you? Cursed Reality asked. Well, I will make a hole in this starry sky, Noah announced. Yet, this environment is too big to crumble with that little damage. I would need to dig holes for entire millennia to pierce the ninth floor, and I don't want to remain stuck here for so long. You are talking as if you could affect my creation, Cursed Reality sneered. I definitely can, Noah declared. Which is why it would be pointless to keep me here after proving it. Cursed Reality fell silent, but a whisper eventually came out of his hidden figure. That makes sense. I would also do you a favor, Noah continued. You have no idea what those pigs can do to this floor. I can even force them to have their conversations in the starry sky. You wouldn't last a single year. I have endured that bickering couple for far longer, Cursed Reality responded. You are greatly underestimating the foolery, Noah sighed. Anyway, that's only the plan B, which I won't need as long as you accept my bet. Cursed Reality fell silent again, but an answer arrived quite soon. If you can cut a hole in the starry sky, it means that your power can touch solid-stage cultivators. Forcing you to remain here would have no meaning in that case. I hope you are as noble as you claim to be, Noah laughed as he raised his swords. The greatest genius in the higher plane can't be a lying fraud, Cursed Reality declared. About that, Noah commented while potential started to flow toward his centers of powers and companions. You, me, and a few others need to have a proper challenge for the title of the greatest genius, but that can wait for when you become my underling. Such arrogant words from a hybrid who has yet to prove his worth, Cursed Reality said. But Noah had stopped listening to him. The time for words was over. Noah summoned the entirety of his power and let his ambition run freely. His companions also unleashed everything they were capable of and let the potential from the ethereal blackness fill their bodies. The battle against Ardamo had just ended, so Noah wasn't exactly at his peak. He would typically need to rest and let the drawbacks disperse to be ready for another long fight, but he had no intention to prolong that trial. The adverse effects of the drawbacks dispersed as potential filled every corner of Noah's body and companions. He was forcing himself to ignore his limits, and the punishment for that would be heavy, but he didn't care about that now. Noah knew his limits better than anyone else. He was aware that his world had yet to reach the weight needed to affect the universe. He was close to that level, but he remained one step short. Waiting a few millennia would bring Noah to the realm that only privileged cultivators in the solid stage could touch. Still, a safe path to the peak had never been in his plans. Noah wanted to get out now, so he disregarded his current and future drawbacks to explode with his full power. Noah didn't need a series of attacks. He didn't even want to wear down the ninth floor slowly. He knew that his destruction would eventually accumulate to a critical point powerful enough to affect the labyrinth. However, that wouldn't prove anything. Noah had to dig a hole in a single attack to prove that he could fight at the same level as the privileged cultivators in the solid stage. He couldn't achieve that result through the weight of his world, but he had something else that similar experts lacked. Night, Duanlong, Snore, the Parasite, and even Shafu came out of his figure as their ambition resonated with his potential. Their power increased and intensified, bringing all of them to the utmost limits of their current level. The fabric of space around them bent and twisted due to the immense might unleashed during the process, But that wasn't enough for Noah. Noah called upon the entirety of the potential stored inside the ethereal blackness and sent it to all his assets. His centers of power and companions grew beyond their structural limits without reaching the weight necessary to affect the universe. Noah and his companions couldn't turn themselves into privileged cultivators in the solid stage. Even his incredible potential couldn't achieve that feat since the ethereal blackness had yet to reach those levels. However, the gap before that level was short, and Noah planned to break through it forcefully. His world contained far more than a single hybrid. The ethereal blackness was the home of fearful creatures that had no match inside the higher plane. "Such a brutish method won't work against my creation," Cursed Reality commented. But his words ended up claiming the attention of the rank 9 foolery. "Brutish!" the foolery exclaimed while munching one of Pelio's cups. "You have a long way to go, my future underling." Even Xavier had to acknowledge brutes, and he is the most boring cultivator in the world. "What would that even mean?" Cursed Reality asked, but a massive wave of power suddenly filled the starry sky and forced him to divert his attention. Noah didn't do anything special. He had simply brought the power of everything he had beyond their limits and unleashed it toward a single spot of the starry sky. A slash, feathers, cuts, and much more had fused into a single attack that created a darker area in the starry sky. The starry sky seemed perfectly fine. The massive discharge of energy didn't destroy anything and left the environment in its previous state, except for a small spot that stood out among the blackness. A mere spot was nothing significant among that vast blackness. The 9th floor could probably get rid of it in no time. However, that wasn't the point of the whole event. Cursed Reality remained silent as he inspected the darker spot that had appeared in the starry sky. The damage was barely visible, and he struggled to call it a proper hole. Noah had only forcefully affected the structure of the 9th floor. Still, the result of the attack was undeniable. It didn't matter if the damage was insignificant. It didn't matter if Noah didn't actually reach the level of power of the solid-stage privileged cultivators. He had managed to touch that realm with his blow. He had won the bet. "I'll rest now if you don't mind," Noah casually exclaimed while his companions and swords returned inside his figure. "I'll be in my lover's arms if you want to talk." Noah's existence had grown extremely thin after using the entirety of his potential. Yet, his world quickly realized what he had accomplished, and new energy began to fill it. A wave of power exploded inside Noah's ethereal blackness. New potential appeared out of nowhere and began to target the heavy drawbacks falling on his body and companions. He felt tired beyond reason, but he also knew that he had taken another step forward. "You have gone overboard," June sighed as she spread her arms to let Noah sit on her lap. "Don't you dare think that you can leave me behind because of this." "I'll think about it if you keep the foolery away from me," Noah joked. "That's impossible," the rank 9 foolery shouted after it reached June's side. "It's my job to protect you during your weakened state." "It isn't wrong," June commented. "It still feels strange to see the pig being reasonable," Noah admitted as he slid down to use June's lap as a pillow. "I know that you are to blame for that," June stated as she began to play with Noah's hair. "My leader can't stop talking about me," the foolery proudly exclaimed as its gaze went on the starry sky. "I must be the most important member of our organization." "Pelio," Noah growled, and Pelio flew at his side in an instant. The tea on the table on Pelio's mat distracted the rank 9 foolery and allowed June to bring Noah on the surface without getting followed. Still, Vesuvia, the turtles, and other members of the army eventually landed around the two of them. "Did you want some privacy?" Vesuvia teased. "We aren't that shy," June snorted. Old Tyrant, Fiery Mountain, and Gabrielle diverted their gazes as memories resurfaced. June and Noah weren't even close to being shy. "I must admit that I didn't expect you to succeed," Vesuvia continued. "You are quite resourceful." "They aren't resources," Noah corrected as Night and Snore came out of his figure. "I have promised them the sky. They will see it crumble." Night and Snore didn't say anything, but Vesuvia saw the intelligence behind their strange eyes. Their power was also different from Noah's, which gave insights into the depth of his world. It was rare for experts to carry proper living beings as part of themselves into the 9th rank, but Noah had a series of them. Is this the source of your power? Vesuvia asked. Did you survive because they gave you the strength of multiple cultivators? I've created them, Noah exclaimed. They are my power, even if they aren't properly me. I thought your tendencies were more destructive, Vesuvia commented while glancing at the darker spot in the starry sky. I noticed part of your creation, but I can't understand how an existence like you managed to develop it. Noah didn't need to add details to his power, but he found no reason to keep them hidden from a future companion. Still, he limited himself to raising his hand and pointing at June. We have gone far past that, June announced without suppressing the sweetness of her tone. You have also limited that part of you. I didn't have other options against the Crystal City, Noah sighed. Besides, it's better like this. I've reached the 9th rank, so I was right. I remember. June shook her head. We are almost there now. Almost isn't enough, Noah responded. Of course, June agreed. And the sky won't be the end. I'd have to create a better world otherwise, Noah laughed. I'm sure we'll have fun without that. June immersed her hands in Noah's hair as she glanced at the starry sky. There is too much that we don't know. We can't be the only maniacs out there. I'm afraid that there will be only maniacs from now on, Noah said in a helpless tone. Noah, it's been like this for millennia by now, June declared. Even this old hag is hitting on you just to see our reactions. We'll have to see what the other couple says about us, Noah continued. Are they coming down? June asked. No, but they will soon, Noah stated. Cursed reality has already lost. If the others force him to keep the labyrinth closed, I'll just have to dig holes for a few millennia. No one can force me to do anything. Cursed reality's loud voice resounded in the area as a figure began to take form among the starry sky. An old man with short white hair and a well-kept gray beard slowly descended from the sky. His eyes were completely black, but stars shone inside them. His robe was the same. It depicted the same scenery as the 9th floor ceiling, but the distant lights on it moved according to the expert's gestures. A dense, heavy, and haughty aura enveloped the cultivator. His face had no wrinkles and expressed pure confidence. His cultivation level was also unmistakable. He was in the solid stage. So, you'll honor your part of the deal, Noah replied. Don't take me too lightly either, Cursed Reality snorted as he landed in front of Noah and June. I've spent countless years perfecting the labyrinth. Do you have any idea how long it takes to create a single separate reality? Imagine all of those needed to make this environment possible. I don't care, Noah said in a cold tone. What? Cursed Reality complained. Do you really want to give up on this epitome of perfection? I don't care, Noah repeated. Take this place apart and make its remains explode on the sky. I won't remain here only because you have grown too attached to your creation. The bet only involved your departure from the labyrinth, Cursed Reality declared. You forgot my army, Noah explained. Pelio is part of my army, and he needs his world. You can't keep the labyrinth running without his world. Can you? Cursed Reality didn't answer. The stars in his strange eyes converged toward a single spot and seemed to give birth to white pupils pointed at Noah. You know I'm right. Noah sighed as he stretched his arms to wrap them around June's waist. Let's get this over with. The other two will want to talk to me, right? Call them already. There is no need for that. Emperor's voice resounded throughout the 9th floor. Let's have a chat, young man, Queen's voice followed. Emperor had the aspect of a middle-aged man with long black hair combed in a ponytail. The lace that kept it still had a few blue jewels embroiled in its fabric. His robe carried the same shades of those gems, and a perfect short beard covered his cheeks. Queen wore similar colors, and the same went for the jewels in her blonde hair. She had a youthful appearance, but her face carried evident traces of maturity, especially when it came to her deep black eyes. The two experts had descended from the starry sky after Noah's request, and they had taken their spot next to Cursed Reality. The area now had 4 solid-stage cultivators at the peak of their power, but Noah and June remained at the center of that meeting. You are interesting, but the existence of the cursed labyrinth is more important, Emperor stated before anyone could say anything. Are you using him to protect the labyrinth? Noah mocked while looking at Cursed Reality. I have overestimated you. I'm not hiding, Cursed Reality snorted. This is a conversation, and the Cursed Labyrinth is a project developed by all of us. It's only normal for the others to have a chance to speak. I'm really curious about what she has to say, June commented while inspecting Queen. I don't like your hair. Queen's hair expressed a noble aura. The jewels acted as clasps for the various braids combed to create an intricate hairstyle. Instead, June's hair was the very opposite due to its messy state. The two women clearly had opposite preferences. Your lack of taste isn't surprising, Queen responded in a proud tone. What do you even have on your head? Is that a spider web? Hey, I love her hair, Noah stated. I can imitate it if you want, Vesuvia chuckled. No one asked for your opinion, June scoffed. She likes to do that, Queen continued. Find your own partner in your next life. Please, there is no need to fight over me. Emperor sighed while ignoring the cold stare coming from Queen. Can we go back to the labyrinth? Cursed Reality asked. The tea is ready, Pelio stated. Food. The rank 9 foolery squealed, and the entirety of its pack amassed around Pelio's mat to drink the tea. Old Tyrant, Gabrielle, and Fiery Mountain didn't know what to say. They had never seen so many powerful experts gathered in the same area, but their behavior was completely unexpected. Rank 9 cultivators in the solid stage represented the very peak of the cultivation journey. Noah and June had also proven themselves to be worthy of their presence, but the group couldn't stop bickering. The final battle could arrive at any moment, but they wasted time teasing each other. Is idiocy the secret behind the higher ranks? Fiery Mountain whispered. Fiery Mountain immediately regretted voicing her question since Queen, Emperor, and Cursed Reality glared at her. They seemed ready to destroy her world, but Noah cleared his throat and claimed their attention before the situation could worsen. Do you let your underlings insult you so brazenly? Emperor laughed. Why would I stop them? Noah wondered. We are idiots. The pig right there is one of my best underlings. Do you think a sane person would allow that? Queen wanted to crack a joke, but the foolery suddenly began to take dumps without interrupting their tea time. The scene disgusted the expert so much that she teleported back into the starry sky in an instant. You definitely have poor taste, Emperor commented. They are a peculiar species, Cursed Reality contradicted. The entire 9th floor will soon turn blue. I know, Emperor sighed, but I wouldn't want them around anyway. Shall we start a real conversation now? Noah asked. You made my lovely queen run away. Emperor shrugged his shoulder. I'm sure I can make her come back in no time, Vesuvia giggled. Don't you have any mercy for your old friend? Emperor asked. You do realize you are only making it hard for me, right? Cursed Reality questioned. Can't I have some fun? Vesuvia asked. I have felt lonely during the past millennia. One of you should have stayed behind with me. I had the labyrinth to handle, Cursed Reality exclaimed. I like to be alive, Emperor announced without showing any shame. Queen can be scary, Cursed Reality shook his head. I've had drawbacks more pleasant than this conversation, Noah cursed. Your woman isn't playing around either, Emperor commented. What are you even saying? Noah laughed while snuggling closer to June's waist. She is the epitome of sweetness. June smiled, but her intense stare at the two solid-stage experts carried far different feelings. There was no sweetness in that gesture. Her eyes only featured battle intent. Love does make you blind, Cursed Reality whispered. Are you done down there? Queen's voice suddenly came out of the sky. Get up here. I have finished the meeting room. You heard her, Emperor stated while turning to fly toward the source of the voice. Cursed Reality and Vesuvia followed Emperor, and Noah and June did the same after exchanging a glance. The couple approached the sky before witnessing a sharp change in the scenery. The starry sky disappeared to make room for a vast hall with praying mats and a single short table. The ninth floor had disappeared even if the group didn't teleport. Noah couldn't explain how Queen had achieved that feat, but he didn't shy back from approaching the table. Of course, June helped him out since he was still in the middle of his drawbacks. "So, you want us to dismantle the cursed labyrinth?" Queen exclaimed while taking out a jug and pouring wine into a series of cups. "Dismantling it is only a consequence of what I want," Noah explained. "Pelio is part of my organization now. I need him to get back his world." "Dream Lord Pelio is a vile monster," Emperor stated. "We have been enemies for countless years. He has changed after his time here, but we aren't ready to let go of our grudge." "I'm also a vile monster," Noah declared. "Anyway, your enmity with Pelio has nothing to do with me. Hand his world back and start following me like good underlings." Vesuvia couldn't hold back her laugh, and Cursed Reality also had to admit that the scene was quite funny. Noah had merely touched the solid stage, but he was already trying to order stronger experts around. The labyrinth is a priceless resource, especially during these troubled times, Queen revealed without addressing Noah's rude words. Heaven and earth are doing their best to isolate and kill every force, no matter how small they are. This isn't the right time to get out. "It doesn't sound like that to me," Noah announced. "Saving and uniting those forces should be our priority. Amassing an army of ants won't help against heaven and earth," Emperor responded. "Let's not go after ants then," Noah suggested. "You aren't the only solid-stage cultivators out there, right? Let's find the others and create a united front against heaven and earth." "And you need Pelio for that," Emperor continued. "Indeed," Noah replied. "His power can ignore reason. Finding the others will be easy with him." "I'll be blunt," Queen sighed. "Even if we gather powerful experts in the solid stage, we would have no chance against heaven and earth. I'm afraid they are too strong." "These old experts sure are scared," June said in a disappointed tone. "Your man is one of the main reasons behind their recent surge of power," Queen scoffed. "Heaven and earth were strong, but their confused and messy state worked to our advantage. We lost that now." "You are seeing the situation from the wrong perspective again," Noah complained. "I have forced heaven and earth to evolve, so I have a chance to defeat them." "That might be true," Cursed Reality declared. "Your sole existence is an interesting flaw. You ignore the limits of the ranks more than others, and your influence can make your companions achieve similar results. But all of that takes time to show clear results," Emperor continued. "You can touch our realm, but you can't defeat us. Waiting until you get a bit stronger is the best path." "I won't ignore the bet," Noah stated. "Your words make sense, but I didn't get so far by being reasonable. You might have forgotten how the cultivation journey works. But I didn't. I have to face dangers to improve." "That's the issue, isn't it?" Queen asked. "The higher plane doesn't have dangers anymore. There is only heaven and earth now." Noah wasn't unaware of that problem. The issue was the main reason behind the travel to the labyrinth. The death of the life dragon, the state of the higher plane, and the lack of other areas to explore created a grim scene devoid of opportunities. It made sense for an expert like Noah to be out of options. After all, he had touched the peak of the cultivation journey. Only exceptional solid-stage cultivators, heaven and earth, and beings outside the sky could pose a threat to his life. "Let's face heaven and earth then," Noah exclaimed. "I know the rulers. They have yet to stick to their fairness. They won't be able to express the entirety of their power, so we have a chance to win. Don't you care about the losses that your approach will bring?" Cursed Reality asked before turning toward Vesuvia. "I thought humanity's future would have chosen to follow a different type of leader." "He doesn't belong to humanity," Vesuvia declared. "But he can bring changes to its future. That's the best I have achieved in the years spent trying to find solutions." "It will be bloody," Emperor commented. "We are no strangers to blood," Vesuvia replied. "We didn't reach these heights by playing nice." Artemo's experiment also failed. June joined the conversation. "It's clear that you can't stay hidden here forever." "We aren't hiding," Emperor scoffed. "You aren't building a force capable of going against heaven and earth either," Noah continued. The turtles and Vesuvius City are valuable assets, but you almost ruined them. I think he likes me, Vesuvia chuckled. Not now, June and Queen shouted at the same time. We might be similar in the end, Emperor stated while nodding at Noah. Can we get this over with? Noah almost pleaded. Right. You must have paid a hefty price for your previous attack, Cursed Reality exclaimed while stretching an arm above his head. The expert's hand pierced the fabric of space in the room to reach a distant area. Noah could try to send his mental waves through that passage, but he suppressed his curiosity. Cursed Reality quickly pulled out an old-looking jug that radiated a dense aura. He opened the item and poured its contents into a new cup before handing it to Noah. This isn't as tasty as Queen's wine, but it can heal most injuries, Cursed Reality explained. My current state isn't the result of injuries, Noah whispered while taking a sip from the cup. The ethereal blackness began to refill its insides with potential faster than ever as soon as Noah's tongue touched the liquid. The item didn't have healing properties, but it appeared able to help any process connected to that field. I thought similar treasures were almost extinct, Noah admitted. We didn't stay still during these long years, Cursed Reality proudly announced. It's almost impossible to find drugs or similar items capable of affecting rank 9 existences, especially those near the peak of the cultivation journey. Yet, our long lives give us a chance if we are patient. How much of this potion do you have? Noah asked while gulping down the entire cup and straightening his position. June pulled Noah back on her lap, and the two exchanged a meaningful glance. Vesuvia began to chuckle, but Cursed Reality's answer prevented the imminent crisis. Not much. Its effects also worsen after repeated use. It can save lives, but it shouldn't. The reason behind that statement wasn't hard to guess. Rank 9 experts were worlds. The only severe injuries that they could suffer involved the integrity of their power, so stabilizing them might lead to a weaker state. The liquid was better for relatively mild injuries since they didn't involve actual damage to worlds. That lowered its value, but Noah still acknowledged it as a priceless resource. How many resources did you accumulate throughout the years? Noah asked as he straightened his position without leaving June's torso. He basically sat between her legs while ignoring the awkward gazes of the others at the table. Many, Queen responded. You might call this hiding, but we prepared for the final battle. We didn't charge ahead without a plan. Why didn't you attack before the situation became so troublesome? Noah asked. I'm sure you weren't waiting for someone like me to appear. Your arrogance isn't misplaced, but you are wrong, Emperor sighed. How can we even fight heaven and earth unless they decide to come out of the sky? Noah immediately realized that the matter would be more than troublesome. The sky was immense, and its insides were under heaven and earth's control. The various paths and cities contained countless experts and avatars, but they weren't even part of the main problem. An army could have the power to invade the sky and seize initial victories against heaven and earth. However, defeating the rulers was impossible since they could hide in an immense environment and continue to throw assets at eventual invaders. A long siege would obviously benefit heaven and earth since they had accumulated resources for far longer than any other force in the higher plane. It was also unclear whether the rulers had a core that could be destroyed, so killing them couldn't be easy. What did you plan to do? Queen asked without hiding her amused tone. Did you want to charge at the sky and break everything until heaven and earth showed up? Pretty much, Noah admitted. They would have to come out if I make a mess. It has always worked until now. You are quite brutish, Cursed Reality commented. What's your great plan then? Noah asked. That should be obvious, Emperor declared. Heaven and earth will be completely exposed one day. The scales of fairness would also be against them at that time. I don't have to describe the event, right? The breakthrough, Noah responded. Exactly, Queen exclaimed. Heaven and earth will have to come out that day. The whole world will also be against them. It will be the perfect time for an attack. I'm sure other forces are thinking the same, which is why everyone is waiting. Truth be told, Noah couldn't find proper reasons to reject that idea. The plan was sound. His character and requirements weren't in line with it, but he understood its perks. I can't remain here, Noah eventually stated without showing his previous arrogance. I'm not ready for the final battle. I have to keep facing dangers to grow. I'll give you the time to modify the cursed labyrinth, but I'll leave with Pelio and the others afterward. Leaving to go where? Emperor asked. There is only sky outside of the labyrinth. I want to face the other forces waiting for the final battle, Noah explained. Also, I have valuable companions out there. I also want to have a talk with the old heaven and earth. The old heaven and earth? Cursed Reality frowned. The Orange City, Noah exclaimed. I'm sure you have seen it. Of course, Queen announced. Still, what's your relationship with it? Well, Noah scratched his head. I guess we are allies. Queen, Cursed Reality, and Emperor remained slightly stunned to hear that. The three fell silent as they exchanged meaningful glances. Something seemed to have changed in their stance. Why do you care about the old rulers so much? Noah asked, even if the question was relatively self-explanatory. The old heaven and earth were a powerhouse in the higher plane. Their knowledge about the rulers was only one of their strong points. They also had an entire city full of powerful inscriptions at their disposal, and their experiments with the magical beasts had only increased their overall power. Moreover, Noah could guess that Cursed Reality would be interested in how the old rulers kept the Orange City hidden from heaven and earth. An alliance would benefit both sides, even if the experts had to sacrifice the labyrinth to achieve it. Are they dangerous? Emperor asked. Of course, Noah announced. They have even retrieved a personality. They might easily become the real final enemy. How did you even make them cooperate with you? Queen questioned. Because I probably had something to do with the return of their personality. Noah laughed. Why are you so reckless? Cursed Reality sighed. What can I say? Noah shrugged his shoulders. That bet turned out to be fine. The old rulers have been more than useful up until now. What happens when they betray you to take over the world? Emperor asked. I kill them, obviously, Noah stated without any hesitation. Still, they are rather promising. I'm only scared about a potential reunion with heaven and earth. They must also aim at something similar. I still have to test their lightning bolts, June reminded. Right? Noah exclaimed. You might be able to reach the liquid stage if the old rulers create the right environment. I can do the same with the worms, June continued. The higher plane doesn't lack chunks of the sky that we can steal. It shouldn't be hard to create the perfect training area. That beats chasing after tribulations, Noah announced. Though I'm sure something will happen once we leave the labyrinth. Maybe heaven and earth will throw some avatars at us, June commented. Not really at us, Noah responded while glancing at Vesuvia. They won't let her reappear so easily. Can you even fight? June asked. I will challenge you if you put your partner at stake, Vesuvia chuckled. June's eyes lit up, but her expression turned into a pout when she noticed Noah's glare. She limited herself to sigh before placing her head on his shoulder. Was she really going to accept? Queen asked. Never give the chance to fight to a battle maniac, Noah stated. So I guess we have a deal. You'll dismantle the labyrinth, and I'll lead you to the old rulers. You sure can't wait to leave, Emperor said. And you can't wait to meet the old heaven and earth. Noah laughed. Even if you have yet to tell me why. They are valuable assets, Cursed Reality explained. I bet every real expert would like to talk with them. Or add them to their army, Emperor continued. They have definitely earned a spot as cannon fodder after putting all of us in this mess. You can handle all of this with them, Noah declared. It's time, isn't it? Noah and June instinctively moved their gazes on Cursed Reality, and the other experts did the same. It was clear that the expert had an important role in that matter, so it was up to him to say the last word. Give me some time to prepare, Cursed Reality sighed. I'll also need Pelio. I will be easier to separate the two worlds with him ready to receive his power. The meeting ended on those lines. The experts didn't need to say anything else after everyone was on the same page. The cursed labyrinth would crumble, and the group would leave to find the old rulers. Cursed Reality and Pelio had important matters to handle, so they left right away. Emperor and Queen didn't expect the departure to arrive right away, so they abandoned the 9th floor to prepare. Vesuvia, the Foolery, the Pack of Turtles, and the other experts took the chance to bond a bit during the wait. Artemo's dimension and Vesuvius City contained many cultivators, hybrids, and magical beasts that had been away from the higher plane for too long, so it didn't hurt them to exchange information with their new companions. Noah and June didn't stay with the rest of the army. Assessing everybody and starting to influence the group's growth was probably the best option, but they wanted some privacy now that they could get it. Moreover, Noah had yet to recover completely, and June's arms were his favorite spot for that. The couple didn't end up caught in their passion. Noah and June didn't suppress their urges, but they avoided destroying the 9th floor. The sudden appearance of the dark world told everybody that they were up to something, but no one investigated. Time passed. The 9th floor was peaceful, but the Foolery managed to ruin it. Its resources fell in their stomachs, and blue bushes soon covered the previous variegated environment. No one cared about that transformation, and Noah didn't bother to address the matter either. His drawbacks vanished quickly after experiencing Cursed Reality's drink, so he could focus on improving his level. Noah knew that the breakthrough was close. Time or a relatively important feat would make him cross the narrow gap that separated him from the liquid stage. June was in a similar situation. Her level depended on what her body could endure, and she had managed to improve it significantly in the dimension with the worms. She only needed a little more before triggering the breakthrough. Needless to say, both Noah and June couldn't wait to get out of the cursed labyrinth. They liked having moments when the problems in the higher plane were only a distant thought. However, their worlds had urges, and they couldn't appease through their passion. Emperor and Queen were the first to return to the 9th floor. Nothing had changed in their aspect, but they appeared lonely and nostalgic. It was clear that abandoning the labyrinth was a big deal for them, but they did their best not to show that. With the Foolery keeping Vesuvia and the others busy, Noah, June, Queen, and Emperor finally had the chance to have an earnest conversation. A few jokes still flew among them, but most of their topics remained serious. Emperor and Queen were far different from Noah and June, but both couples had managed to make their relationship survive for countless years. That feat alone made them similar and created a friendly atmosphere. The four spoke about their paths and shared some funny stories. It turned out that Emperor and Queen had initially been enemies in the mortal lands. Their feelings for each other had developed through multiple battles, leading them to establish a relationship as soon as the political environment had put them on the same side. Emperor was relatively laid back in the couple, while Queen liked to nag him about small things. The jewels in his lace came from her, and the same went for the matching colors of their robes. Their worlds also had matching features, but they didn't reveal much about them. Noah and June didn't try to probe either, since they felt sure that the departure from the cursed labyrinth would force the two experts to show their power. The casual and relaxed conversation ended when two figures appeared in the sky. Cursed Reality had his arms crossed as he inspected Pelio. The latter wore a surprised smile, and his curious half-closed eyes ran through the transformed environment. "I only need to complete one last step, and the labyrinth will open," Cursed Reality exclaimed, and his words resounded throughout the 9th floor. "There is no need for that," Pelio chuckled. "I have already dreamt about the destruction of the labyrinth." As soon as his line ended, cracks filled the 9th floor, and everything began to shake. Even the starry sky started to fall apart as chunks of its blackness crumbled to give birth to a rain of shards. "Damn it!" Cursed Reality shouted before disappearing. "Why are you always like this?" Emperor cursed while shooting toward the sky. Queen followed Emperor, while Noah and June reached the army. Vesuvia had already taken care of protecting everyone. She had created an invisible defensive membrane that the experts struggled to sense. Still, they could see how every shard changed their trajectory when they were about to fall on the occupied areas. "What do you want me to say, old friend?" Pelio laughed as his eyes opened completely. "You can't stop a dream. You damned lunatic." Emperor gritted his teeth as his aura expanded among the crumbling starry sky. A battle seemed on the verge of unfolding, but a slash suddenly flew between Pelio and Emperor. Noah reached the area right after the event, and his army was with him. "So," Noah exclaimed while turning toward Pelio, "how does it feel to have your world back?" "It feels different but good," Pelio revealed as he inspected his figure. "I've changed, but I can't be anyone else." "Did you decide where to stand then?" Noah asked as his swords appeared in his hands. "Will you follow me? What happens if I say no?" Pelio wondered. "Can't you dream the answer?" Noah asked. Pelio's smirk broadened as his eyes closed. The world around him experienced a strange reaction, even if no energy came out of his figure. The matter and the laws shook for an instant, but nothing changed in their structure. "I tried to dream about you as soon as I regained my world," Pelio stated. "I closed my eyes and dreamt about my future. I saw many things, but their edges were unclear." "I thought dreams were supposed to be unclear," Noah replied. "You are correct," Pelio announced. "However, they usually have limits connected to my existence. Those limits are gone now. I can dream things that are outside my thoughts. I can dream what I couldn't even imagine before." "What?" Noah continued. "Does it scare you to have lost control over your power?" "You caused this," Pelio announced as his eyes opened. "You implanted that dream in me. You wanted a reason to open your eyes," Noah responded. "I gave you my reason. You can take your revenge if you hate me so much." Noah pointed his swords forward as he prepared for an eventual clash, but Pelio didn't attack. He kept his open eyes on Noah, and a defying feeling slowly filled his expression. "I can't dream about your death," Pelio declared. "But I can't see much about your life either. Only a few experts can achieve that." "What about heaven and earth?" Noah asked. "I can see even less about them," Pelio sighed. "Their existence goes beyond my dreams." "It seems that we have to get even stronger," Noah commented. "Do you want to see the sky crumble?" "I have dreamt about it because of you," Pelio replied. "It's the only clear dream that doesn't come from my mind. I can see it happening over and over again, but my power has nothing to do with that vision. It's a flaw in my world." "It's a flaw only if it doesn't happen," Noah chuckled. "Indeed," Pelio agreed. "I guess I have to follow you to turn that vision into reality." "Why didn't he say that sooner?" The rank 9 foolery scoffed. "Ooh, my friend," Pelio exclaimed at the sight of the winged pig. "I'm sure I can make even better tea now. I've dreamt about your satisfaction." "You are forgiven," the foolery shouted, and its pack gathered around Pelio as soon as the flying praying mat and the table appeared under him. "What are you even doing?" Cursed Reality's voice resounded among the crumbling sky as his figure materialized next to Emperor and Queen. "I could have taken us out silently, but now I can't hide the destruction of the labyrinth anymore." The revelation didn't need further explanations. Multiple auras expanded as everyone prepared for the imminent clash. Still, the foolery and Pelio ignored the matter and continued to drink tea. "Are you dumb?" Cursed Reality shouted. "Leave them be," Noah sighed. "They'll fight if something happens." Cursed Reality didn't know what to say, but the reaction from the rest of Noah's army partially reassured him. Yet, his worries returned when he noticed June's excited smile. "Can you ask the old rulers to pick us up?" Emperor asked as white rays began to appear among the crumbling sky and ground. "What are you even saying?" Noah laughed as Snore, Night, and Duanlong came out of his figure. "We'll have to fight our way to them." "Do you always fight like this?" Queen complained. "Pretty much," Noah exclaimed. "How did brutes like you even survive heaven and earth?" Cursed Reality shouted. "He talks like Xavier," the rank 9 foolery commented while munching a cup from Pelio's tea set. "I'd stop arguing now," Noah declared as traces of intense anger flowed into his aura. "They are already here." Queen, Emperor, Cursed Reality, Pelio, and Vesuvia sensed something after Noah's words reached their ears. Sparks began to come out of June's figure as she raised her head toward a white crack that began to release even more light. The upper-tier turtle looked in the same direction, and the army quickly imitated it. A thick pillar of white light began to punch its way through the glow radiated from the crack. The structure seemed solid, and a second one pierced the starry sky as the fissure expanded. A third and a fourth pillar followed. They were impossible to miss even if they shared the same shades as the whiteness coming from the other side of the crack. They were too dense, and a crackling noise capable of suppressing the sounds generated by June's sparks eventually seeped out of them. The four pillars eventually bent to lay on the fabric of the starry sky. More cracks appeared among the blackness, and whiteness soon invaded the whole area. Everyone could sense the nature of that light now. Heaven and earth were clearly peeking at the insides of the labyrinth. The pillars then began to retreat, but their movements only worsened the state of the starry sky. The crack expanded far past its previous edges, giving birth to a massive hole from where the experts could see the weak sky that filled the entirety of the higher plane. The hole also revealed something else. The army could see a fifth pillar next to the previous four, but a structure far bigger than all of them expanded from their bases. Soon, an immense wall became visible, and many of the weaker underlings trembled when they understood the true nature of that scene. The pillars were fingers. The wall expanding from their bases was an arm connected to an even bigger structure. A giant avatar was digging into the cursed labyrinth with its brute strength. No defenses or formations could stop the immense power contained inside its body. "It's been a while, heaven and earth." Noah laughed as potential started to flow inside his centers of power. "You ants have remained hidden for too long." Heaven and earth's androgynous voice came out of the giant and made the whole 9th floor tremble. "We shall put an end to this futile resistance." "Prepare for battle," Emperor shouted. "Brace for impact," Queen followed. Duanlong. Noah thought as the giant avatar stretched both its arms toward the crumbling environment. The 9th floor was a crumbling mess, but that went for the entirety of the labyrinth. Giant cracks ran throughout the starry sky, the land tainted by the foolery, and the very space-time array that cursed reality had created. The insides of the cracks showed identical scenes. Whiteness and weak sky stood behind those fissures and tried to seep into the crumbling structure of the cursed labyrinth. Heaven and earth were invading what Emperor, cursed reality, and Queen had called home in the last millennia. The giant arms pierced the labyrinth easily, and the starry sky finally crumbled completely. Even the shards transformed into dust due to the incredible pressure generated by the violent gesture. The arms didn't stop there. They continued to descend as they stretched their fingers toward the army. Giant white pillars grew closer to Noah and the others as heaven and earth's blinding radiance filled their vision. Emperor, cursed reality, and Queen were about to launch an attack to fend off the incoming hands, but Duanlong acted before them. The dragon opened its mouth to activate its innate ability, and the light in the environment immediately dimmed. Duanlong growled in pain as it returned inside Noah's figure. The dragon had gone overboard, but its help had been incredible. The army and the 5 solid-stage cultivators on the scene remained speechless when they saw the new state of the avatar. The crackling giant had lost parts of its hands. Part of its arms had also disappeared, and lightning bolts came out from the damaged areas. Duanlong had absorbed as much energy as possible, significantly affecting the avatar's structure. Of course, that wasn't enough to stop heaven and earth's assault. The lightning bolts seeping out of the avatar's injuries expanded and multiplied. Crackling spiderwebs stretched out of the maimed arms and recreated the missing parts. The giant continued to dive into the 9th floor while its arms regrew. Massive sparks even detached themselves from the healing process and transformed into lightning bolts that shot toward the army. Yet, their trajectory changed when they got too close to some experts. "Pelio, dream of a way out of this," Noah ordered as Snore and Night remained ready behind him. Pelio closed his eyes, and the healing process suddenly slowed down. The lightning bolts coming out of the injured spots began to move in random directions, affecting the reconstruction of the arms. "Cursed reality, open a passage," Pelio declared. "Heaven and earth will force my dreams out of their reality in a few seconds." "Don't order me around," Cursed reality snorted as he waved his hand. The lights in Cursed Reality's eyes began to move, and the labyrinth imitated that process. The energy, shards, and materials falling into the immense whiteness converged in the spot gazed by the expert to give birth to a giant vortex. Heaven and earth didn't miss that event. Lightning bolts came out of every inch of the avatar and shot toward the vortex. Many of those attacks ended up flying in completely random directions, but a few converged toward Cursed Reality's creation. "I got that," June announced as she shot above the vortex. The lightning bolts in June's range suddenly changed direction and converged toward her figure. They crashed on her body and left deep black marks on her skin, but she seemed to get stronger during the process. "Queen, you are up next," Pelio exclaimed. "I hate you," Queen commented. But the crackling noises released by Heaven and Earth's avatar suddenly intensified and gave birth to a sound wave. The sound wave acted as a wall that destroyed everything on its path as it flew toward the army. Part of the matter converging toward the vortex disappeared due to the attack. Even the fabric of space twisted as the noise advanced. Queen flew above the army and stretched her hand toward the sound wave. The attack didn't stop, and nothing happened in the area around Noah and the others. Genuine concern for the imminent attack appeared in everyone's minds, but Noah roared to force them to remain still. Noah didn't know what was happening, and his instincts were as lost as him. They begged him to run away, but he trusted Pelio's dream, and the same went for Queen. The sound wave eventually reached Queen, but she went through it just fine. Her body remained in one piece, and her aura also didn't experience any change during the event. June and the portal were the next on the path of the sound wave, but the attack didn't affect them. The lightning bolts converging toward them crumbled, but they didn't feel anything. Noah and the rest of the army came next, but the same happened. Noah remained stunned to see the attack crossing his figure without dealing any damage. It was as if the sound wave had stopped existing, at least when it came to its destructive power. The sound wave quickly proved Noah's guess wrong. The space's fabric began to twist under the noise's pressure as soon as the attack crossed the army. The rest of the 9th floor vanished, and the weak sky soon took control of every side of the area. The army had returned to the higher plane. Noah could sense the familiar space-time array taking control of his surroundings. Heaven and Earth's iconic pressure also fell on his figure, but his focus remained on Queen. "What exactly did you do?" Noah asked when he found himself unable to come up with an answer. "Are you interested in my partner's power?" Emperor asked without hiding the trace of pride in his voice. "She is more amazing than me. My beloved becomes too humble when it comes to me," Queen sighed while reapproaching Emperor. "I didn't do much. I've only taken away the sound wave's danger for a few seconds." The vortex stopped rotating and stabilized while Noah tried to understand the limits of Queen's power. Cursed Reality opened his mouth to speak, but Pelio interrupted him by flying toward the portal. Noah and the others also moved there. June's eyes lit up when she saw more lightning bolts coming out of the avatar, but Snore ate her and forced her to cross the vortex with the rest of the army. The scenery changed in an instant, but only in its details. The army's surroundings remained white due to the presence of the weak sky, but everyone knew that they had teleported into a different location. "What now?" Emperor asked, only to notice that a series of black crystals had already appeared above Noah's skin. June voiced a snort as she came out of Snore, and a disappointed expression appeared on her face at the sight of the calm environment. She wanted to complain, but Noah was busy trying to hear the old ruler's voice. Still, a tremor suddenly ran through the weak sky around the army. Those white crystals began to move as Heaven and Earth's aura intensified. Giant chunks melted and converged toward a seemingly random spot to build the immense figure that Noah and the others had just left behind. "You can't escape us," Heaven and Earth's declared as a new giant avatar took form and began to move. The scene didn't surprise those who knew how powerful Heaven and Earth were. The rulers had already filled the higher plane with their sky. Everything under the white layer was within their reach. That was precisely what Emperor, Cursed Reality, and Queen had warned Noah about. Heaven and Earth were on the hunt, and Noah's army was a valuable target that deserved a real effort. A rain of white shards fell from the avatar's edges as it left the sky and stretched its massive arms toward the army. Lightning bolts shot out of its fingers, and crackling spheres began to accumulate on its palms. June stepped forward and expanded her influence to attract the incoming lightning bolts. Her figure retreated as the attacks began to crash on her body, but the excitement on her face never wavered. Noah knew that June was suffering injuries. The avatar's attacks weren't simple lightning bolts generated by a tribulation. They were blows that carried the power of the solid stage. June could absorb part of their power to temper her body only due to the peculiarities of her world. The process obviously couldn't last forever, no matter how much June desired that. The army had to find a solution to the situation, and Noah instinctively glanced at Pelio while the dark matter around him continued to look for the old ruler's voice. "I can't dream about our next move," Pelio declared when he sensed Noah's gaze on his figure. "But I've seen us making out alive. Sadly, that doesn't apply to all of us." "It's always the same with you," Emperor snorted. "You claim to see everything, but you can't explain the simplest things." "My beloved, maybe it's better if you charge me beforehand," Queen whispered, and the couple exchanged a long kiss. Noah initially didn't understand what was happening, but clues eventually appeared. Emperor and Queen's worlds created a firm connection that hid its insides. Still, the fabric of space around them began to twist, which revealed the tremendous amount of energy moving during the kiss. Is he giving energy directly to her world? Noah wondered, but the battlefield soon reclaimed most of his attention. Some lightning bolts began to escape June's influence. She unfolded her aura to force them to converge toward her figure, but heaven and earth seemed to have found a way to counter her ability. More and more lightning bolts started to go back into their initial trajectory and fly toward the army. None of them actually crashed on the experts since Vesuvia intervened, but heaven and earth had prepared counters to that power too. Vesuvia had created an invisible shield that went beyond simple protections and defensive arrays. Her aura had seeped into the very fabric of the world, which made the immediate surroundings of the army impossible to reach. The straight path didn't exist in the lightning bolt's future anymore, so they changed direction and avoided the army. However, some of them began to detonate right above the invisible shield, and that slowly pushed that defense back. June moved closer to the army in an attempt to exploit Vesuvia's ability to her needs, but the explosions only worsened her injuries. She managed to apply her influence on more lightning bolts in her new position, but she wouldn't last long there. Night shot forward and began to cut the lightning bolts before they could explode. June gained some room to breathe, but the assault remained too powerful for her. Her injuries were expanding too quickly, and heaven and earth's energy even started to seep into her world. Snore unleashed its feathers at that point. A series of explosions unfolded and gave birth to a storm of destructive energy. Blackness took control of the area between the army and the giant avatar, but a hand promptly pierced it to refill everything with whiteness. The effects of Snore's strongest attack vanished in a matter of seconds. Nothing could stop the avatar's advance, and its massive arms soon pointed at the army again. June showed a wide smile when she saw lightning bolts coming in her direction, but everything suddenly disappeared. Snore's black gales replaced the avatar, and the latter returned next to the weak sky. "I think heaven and earth are underestimating us a bit too much," Vesuvia chuckled. "Can you bring the lightning bolts back?" June complained. "Your lover sure is reckless," Emperor shouted while leaving Vesuvia's barrier and occupying a spot in front of June. The scenes from before played out exactly in the same way. The avatar pierced the black currents with its hands and dispersed them as soon as its immense body arrived. It even pointed its arms at the army, and lightning bolts shot forward again. June wanted to fly past Emperor, but her survival instincts told her that something was off. The whole area past the expert was a dead zone that she shouldn't approach no matter what. The break in the absorption of lightning bolts forced June to step back and return to Noah's side. Her body was a mess of holes and burns, but she didn't move her eyes from Emperor, and most of the army did the same. Noah had seen and launched powerful attacks throughout his life, but what happened after Emperor raised his hand surpassed even some of heaven and earth's greatest shows of power. The area between Emperor and the Avatar was a mess of cracked space, lingering destructive dark matter, and lightning bolts, but all of that disappeared. A mass of blue energy vaster than the battlefield filled the area in front of the expert and pushed everything back. Only the Avatar survived the massive discharge of energy. Everything else vanished under the sheer power that Emperor had unleashed. Even the battlefield transformed into a mere gorge connected to the void. Noah could understand that solid-stage cultivators had access to powers that went beyond his comprehension. That was only natural. However, the sheer amount of energy unleashed by Emperor surpassed even his wildest predictions. Moreover, Emperor didn't appear tired after the attack. He had barely even focused on launching it. He acted as if that discharge of energy was nothing more than a casual blow thrown because he felt like it. The Avatar slammed on the weak sky, but the lack of damage on its surface became impossible to miss after the shards generated during the impact fell. It was still in one piece and at its full power after enduring such a powerful blow. "I can launch hundreds of these," Emperor explained, "but heaven and earth will eventually find a way to counter them. Do you have any plan, defying demon?" Noah had yet to join the battlefield. Snore had used its best attack, and Duanlong was in the same situation, but he could launch far more. Yet, he believed that nothing in his arsenal could destroy the Avatar unless someone bought enough time to infect it with his destruction. Two figures appeared next to the army before Noah could come up with a plan. Familiar auras expanded on the battlefield and reached Noah's consciousness. He recognized the Time Dragon and the Space Dragon right away, but a teleport activated before he could lay his eyes on them. Noah instinctively expanded the dark world to cover the entirety of his army. He trusted the dragons, but he feared that Emperor and the others could oppose the technique. They could fight against the dark matter, but he decided to remain still since that energy came from Noah. The environment changed before the Avatar could stretch its arms forward. An orange glow also replaced the whiteness as tall buildings appeared around the army. Noah didn't need to inspect the area to know where he was. The dragons had brought him inside the Orange City. Heaven and Earth's pressure disappeared as soon as the teleport ended. Noah and the others were in a safe area, and the rulers appeared unable to find them there. However, it was clear that they had traded one powerful presence for another. "They have become stronger again," Noah concluded after a quick inspection of the area. The orange buildings around the army reeked of the old ruler's power. Their influence was a dense aura that covered the entire city and created a personal world isolated from the higher plane. Heaven and Earth's whiteness still existed outside the thick array of orange lightning bolts past the buildings, but that light appeared unable to reach the vast streets. The city had always been part of the old ruler's power, but it had now fused deeper with their existence. Emperor, Queen, Vesuvia, and Cursed Reality inspected the area curiously. They had never been inside the Orange City, but a proper meeting was bound to happen soon. They wanted to learn as much as they could about the old ruler's power before that event, and what they saw left them quite stunned. The old rulers weren't only mighty. Their world was immense, and each building could take care of different functions. The similarities with heaven and earth were evident, but everything had a personal touch that made the area impossible to compare to the sky. Things were different for the rest of Noah's army. Old Tyrant and the others remained in awe, but they knew that Noah would handle the conversations. His presence there was reassuring, so they let their curiosity run free. Pelio had closed his eyes completely, but he didn't stop making tea for the foolery. Instead, the pack of turtles seemed too focused on the two dragons to care about the new environment. Noah also disregarded the environment quickly. The two dragons were basically friends, so he didn't hesitate to send a question toward them. "Where is the Death Dragon?" "Killed by heaven and earth," the Time Dragon immediately revealed. "Their grip on us is getting tighter." Noah couldn't help but show a cold expression at that revelation. He had gotten stronger in the cursed labyrinth, and his army had also grown. Yet, heaven and earth had taken another step toward the final battle while he was gone. "We must do even better," Noah cursed in his mind as he left the army and began to walk toward the center of the city. A few figures followed Noah. June, Pelio, the rank 9 foolery, the upper-tier turtle, Cursed Reality, Queen Vesuvia, and Emperor left the army to join the imminent meeting. Many were simply curious about the old rulers, while others had something to say. The Time Dragon and the Space Dragon moved with the group, and Noah used that chance to gain an update about the situation in the higher plane. Heaven and Earth had continued to improve. Their personality had grown clearer as their world stabilized and the higher plane began to favor them. That change had allowed them to put more power in the hunts for small forces, which led to an almost complete absence of packs of magical beasts in the sky. A few forces had obviously managed to survive the hunts, and Noah's quasi-living workshops had helped in the matter. Thanks to his influence, many magical beasts had improved, and he actually sensed those changes clearly now that he was walking through the city. Many creatures had benefited from the quasi-living workshops and had continued to expand their influence. Noah's world stretched as he tuned with all the improvements he had caused. The gap before the liquid stage shortened, but the situation didn't allow him to focus on those happy outcomes. Everything was too little compared to heaven and Earth's relentless advance. The dragons had to join forces with the old rulers to improve their position, but even that only limited the casualties on their side. Of course, the dragons didn't remain still during that period. They had imitated Noah in his gathering of forces, leading many packs inside the safety of the Orange City. The old rulers had also worked hard to modify every creature willing to go through those procedures, which created another army that would join the final battle. Sadly, I miscalculated how much joining forces would have helped heaven and Earth, the Time Dragon explained. Even the old rulers didn't predict that the Death Dragon would pay the price for this mistake. Bringing a few packs here shouldn't be enough to justify the Death Dragon's death, Noah commented. We went a bit past that, the Time Dragon stated, and Noah didn't need to question it since answers soon appeared in his vision. The Orange City was alive. It reacted to the conversation and moved its building to answer Noah's silent questions. A series of immense camps appeared in his vision. Their orange grass and tall trees reminded Noah of sceneries from the mortal lands, but he didn't have the chance to focus on those details. Many orange figures ended up attracting the entirety of Noah's attention. Hundreds of rank 9 dragons filled the camps and radiated auras that didn't match their species. Did you start to improve your pack? Noah asked without hiding his surprise. Won't that affect the laws inherited from the old world? Of course, the Time Dragon admitted. Yet heaven and Earth had already countered them. We needed to find a different source of power, and the old rulers were ready to help. The magical beast's scary strength was the result of heaven and Earth's actions. Still, the rulers had long since learnt to counter that power, which put the dragons and the various packs on the losing side. A change was needed, but Noah didn't expect the dragons to throw away what had made them strong in the first place. Accepting the old rulers' modification didn't only affect their species. It also threw away their initial position in the world system. Did you try to modify yourself? Noah asked after gaining a general idea of the dragon's power. We are keeping that for last, the Time Dragon revealed. We are special even among the dragons. It's not hard to predict that heaven and Earth will benefit a lot from eventual changes in our species. It makes sense, Noah commented. I should help with the process. The old rulers are incredible, but my knowledge in magical beasts might surpass theirs. We didn't rely only on the old rulers, the Time Dragon declared, and Noah didn't need to question further since a powerful aura suddenly entered his senses range. The dense aura that only a world in the liquid stage could release descended on the camps and enveloped the group. Its power went far beyond the limits of its level, and its scorching nature seemed ready to burn everyone. Emperor and the others prepared for battle, but they revealed confused expressions when they noticed Noah's smiling face. Even the foolery had stopped caring about Pelio's tea. The pig lifted its head, and an exited shout left its mouth. Xavier!